Rudius stirred awake with a sharp sting crawling across his skin, the brutal desert sun blazing down like fire. Pain lanced through his body, deep and crushing, like he'd been flattened under a mountain. Every muscle screamed in protest as he forced his eyes open. The world was hazy, distorted, like looking through fog glass, and unbearably hot. He tried to move. A mistake. The agony intensified, but still, he managed to turn his head. That's when he saw her, Sylphie, lying motionless beside him. Her hair, once tinted green, had turned a pale, silvery white, as if drained of all color. Her face was ghostly, cheeks flecked with burns. A small crater surrounded them. The impact sight. Sylphie, he croaked, voice parched and trembling. He reached out, his hand brushing against her hair, the sand rough beneath his fingers. She didn't respond. Panic surged. He forced himself up, ignoring the fire in his limbs, and shook her gently. Sylphie, please wake up. A shudder ran through her body. Then, finally, her eyes opened wide and glassy. She gasped sharply and reached for her head, blinking at her surroundings. When she saw him, she threw herself into his arms, trembling. Rudy, what happened? Or where are we? Her voice was raw with fear. He held her close, trying to offer comfort, even as dread settled in his gut. The oppressive heat, the desolate landscape. It was clear they were somewhere far from home. Stretching endlessly in all directions was an ocean of dunes. No life, no shelter, just the cruel sun overhead. I'm not sure, Rudius said hoarsely. But if I'm right, this place is dangerous. Deadly. We need to be careful. There are monsters out here we can't even imagine facing. Sylphie's eyes widened. What about the village? What happened to Buena? Rudius looked away, guilt tugging at his heart. I don't know. They could be anywhere now. But listen, I'll get us back home. I promise. She nodded, wiping her tears. I trust you, Rudy. He managed a weak smile and stood, limbs aching. If the human god was telling the truth, we're on the Begaric continent, second only to the demon continent in danger. That thought alone nearly crushed him with anxiety. If they didn't find help soon, starvation, or worse, was inevitable. We'll need to stay calm, Rudius said, scanning the shimmering horizon. First step is finding civilization. If we don't, monsters will be the least of our worries. He paused. Maybe, could we hunt them instead? The human god said to make it rain, but what good is that out here? No time to ponder. Sylphie was regaining her composure, but the heat was merciless. He looked at her. We need to move. Cover your head. We can't afford heat stroke. Heat stroke? She echoed, blinking. Rudius chuckled softly. It's what happens when the sun cooks you from the inside. Just trust me. They started walking. Each step felt heavier than the last, their boots sinking into the scorching sand. Rudius gripped his staff tightly, ready for whatever might emerge from the dunes. But in this moment, the sun itself felt like the most dangerous monster of all. Hours later, the desert showed no mercy. Despite healing their burns, Rudius was close to collapsing. His body, though gifted with magic, was still that of a child. Sylphie, beside him, was worse off, red-faced, stumbling, struggling to breathe. We won't make it like this. Then the human god's cryptic message echoed in his mind. Make it rain. Build a house of stone. It was insane. But at this point, it was the only plan he had. Sylphie, he said, stopping and raising his wand. I'm going to make it rain. She looked up in confusion, but said nothing, simply hugging herself tightly against the heat. Rudius took a deep breath, summoned all his focus, and began casting silently, high-level magic coursing through him. Cumulonimbus. Above, the sky darkened. Thick clouds formed in seconds, and then rain. Heavy, cold, glorious rain. Steam rose from the sands, and Sylphie stared in awe as water trickled down her cheeks. This is amazing. But Rudius wasn't done. He turned his focus to the ground and raised stone walls from the earth, forming a small shelter. It was crude, but it would protect them. Inside, he turned to Sylphie, her soaked hair now gleaming silver in the dim light. With a soft wind spell, he dried her gently. Rest now. I'll stand guard. She wanted to protest, but couldn't. Her body gave in, and she slumped against him, fast asleep. Rudius stared at her a moment longer. He had made a promise, and no matter what it took, he would keep it. But before long, exhaustion claimed him too. A sudden voice. Hey, hey, are you two seriously napping in the middle of a desert? Rudius' eyes snapped open. Instinctively, his hand reached for his staff, only to find it gone. What? Standing in front of him was a stranger, spinning Rudius' staff casually in one hand. He was dark-skinned, dressed in loose, ragged clothes with an assortment of weapons strapped to his waist, swords, daggers, and more. A bandana covered part of his face, and a black eye patch hid one eye. His grin was wild and mischievous. Sylphie shrank behind Rudius, clutching his clothes. The man spoke in the fighting god tongue. Rudius blinked, not understanding. I don't speak your language, he said cautiously. The man's grin widened. Then he smoothly switched to human language. Ah, Central Continent natives. Even more interesting. Rudius narrowed his eyes. Who are you? The man tossed his staff back with a flourish. Name's Larix. Part-time assassin. Full-time leader of the mercenary group Tyrant Storm. Rudius stared. What? Larix grinned. Congratulations. You two are now provisional members of Tyrant Storm. What? Meanwhile, in the Meles continent, the Grand Chamber of the Pope of Meles exuded power and opulence. Golden pillars, stained glass, velvet-lined chairs, and a ceiling painted with sacred scenes spoke of centuries of tradition. Pope Harry Grimoire sat at the center of it all, robed in gold-embroidered silk. Across from him stood Galgard Nash Vennick, arms crossed, his expression rigid. I don't care how many miracles he supposedly performed, Galgard said. He butchered innocence at Joylor. He didn't deny it. Harry steepled his fingers. Or perhaps that lack of denial proved something else. Did he seem remorseful? Doesn't matter. Facts matter. Harry sighed. He united the forest tribes under a single banner. That alone changes everything. And the Iron Legion isn't built on cruelty. It's built on acceptance. Beastmen, elves, dwarves, even demons, all fighting side by side. Galgard's jaw tensed. We've dreamed of such unity for centuries, Harry added. And now it's real. There was silence. Then Harry pressed further. Cardinal McFarlane claims St. Meles warned them in a vision. If that spreads, if fear drives action, this will ignite war. We need peacekeepers, not crusaders. Isn't that what your order of instruction stands for? Galgard hesitated, the memory of Rigger's blade flashing in his mind. That power, it had been terrifying. Finally, he spoke. I'll stop the war. But mark my words, Your Holiness. He stepped back, his voice cold. If Rigger returns to Meles with blood on his hands again, I'll kill him myself. Then, as he turned to leave, he added, and the Joylor family survivors, they're still out there. They will want revenge. Inside his chamber at the Iron Legion base, Rigger sat hunched over a table, the soft glow of a candle illuminating scattered parchment filled with notes and diagrams. His expression was grim, focused. The saint-level healing spell before him was more than just an advanced technique. It was a challenge to everything he'd learned so far. Healing at this level wasn't simply about magic. It required precision, discipline, and deep biological insight. One mistake, one misalignment in the regeneration of tissue or nerve endings, and the result could be worse than the original wound. His knowledge of biology and chemistry from his past life gave him a foundation to approach it analytically. For 37 hours straight, he studied in silence, pushing away the heavy thoughts of failure, war, and loss that haunted him since the Joylor massacre. Finally, confident in the spell's mechanics, Rigger stood. It was time to test it, on himself. He retrieved the bones of his severed arm, collected after the last battle, and braced himself. Holding them tightly, he felt mana begin to rise and take shape in his core. O sacred guardian of the firmament, herald of purity and restorer of souls, may your immaculate light descend upon this wounded body. Holy healing. A radiant golden light flared from his hand, swirling around the bones. At first came unbearable itching, needles crawling beneath his skin, as muscle, sinew, veins, and skin knitted themselves together. He clenched his jaw, enduring the agony. Then silence. His arm was whole again. He flexed his fingers slowly. The tingling was there, but no pain. No scars. Just a perfectly restored limb. A soft smile touched his lips. This would have been a miracle on Earth. And yet here, it was just another tool he could teach, maybe even a Vertio one day. But no spell could heal guilt. He stood, opened the door, and called for a nearby guard. Gather all division commanders. I'll heal, tase, and feel. 3 hours from now, we meet in the main hall. The guard nodded, stunned by the sight of Rigger's restored arm. As Rigger moved through the camp, he noticed changes. Trenches were being dug. A wall project had begun. The base buzzed with activity. And yet, wherever he walked, Legion members paused to greet him, new and old alike, with silent respect. At the training field, he briefly glimpsed Eris, clashing with Idar in a fierce sparring match. Her red hair whipped like fire as she pushed herself to her limits. He watched for only a second before continuing. There were more pressing matters. His heart weighed heavy. The choices he'd made, the massacre at Joylor, the innocents lost, might have destroyed any hope of diplomacy with Mealy's. And yet, the Legion thrived. It confused him. Was I right? Or just trying to justify my sins? He arrived at the infirmary, greeted by silence and the sterile scent of medicine. Tase and Feel lay still, draped in sheets. Tase, restless despite his lack of limbs, stirred with faint movement. Feel simply stared upward, his eyes lifeless. Rigger activated his magic eye. What he saw stunned him. Tase was manipulating mana. Without limbs? He stepped in and spoke softly to the healer. Leave us. She obeyed without hesitation. As the door closed, Tase looked up. A smirk touched his lips. Well, look who's back. And with an arm. Didn't think you'd pull that off. Honestly, I was getting used to being a torso. My mana controls improved, at least. Rigger didn't laugh. His magic I saw through Tase's act, the elevated heart rate, the strained breathing. Behind the humor was pain. Feel, in contrast, had no mask. He lay motionless, broken inside and out. Rigger knelt beside Tase. I've known you since I was 1, Rigger began, his voice quiet but heavy. You probably don't remember, but the first thing you ever said to me was, "You're a monster of a boy." You were 4. Tase chuckled. Sound about right. Rigger didn't smile. Tell me, do you still think I'm a monster? Tase met his gaze, amused. Why ask now? You've seen what I've done. Tase's smirk faded. His voice steadied. You trained us. You told us setbacks would come, that you wouldn't always be there. You warned us. So why are you surprised this happened? Rigger tried. No, don't. You are our leader. You can't afford doubt. You told us that yourself. Rigger remained silent, his fists clenched. If you falter now, Tase continued, you'll lose us. You taught us resilience. Show us you still believe in it. After a beat, his voice shifted. Now hurry up and fix my limbs. I'm tired of lying here. Rigger almost laughed. Almost. He reached for the remnants of Tase's arms and legs, placing the bones in position. No chance. Golden light surged from his palm, engulfing Tase's body. Flesh, bone, and muscle reformed, seamlessly, perfectly. Tase winced at the itch, but didn't flinch. Moments later, he flexed his fingers wide-eyed. This is insane. Without waiting, he leapt from bed and grinned. I'm going to find Lisa. See you at the meeting. And just like that, he vanished down the hallway. Rigger turned to Feel. He still hadn't moved. The healing took longer. Trauma went deeper with him. As the golden light danced across his body, rebuilding what was lost, something shifted in Feel's expression. His color returned. His eyes blinked. Tears began to fall. He stared at his new limbs, and a quiet sob escaped him, followed by a broken smile. Rigger placed a firm hand on his shoulder, but said nothing. Words weren't needed. Then he turned and left. Outside, the children's training ground buzzed with energy. Rufus launched stone projectiles at Jerry, his wolf companion, in a deadly dance of attack and evasion. Nearby, Garrison, A half-deer child no older than 7 spun a spear against 3 opponents with breathtaking skill. Rigger watched from the shadows. They were growing. Stronger. Better. Becoming warriors. But a quiet truth settled in him. They lived by principles I borrowed, not earned. They knew only his teachings. He had lived long enough to doubt them. He kept walking, thoughts stirring. The streets of Tinaver were alive with trade. Locals bartered, argued, laughed. Rigger took it all in, then turned back toward the Legion. The meeting room was already filled. 8 of 10 commanders. Ghislaine, Laws. They waited, eyes steady. Rigger stepped forward, no longer hesitant. He couldn't undo what had happened, but he could own it. He took the leader's seat. He looked them in the eye, and with a voice like iron, he said, "Let's begin."
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Pycax slowly stood up, his posture rigid, eyes scanning the room before speaking in a firm, professional tone. "Boss, the main topics of the meeting are the attack on House Joylore and the rescue of the 1st Division Commander, Tensei Dedoldia, the Fatoa teleportation incident, the alliance with the dwarves, the S-rank adventurer license, and the absorption of the Great Forest tribes." Rigger nodded, crossing his arms over the table, his gaze serious and attentive. Pycax sat down again, and Launark, the light-skinned elf with silver hair, took the floor. "RYG, call me leader or boss." Rigger's voice cut through the air like a blade. The elf hesitated, clearly caught off guard. He blinked a few times before continuing, his voice slightly more hesitant. "Leader, I assume you're already aware of the events that led to Commander Taze and the others being captured." Rigger nodded again, his expression unchanged. Launer continued. "While the leader was traveling to the Dwarven territory, we held a meeting to address the matter and decided to contact the Demon Race Acceptance faction in Mealy's. They directly oppose House Joylore, which belongs to the Expulsion faction, and, at the same time, this would allow us to establish several partnerships with the Mealy's religion. As part of the agreement, we asked them to ensure the safety of our key members and assist in rescuing them. But I must say that the boss's actions have shattered any diplomacy that could have occurred. Are you questioning my actions?" Rigger interrupted, his voice low but heavy. An invisible pressure filled the room. The air seemed to grow heavier. Launark felt a chill run down his spine. He shrank back, his resolve wavering under the overwhelming presence of the Iron Legion. Why did he feel so fierce now? "And no, leader, Rigger interrupted him again. "I admit I was emotionally affected at the moment I went to rescue them, but I would do it all over again." He paused. That was a lie. He knew he could have acted differently if he hadn't been consumed by rage. At the very least, he wouldn't have stormed in for all to see. But now was not the time to show hesitation. He continued, his voice cold and firm. "With your diplomacy methods, Kidder Dedoldia, the warrior I trusted to lead the Legion in my absence, my friend and a friend to many here, was dead before I even arrived, along with 2 other warriors. If I had taken any longer, we could have lost Commander Tensei Dedoldia as well." Launark furrowed his brows and pursed his lips. Rigger's words were true, but he still felt he wasn't wrong. He just hadn't had the chance to fully explain his position. He was almost certain Rigger knew he was wrong as well. The heavy silence was broken by the sound of someone clearing their throat. Goran Redwine, the long, red-bearded dwarf and commander of the Intelligence Division, intervened, his voice deep and direct. "The commander of the Order of Instruction, Galgard, seems to oppose the Iron Legion, but they do not want open conflict. Unlike the fanatics of the Order of the Temple, who want to see us burning and our heads on spikes. The Church Temple remains neutral, but we still have someone interested in continuing cooperation." All eyes turned to him. Rigger narrowed his gaze, and Goran continued. "The Pope himself has not yet abandoned cooperation, so it's not impossible, but it's not viable to rely on him alone. We need the support of at least one of the Knight Orders and at least one noble house." The tension in the room began to ease. The conversation had shifted to future plans. The once heavy silence was replaced with discussion. Each commander actively voiced their opinions when appropriate. Some agreed, while others considered the risks. Strategies were suggested and debated. Launark, however, remained silent, his thoughts racing. In the end, he chose to say nothing more. The direction of the conversation had already been decided. The priority would be to avoid drawing Mealy's attention for now, as long as there was no direct action against the Legion. Instead, the focus would shift to more immediate concerns. Rigger observed the exchange of ideas among his commanders. There was still resentment, but the Legion was moving forward, and that was what mattered most. The meeting hall retained a heavy atmosphere of tension as the next topic was brought up. Derek, the commander of the 10th Administration Division, stood up, crossing his arms over the table and looking directly at Rigger. "Chief, we have been taking in and freeing everyone we find from the Fatoa region. Some are planning to return home, so I'd like to make a suggestion." Rigger narrowed his eyes, reflecting for a moment before speaking. "Is it about creating a search party?" Derek's face lit up with a satisfied smile. "The leader is wise. That's exactly it." Rigger nodded, resting his elbows on the table and interlocking his fingers. "Do you have a leader in mind?" Derek shook his head. "No, sir. We're still sorting and organizing the refugees. Many are still disoriented by what happened and don't know whether to move forward or try to go back." Rigger scanned the room before fixing his gaze on Laws. Laws will be the provisional leader of the group. Not only is he one of the victims of this disaster, but he also knows much of Fatoa. Laws lifted his head, already expecting the decision, a determined glint in his eyes. "Understood, leader. I will do my best to find and help all those who are still lost." Derek grinned and pounded a closed fist on the table. "Excellent choice, master." Rigger looked around the table. "Does anyone have anything to add?" Gorin, the veteran dwarf, leaned slightly forward, resting his calloused hands on the solid wooden table. "I sent informants to the Central Continent to gather more information about survivors and any groups that might be enslaving or hunting them. As soon as I have updates, I will bring a report." Rigger nodded in approval. "Great initiative. Anyone else?" Silence dominated the room for a few moments. When no one spoke up, Rigger took the floor again. "Then it's decided. The creation of the Fatoa Survivor Search Group is officially sanctioned. Laws will be the leader, and Pycak will handle logistics and resources." Ghislaine, who had been silently listening until now, showed a look of interest. Rigger noticed and made brief eye contact with her before moving on to the next topic. "As for the alliance with the dwarves, I could say it was extremely successful." Rigger's words sparked a light murmur of satisfaction around the table. "Several caravans of dwarves will soon be joining the Iron Legion. Among them, there is a dwarf named Brightstone, who can only be commanded by me. I will provide more details when he arrives." Joseph, one of the commanders, raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms. "Do they have any capable fighters?" Rigger slowly shook his head. "They have excellent warriors, but nothing too extreme compared to our standard. However, their skills in forging are the best in the world. Their knowledge of metallurgy and enchantment could elevate our legion to another level." The commanders nodded, and a new wave of anticipation arose among them. Many seemed excited at the prospect of enhancing their equipment. Pycak chuckled softly. "So, we can finally reforge our weapons properly. Now that's good news." Gorin, who is also a dwarf, slammed a closed fist against the table, enthusiastic. "If we wield weapons forged by dwarves, our strength will increase drastically." He then turned to Rigger. "Leader, we should invest in building a grand forge within our base. With a number of dwarves arriving, we'll need a proper structure for them to work." Rigger nodded. "It's a valid idea. After the meeting, prepare a report detailing the resources and logistics necessary for this endeavor." Gorin smiled with satisfaction. "Consider it done. Now about the rank S Adventurer license." Rigger cast a serious gaze over the commanders. "We can obtain it as soon as the blue dragon scales arrive with the dwarven caravan." Joseph leaned slightly forward. "Are those scales all they requested?" Rigger confirmed with a nod. "Exactly. The scales are the only requirement for the mission I was assigned. Once they arrive, We can proceed with the request. The commanders exchanged glances, and the atmosphere in the hall lightened. It was an important step for the Iron Legion, as many of their future plans required them to have high freedom as adventurers. Does this mean we'll be able to accept rank S missions? Pycak asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It means our influence and authority among adventurers will increase significantly, Rigger replied. We'll have access to high-risk, high-reward missions and open doors to more strategic alliances. Rigger observed the faces around him. For the first time since the beginning of the meeting, it seemed that the initial tension had been replaced by cautious optimism. There was much work to be done, but each step forward strengthened the Iron Legion and solidified their path. With the conversation flowing well and the commanders now engaged, Rigger prepared to address the next and final topic of the meeting. Killian had sent a detailed report on the absorption of the Great Forest tribes. He stated that the hierarchy system and fast travel network between tribes had been successfully implemented, facilitating communication and integration. Most of the tribes had agreed to submit to the Iron Legion after hearing about the benefits offered, and now nearly all were under their banner. However, many warriors from these tribes were coming to challenge Rigger for the position of Legion leader. He also warned that the specialized training process would still take time to complete. Additionally, a surprising piece of news accompanied the report. Ghislaine Dedoldia had become a Wind Saint under the guidance of Verdia Solaria. This feat demonstrated his dedication and extraordinary talent. But that wasn't all. A new saint had emerged from the Doldia tribe. A warrior who was already advanced in both the Sword God and North God styles had managed to reach the level of Sword Saint. He was one of the warriors who had trained as a sparring partner against Rigger countless times and had witnessed the Longsword of Light in action on multiple occasions, feeling its presence up close. Somehow, through either sheer luck or pure effort, he had advanced to the level of saint. His name was Aoi Hiroto. Rigger felt a wave of satisfaction and pride. Every advancement was an important piece on the Iron Legion's board, and the fact that two new saint-level warriors were emerging within his organization only strengthened his growth plan. With a slight smile, he nodded to the commanders present, realizing that his strategies were solidly coming together. At that moment, the meeting room door suddenly swung open, and Taze hurried in. "Am I late?" he asked, straightening his posture. His hair was disheveled, and scratch marks were visible on his neck. All eyes in the room quickly turned to him. The atmosphere remained silent for a few moments before some of the commanders flashed suggestive smiles. Joseph was the first to speak, his tone amused. "I see you were busy." Pycak let out a restrained chuckle, while Gorin, always straightforward, burst into laughter. Taze looked visibly uncomfortable and ran a hand over his neck, trying to cover the scratches. "It's nothing, just some intense conversations." Rigger crossed his arms, observing the scene with an amused look. It was good to see Taze interacting normally again, especially after everything that had happened. The other commanders took the opportunity to congratulate him on regaining his arms and legs. "It's good to have you back, Taze," Rigger said, his voice filled with genuine respect. "The Legion needs you in top shape." Taze nodded, his expression softening. "And I'm ready to get back to work." With the atmosphere in the room now lighter, the commanders resumed discussions about the next steps for the Iron Legion. Several topics were addressed, from managing new members to strengthening strategies to prevent future losses like the one in Mealy's. Among the suggestions, one idea that was already being implemented stood out: building a wall around the Legion's main base, ensuring greater protection and territorial control. Rigger pondered for a few moments before responding. A wall could be a major step forward for our defense, but it might also attract unwanted attention. We need to ensure its construction is quick and efficient. When the project is completed, send it to me for review, and I'll build it myself using earth magic. Gorin, the dwarf who was also experienced in architecture and defensive strategies, spoke up. "Boss, I don't doubt your ability, but this will be a massive wall. Will you have enough mana?" Rigger answered naturally. "I have more than enough. Draft new plans for additional buildings as well. We'll take this opportunity to expand." The commanders nodded, though some still had doubts about his claims. As the meeting neared its end, Rigger looked around the room and felt something he hadn't felt since the attack on Mealy's: confidence. Despite the blow they had suffered, the Iron Legion was rising once more, and as long as he had a say in it, they would become stronger than ever. "All right," he declared, standing up. "We have a lot of work ahead. Let's make sure the Iron Legion keeps growing." With those words, the meeting was officially adjourned, and the commanders dispersed, each with a new mission to accomplish. The sun began to set on the horizon, casting an orange glow over the massive wall rising around the Iron Legion's main base. Rigger, with Tsukikage in his hand and magic pulsating through the blade, contemplated his work. The project, designed by the dwarves and perfected by him, was inspired by saint-level magic, colossal fortress, and was taking shape with each careful manipulation of earth magic. The design was both functional and imposing, built to withstand direct assaults as well as prolonged sieges. After analyzing the final details, he decided he had done enough for today. Taking a deep breath, he activated Flash Step. His body vanished in a blur, and within moments, he was already inside one of the fortress's study rooms. Upon arrival, he saw Ghislaine sitting at a table, a quill in hand, her expression serious and focused as she practiced her handwriting. Her eyes scanned a line she had written with visible effort, her hand moving with slow, calculated precision. Meanwhile, Eris, sitting beside her, displayed a frustrated expression, her quill trembling with anger in her grip. Rigger smiled at the sight of them, but quickly regained his seriousness. "Ghislaine, Eris," he called, drawing their attention. After getting a more precise estimate, they should be able to conduct a preliminary sweep of the continent in approximately 6 months. Ghislaine met his gaze and gave a small nod. "I appreciate your help, Rigger." She had taken an interest when she learned that Rigger had formed a search group to locate survivors of the Fatoa incident. Noticing one of the former maids of the Boreas family among the new members of the Iron Legion, she began to suspect that Soros and Philip Boreas Greyrat might be in Mealy's. It would be strange if she returned to Fatoa only to later find out that they had died in Mealy's. So, she asked Rigger to help her search for them there. This way, she would at least know if they were in Mealy's. There was still the possibility that they were alive somewhere else in the world, but in that case, she would have to trust that they would try to return to Fatoa. Eris mumbled something inaudible, tossing her quill onto the table and crossing her arms. "This is useless," she exclaimed, glaring at the messy writing on her paper. Rigger raised an eyebrow. "After hearing so many of Ghislaine's stories, you still think it's useless?" Eris didn't speak the beast god's language, so in addition to learning the writing and reading of the human language, she also had to practice speaking the beast god's tongue. Fortunately, she was forced to practice daily if she wanted to train, since, while many in the Iron Legion spoke the human language, many others spoke only the beast god's language. She turned her face away, sulking, while Ghislaine remained expressionless. Changing the subject, Ghislaine looked at Rigger and said, "I've noticed something strange in your training. You've been practicing your swordsmanship, but your technique seems worse than it was before." Rigger frowned, genuinely confused. "Worse? That doesn't make sense. I've been training constantly. I should be improving, even if just a little." Ghislaine crossed her arms, analyzing him. "Physically, yes, you've gotten a little stronger, but your technique has regressed. You don't control your Tuki like you used to. I've never seen this happen before, not even in the Sword Sanctuary. It's a unique case." Rigger felt uneasy at this observation. He had worked so hard, yet it seemed he was straying from the right path. This made him realize that something was wrong with him. Had he focused too much on improving his speed and magic and neglected his fundamental technique? Beyond his concerns about swordsmanship, he was also working on a new variation of Flash Step. He had already developed Burst Step, but now he wanted to incorporate lightning magic into the technique. His theoretical calculations suggested that this could potentially make him the fastest in the world. However, there was a significant problem: his reaction speed. Even if he managed to move at extreme velocities, his perception and reflexes would need to keep up, and at the moment, he simply wasn't capable of reacting at such speeds. "I'll train my swordsmanship more. Maybe I've neglected it too much." Even as he said it, he didn't quite believe it was the case. He had been training the same way he always had. The problem must have been elsewhere. As he pondered this, a guard knocked on the door. "Boss, letters from the Great Forest have arrived." He replied, "Thank you," and quickly checked the senders, his master, his mother, and Killian. Verdia's letter was brief, informing him about the members of the Legion who had sought her guidance in magic. She mentioned that she had taught Killian the saint-level tornado spell and noted that his mana reserves were exceptionally large. She also inquired about Rigger's progress, hoping that he had continued training his magic. Rigger soon bid farewell to Eris, who seemed furious, and Ghislaine before grabbing paper and a quill to write his responses. He informed Verdia that he had become a saint in healing magic and would soon reach the same level in detoxification magic. He also mentioned that he had successfully developed lightning magic and was eager to teach it. Lastly, he wrote that he would soon travel to the Sword Sanctuary. His mother's letter, on the other hand, was filled with affection and concern. She asked how he was, expressed how much she missed him, and wished him luck. Rigger felt warmth in his chest and responded lovingly, assuring her that he was well and that he would return to see her as soon as he could. Finally, there was Killian's letter. He detailed several issues faced by the leaders of the major groups in the Great Forest, including difficulties in implementing the performance system and resistance from some tribes unwilling to embrace change. Patiently, Rigger addressed Killian's concerns one by one, offering well-founded suggestions based on his own experiences and reinforcing that he trusted his friend's abilities. After finishing his responses, Rigger leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. There was much to do, but for now, he allowed himself a brief moment of tranquility before the next challenges arrived. After sealing the letters, Rigger took a deep breath, relaxing his muscles, and turned his attention to something of great importance: saint-level detoxification spells. These spells have been discovered by the Joylor family and were rare, valuable knowledge. He skimmed through old notes, carefully analyzing the magical structure behind the enchantments. The complexity was evident, and each spell seemed tailored for highly specific situations. Despite already reaching the saint level in healing magic, Rigger knew he couldn't afford to be complacent. Every new spell he learned was another tool for survival and strengthening, not just for himself, but for the entire Iron Legion. As he examined the spell diagrams, his gaze shifted to another set of notes: advanced barriers. These techniques surpassed even what his master, Verdia, knew, which only fueled his curiosity further. Among the various possible applications, one type of barrier caught his attention: mental barriers. This was because of a single name, Hitagami. The name echoed in his mind like a distant, ominous whisper. He hadn't forgotten about the self-proclaimed human god or the possibility that he had been interfering in everything that had gone wrong so far. If Hitagami was truly moving the pieces behind the scenes, Rigger needed to be prepared. However, no matter how much he studied, he made little progress in developing strategic mental barriers. The texts he found were fragmented, incomplete. Maybe this kind of magic is at an even higher level, probably saint or king level, he thought, clenching his fists in frustration. His thoughts were interrupted when a guard entered the room and announced, "Leader, the first caravan of dwarves joining the Legion has just arrived." Rigger stood up and decided to personally welcome them. As he stepped out of the main building, he saw a sturdy group of dwarves dressed in heavy attire and carrying work equipment. Several wagons followed behind them, and members of the Legion were already assisting in unloading their belongings. Rigger approached the caravan leader with a smile. "Fort Wind, who would have thought you'd choose to join us?" The dwarf, formerly a personal guard of the god, responded with enthusiasm. "No other dwarf has spent as much time with you. I have faith that you'll achieve great things in this life." "Where's Brightstone?" Fort Wind replied. "He should arrive with the next caravan." Rigger then ordered that they be shown to their new accommodations. Most of them were quickly assigned to the logistics and support divisions, as well as research and development, while a few joined combat divisions. Their arrival marked a significant advancement for the Legion, especially regarding infrastructure and the production of high-quality weaponry. After welcoming the dwarves and ensuring they were settled in, Rigger turned his attention to training the two monster-hunting groups designated for rank S targets. He had personally selected the members, choosing those who demonstrated the greatest potential and dedication. If Brightstone was truly coming in the next wave, Rigger wanted to ensure they had warriors prepared to handle any situation. Moreover, before Brightstone arrived, he planned to hunt a few rank S monsters to obtain high-quality magic stones. However, his primary concern was ensuring that Brightstone wouldn't abandon the Iron Legion after taking advantage of their resources. To prevent this, he needed to establish a bond of loyalty and shared interests. The sharp whistle of a blade cut through the air. Rigger barely dodged in time, tilting his body backward as a swordsman charged with a downward slash. Before the sword could hit the ground, an archer had already loosed a precise arrow. Rigger spun on his axis, the arrow barely grazing his shoulder. Good coordination. A mage chanted a spell, launching a massive fireball toward him. Rigger stomped the ground, causing a spike of earth to rise and disperse part of the flames, just as a warrior wielding an axe attempted to strike him in the opening. Rigger blocked with his forearm, reinforced by Tuki, creating a small shockwave before countering with a kick to the warrior's stomach, sending him flying. Too slow. The healer raised her staff, casting a recovery spell, while another swordsman slid in from the flank, thrusting his blade. In an instant, Rigger vanished with a flash step, reappearing behind the swordsman with his blade pressed lightly against his neck. Silence. You're improving, he said, stepping back. But you can push yourselves further. This still isn't enough to consistently hunt rank S monsters. That's enough for today. Keep training. As they caught their breath from the beating, they responded in unison, "Yes, boss." Later that same day, the dwarves finally delivered the long-promised blue dragon scales. With this, Rigger was officially recognized as an S-rank adventurer. Now that he held the title of Rank S Adventurer, the Iron Legion members who were also registered as adventurers in his clan had more freedom to accept high-paying and dangerous missions. He knew that, in time, some of them would reach Rank S through their own merit, further solidifying the Legion's influence. As he walked around the training field, Rigger pondered about his next big journey. He already had a rough idea of who would accompany him to the Sword Sanctuary. First, of course, were Ghislaine and Eris, but both had a different destination. They were heading to Fitoa, searching for information about the whereabouts of Soros, Hilda, and Philip Boreas. He had no intention of stopping them, since he knew how important this was to them. Additionally, Idar would be heading to the Water God-style dojo, a decision Rigger respected. It was an essential step in Idar's growth as a warrior. However, his biggest problem at the moment was something else: his instincts. Ghislaine had noticed something strange in his swordsmanship. Despite growing physically stronger, his technique seemed to have regressed. That worried him. He had always sought improvement, so how could he be getting worse instead of better? Something was wrong, and he needed to find the root of this problem as soon as possible. As these thoughts consumed him, he crossed his arms and sighed. His gaze returned to Rufus and the wolves, who were now engaged in combat training. Rufus and Jerry versus Skull and Frecky. He narrowed his eyes. Maybe there was a clue to his own situation there. Their instincts are sharp, natural. What if I'm forcing myself down a path that doesn't fit my body? That thought sent a chill down his spine. Would he never be able to escape this? Was he inherently a beast? But one thing was certain: he couldn't leave this problem unresolved. After all, if he truly wanted to reach great strength, he needed to keep moving forward. His current power was nowhere near enough. He walked past the training field and continued on his way. As he headed toward the meeting room, his mind buzzed with concerns. He then decided to talk to Ghislaine about Soros, Hilda, and Philip. Pycak had told him to search for them, but if they had ended up in a dangerous place, their lack of combat strength made their survival highly unlikely. When he found her, she was reading a book in silence, but she lifted her eyes as she sensed his approach. "Hey, practicing your reading?" Ghislaine nodded. "Ghislaine, about Soros, Hilda, and Philip. You know that if they were teleported to a dangerous place, the chances of them being alive are very low, right? Ghislaine stared at him for a moment. I know. I've already prepared myself for that possibility. But even if they ended up somewhere near Fitoa, what are the chances they're still alive? Rigger asked seriously. Ghislaine fell silent for a moment, thoughtful. But before she could respond, Rigger continued. Pycak told me that if they were sent to a territory near Fitoa and survived the teleportation, Azura's political situation doesn't favor them at all. They were likely blamed for the incident, and depending on who found them first, they might have even lost their lives due to political enemies. Ghislaine's expression darkened upon hearing this. Her fists clenched slightly. Rigger watched her and asked, "What would you do then?" Ghislaine met Rigger's gaze with firm eyes and thought for a moment. "I would protect Eris until she grew up. Then, I would seek revenge against whoever was responsible for their deaths." Rigger nodded slightly, but kept his eyes on her. And after that, for a moment, Ghislaine remained silent, as if reflecting on the question. Then she answered, "I would repay my debt to you by joining the Iron Legion." Rigger raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. "How cold. Calling it a debt, huh?" Ghislaine also showed a slight smile, something rare on her usually serious face. With that, the tension in the air eased slightly, but Rigger knew that this was a concern that would need to be addressed soon. Rigger was atop a huge wall, his eyes scanning the vast fortress he had built. The wind blew fiercely that morning, causing his clothes to billow as he observed the impressive growth of the Iron Legion's base. What was once merely a military encampment had now become practically a small city. Stone buildings lined the newly formed streets, housing shops, warehouses, dormitories, and even advanced training areas. Tinaver, which had once been only a medium-sized city, was now flourishing as a strategic commercial center, attracting merchants from various regions due to its growing population and the reputation of the Legion. Rigger crossed his arms and took a deep breath. For months had passed since the attack on the Joylor estate, and in that time, many things had changed. Mealy's continued to refuse any negotiations with the Iron Legion. The Temple Order wanted him dead, the Instruction Order didn't like him, and the Church Order remained neutral. The situation was unstable, but, for now, contained. He knew he couldn't stay there to defend the Legion forever. His decision was made. In a month, he would depart. The plan was set. He, Ghislaine, Eris, Idar, and Skoll would travel to the Azura Kingdom. Along the way, Idar would remain at the Water God-style dojo, and if all went well, Ghislaine and Eris would stay in Fitoa. Rigger would then continue with Skoll to the Sword Sanctuary. But before leaving, he needed to ensure that the Legion was prepared for what was to come. He knew that his presence, along with Ghislaine's, was one of the greatest deterrents against external attacks. Although Mealy's was displeased, they dared not make a move against the Legion, for he was essentially a walking nuclear bomb. But once he left, that threat would diminish drastically. With that in mind, he took preventive measures. He sent a letter to Killian and Gustav and the Dedoldia tribe, requesting 50 experienced warriors to reinforce the Legion's security. They were already on their way. He also asked all the allied bestial tribes to send at least a few warriors. Rigger pondered his strategy. The Legion had grown by absorbing various tribes and offering protection, making its overall strength formidable. With the complete destruction of the Black Troll group, the slave trade in the region had become nearly impossible. But that created new problems. Many nobles and Mealy's were dissatisfied because the sacred sword route, which had once been crucial for the slave trade, was now virtually blocked. He narrowed his eyes into the distance, immersed in thought. He needed to reach the sword sanctuary as quickly as possible. Ghislaine trained with him daily, but I didn't notice any improvement in my control of Tuki. She could feel the flow of her energy, but something seemed misaligned, disconnected. And it wasn't due to a lack of instruction. Ghislaine was an exceptional master. The problem seemed to lie within myself. The dense forest vibrated with the sounds of wildlife, but one sound stood out. Heavy yet agile steps cut through the vegetation as a huge monkey, about 4 meters tall, sprinted through the low foliage. Its body was covered in red fur, with flaming orange stripes that looked like live embers. Every movement demonstrated supernatural agility, but also severe exhaustion. Deep wounds stained its fur with dried blood, and its wild eyes showed pure fatigue. It had fought for its life, and its body bore the marks of that brutal battle. Suddenly, the sky lit up. A violent flash tore through the trees, and a colossal lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking the beast dead center. A deafening roar echoed through the forest as the monkey let out a desperate howl of pain. But the bolt did not stop. It pulsed, burning its body, leaving a charred trail where lush vegetation once stood. When the electricity finally dissipated, the monkey's body was unrecognizable. Its skin was scorched, smoke rising from it, and its muscles trembled involuntarily from the residual electricity still coursing through its form. It was still standing, staggering, trying to resist. Its eyes burned with one final spark of defiance. Harvest! In an instant, a reddish blade flashed through the air. In the blink of an eye, the creature's head rolled to the ground. Its body fell to its knees before finally collapsing. Ghislaine Dedoldia, holding her sword, stood firm beside the corpse. Her expression was impassive, as if none of it mattered. Rigger arrived shortly after, approaching the body. He crouched down and retrieved the magical stone from the creature's chest, analyzing it with a clinical gaze. This is the third one. It should be enough. He took the S-class magical stone in his hands and stored it away. Ghislaine remained silent, her eyes fixed on the horizon. Rigger looked up at her. Let's go back. Without saying another word, they both vanished in a blur, sprinting back to the Iron Legion's base. When they arrived, they were met by an unexpected sound, a commotion in the central square. Rigger and Ghislaine exchanged a brief glance before heading over, finding a restless crowd. As they approached, Rigger began to pick up fragments of the argument. What right does a brat of 10 or 11 have to give me orders? At the center of the commotion stood a tall man with dark skin, covered in orange fur. He was shirtless, his muscular body on full display. A striped tiger's tail swayed behind him, and his pointed ears twitched in irritation. His gaze burned with fury. Rigger crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Any problem? The tiger man turned and sneered. Oh, it's you? Great. For the rights of leadership in the Iron Legion, I challenge you to a duel. Rigger maintained a neutral expression. And what do you have to offer in return? The man hesitated, his posture rigid, clearly taken by surprise. I will give you my loyalty, he declared, pounding his chest. Rigger looked at him as if he were examining an insect. Do you think you're worth as much as the entire Iron Legion? A vein pulsed on the tiger man's forehead. His face twisted in indignation, and he growled before furiously advancing. Enough with the pretty words. Fight like a man. Rigger sighed. In the next instant, his body glowed and he vanished. Flash step. Before his challenger could react, Rigger reappeared above him and delivered a powerful kick. The impact sent the tiger man sprawling to the ground, forming a small crater in the earth. He groaned, nearly unconscious, his eyes glassy. Rigger scanned the crowd. Silence took over. He lifted a foot and pressed the defeated man's head to the ground. Anyone else? The audience hesitated. No one spoke. Rigger withdrew his foot and continued walking without looking back. Such incidents had become common ever since Killian absorbed the wild tribes. Many warriors from those tribes were dissatisfied with being under the command of someone younger and sought to challenge him. But if they thought they could face him, they were gravely mistaken. As Rigger was leaving, a new voice emerged from the crowd. I'd like to give it a try. Rigger stopped and turned, curious. Among the crowd, a familiar face appeared, a tall, steadfast warrior with a determined look. Aoi Hiroto. His deep dark brown hair framed a resolute face, while his intense red eyes radiated focus. His ears, set on the sides of his face, added a distinctive touch. Rigger felt his interest ignite instantly. He had recently discovered that Aoi's had become a sword saint. That could be interesting. Aoi's assumed the classic stance for wielding the long sword of light, while Rigger adjusted his own posture, preparing for the duel. A heavy silence hung between them, as if the very air around them had hardened in anticipation. Then at the same moment, both advanced. However, Rigger, combining his flash step with his overwhelming physical strength and a considerable increase in Tuki, outpaced Waze by a wide margin. Even so, he could perceive the high level of skill in his opponent. No advanced-level fighter could react so easily. Still, Waze held his ground, countering the attack with precision and sharp instincts. A nearly imperceptible smile formed on Rigger's lips. He respected warriors who fought without hesitation. They moved past each other like samurai. Rigger remained unscathed, but a small cut appeared on Wei's neck. Rigger then turned and recognized him, congratulating him with an evaluative look. "You've grown much stronger, Waze." With a firm nod, he added, "Welcome." Wei seemed proud to have been recognized, and said, "Thank you." The influx of new members to the Iron Legion was enormous. The number of warriors was growing daily, increasing the organization's strength and influence. The arrival of Dedoldia further reinforced this growth. As Rigger looked at the new faces, he felt the weight of responsibility increasing. He knew that their rapid expansion would not go unnoticed by the watchful eyes of Mealy's. Despite the wealth they had accumulated, whether through attacks on slave bases or through mercenary work as adventurers, blacksmiths, and hunters, the Legion's expenses were still high. Yet, slowly, the internal economy was stabilizing. Their numbers were already enough to make even Mealy's hesitate before attacking them. The Legion was absorbing tribes from the Great Forest, receiving reinforcements from the Dedoldia and the dwarves, and rescuing and integrating former slaves into its structure. The growth was overwhelming. But Rigger knew that, sooner or later, this growth would provoke a response. Mealy's could not ignore them for much longer. The first move would come soon. Even so, he couldn't delay his journey to the Sword Sanctuary. His control over his Tuki was unbalanced, and that needed to be resolved before it became a fatal problem. He looked at the Iron Legion's base one last time that day. In 2 weeks, he would depart, and until then, he would ensure that everyone was prepared for what was to come. Rigger observed the group gathered before him, the dust still hanging in the air after the intense training session. The battlefield lay in ruins, with signs of the simulated combat scattered everywhere. Joseph, the group's leader, took a deep breath as the other members regained their composure. "The lack of explosive power has now been compensated for by Waze," Rigger said, his eyes scrutinizing the faces of the warriors. "With that, you will initially be our primary hunting group, until the other team becomes more synchronized." The fighters nodded, absorbing the decision. Joseph was the first to speak, his voice filled with respect and determination. "Thank you for your trust." He then turned to Waze, the Dedoldia warrior who had recently joined the group. Since his arrival, Waze had become a standout figure in the Legion, not only for his strength but also for being a sword saint, the same legendary class as Ghislaine and Rigger. "You really made an impression, Waze," Joseph commented with a half-smile. "Your name is on everyone's lips." The man let out a small laugh and crossed his arms. Rigger didn't linger to follow the conversation, as he had other matters to attend to. He walked toward Brightstone's forge, where the smell of molten metal and hot embers filled the air. Barely had he stepped into the rustic, functional space when the gruff, direct voice of the dwarf blacksmith greeted him. "Hey, what are the odds we get massacred by mealies in your absence?" Rigger let out a short laugh, crossing his arms. "Almost zero. Even if there's a battle, many will escape alive." Brightstone clicked his tongue, his gaze shifting to a bench where 3 S-class magical stones rested. He looked at them with a gleam in his eyes, clearly pleased with what he had in hand. "At least I have 3 of these beauties," he said, running his thick hand over one of the gleaming stones before looking up at Rigger. "Which sword do you want me to enchant first?" Rigger already had an answer ready. "Taste Dedoldia," but he asked the dwarves to forge a new one with Arathium, so you'll have to wait. Brightstone mumbled something inaudible before nodding his head. All right. I'll keep myself busy with other things until then." Leaving the forge, Rigger made his way to one of the training dojos. The sound of clashing swords echoed in the air even before he approached. Upon entering, he saw Ghislaine watching closely as Eris executed rapid, powerful strikes. It was impressive how much the girl had evolved in such a short time. She's advancing very quickly, Rigger murmured to himself. At this rate, when she's 10 years old, she'll be very close to advanced level. Ghislaine looked at him and gave a slight nod, a silent gesture of acknowledgement. Eris, noticing Rigger's presence, narrowed her eyes and intensified her efforts, as if eager to display her strength. A discreet smile formed on her lips before Rigger entered the dojo and joined the training. The afternoon sun shone brightly over the Iron Legion's courtyard. Surrounded by curious onlookers and warriors, Ghislaine and Eris stood before him, ready to cast their first spell. The wind blew softly as the attentive eyes of the spectators fixed upon them. Ghislaine was already a well-known figure within the Legion, recognized not only for her strength as a Sword King, but also for having saved Rigger at the Joiler Mansion. She had many admirers, though Rigger wasn't particularly fond of them. Eris took a deep breath, concentrating. Her face was serious, her eyebrows furrowed in determined effort. She chanted, "May the protection of the great fire be where you seek it. I invoke the bold heat of a torch here and now." Fireball, a small sphere of flickering flames, appeared in the air before her. The shimmering fire reflected in the red-eyed girl's gaze, and she broke into a victorious smile. The silence lasted only a second before Rigger smiled and confidently declared, "Congratulations, Eris. Now you can consider yourself a fire elemental mage." The girl's chest swelled with pride, and she cast a look of pure satisfaction at the spectators. Some murmured in surprise, while others simply smiled at her excitement. Now was Ghislaine's turn. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes for a moment, and then repeated the incantation with a firm and resolute voice. Just like Eris, a sphere of fire appeared before her, floating for a few moments before dissipating. This time, the audience reacted immediately. Applause and cheers echoed throughout the courtyard, celebrating the formidable warrior's achievement. Rigger, however, cast a piercing look at the men who were clapping and whistling. His gaze was like a blade cutting through their excitement, and the noise quickly died down. The spectators discreetly coughed and averted their eyes, regaining their composure. Then Rigger drew 2 wands from his cloak, holding them firmly. "I heard from Pycak that it is customary to present students with their first wands when they cast their first elemental spell," he said, his voice echoing clearly throughout the courtyard. "It isn't a tradition I used to follow, but I've decided to adopt it this time. Congratulations to both of you." Ghislaine knelt and bowed her head. "I receive it with gratitude, Professor Rigger." The formality surprised some of the onlookers, but for her, it was a gesture of respect. Rigger nodded as he handed her the wand. "You still need to learn beginner healing and water spells, as they are very useful as well," he added, looking at both of them. "But from today onward, you can call yourselves mages." Eris exchanged a glance with Ghislaine for a moment, then, hesitantly, imitated her posture and knelt as well, her face slightly flushed. "I accept with gratitude," she said, taking the wand with trembling hands. Ghislaine expressed herself, holding her wand with a slight smile on her lips. Her golden eyes shone with a rare feeling of satisfaction as she murmured to herself, "I'm a mage now." That small moment of achievement changed something within her, even if subtly. For so many years, Ghislaine had relied solely on her sword to resolve everything. But now a new path had opened before her, a path she had never considered following because everyone around her had said she was incapable of such a thing. Eris gripped her wand firmly, her eyes shining with determination. Looking at both of them, Rigger looked inward. The future promises to be interesting. The training field was silent, except for the sound of the wind slicing through the air. Rigger and Ghislaine were focused, their bodies almost a blur due to the incredible speed of their movements. The ground trembled slightly with each explosive step, and the sound of blades cutting through the air echoed back and forth. It was a spectacle of strength and precision, as if they were engaged in a deadly dance. Eris, on the other hand, was far away, her presence distant as she chased Skull and Jerry through the forest. The Black Wolf and its pup performed during their training, with Rufus riding on Jerry, merely as part of a series of exercises. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the intense rhythm of the training. "Boss, someone here said they know Miss Ghislaine." It was Pycak. Rigger and Ghislaine immediately stopped. Their bodies, once a blur of rapid movement, slowed until they were motionless. Rigger's attention returned to the intruder, who was almost imperceptible in the distance. As the man approached, Rigger could see that he had inherited a demonic lineage with monkey-like features. Large ears and a mischievous expression made him hard to ignore. He wore a simple vest and thief's clothes, his disheveled appearance contrasting with the discipline of the Iron Legion. Ghislaine stepped forward upon recognizing him. "Geese!" exclaimed Ghislaine, walking toward him. "It's been a while. How did you know I was here?" Geese replied in a friendly manner. His relaxed posture showed no signs of danger or tension. "Ah, Ghislaine, always so straightforward. I heard that the Black Wolf had joined the Iron Legion, so I decided to come see with my own eyes." He laughed as he glanced at Rigger. "And here we are." Rigger stepped forward, his gaze penetrating and wary. "I am Rigger Dedoldia." He introduced himself in a serious yet open tone. Geese looked at him briefly, evaluating him before letting out a low laugh. "Geese Nucadia," he said with a casual nod. "I'm looking for Paul and his family. You must know that all of Fatoa was transported. I've tried several places, but it seems no one knows where they are." Always attentive to details, Rigger kept his eyes fixed on the newcomer, observing every expression and gesture. A feeling that something was not quite right took root in his mind, although his instincts did not signal any immediate danger. Even so, there was something that unsettled him. "And how did you learn about the Legion?" Ghislaine asked. Geese crossed his arms. "Hardly anyone in Mealy's doesn't know about them now." "Well, in any case, that's one less person to search for. In fact, I've had some difficulties with that. I looked for our old group, but haven't found any clue about them yet. You're the first one who's come across them." Rigger looked at Ghislaine, who seemed to be reflecting on Geese's words. "I see," Ghislaine murmured, before turning to Rigger. "They're the ones I mentioned from my old group, Paul and Zenith. I heard they also had a son." Rigger nodded. "I'm heading to the Central Continent now, and, who knows, maybe I'll find something there." Observing Geese's behavior and relaxed tone, Rigger pondered for a moment before replying. Ghislaine spoke again. "We're heading to the Central Continent as well. You can come with us if you want." Geese raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Really?" he suggested, as if the offer were a great surprise. "I could go, of course. I'm good at everything except fighting. Taking care of all matters outside of combat has always been my strong suit. If you need someone for espionage, information gathering, or just organizing things, that's me." Ghislaine looked at Rigger, who appeared to be evaluating his options. She gave a slight nod, confirming the trust she had in Geese. "It's true. He could do everything except fight. He handled all the non-combat activities for our group. If you need help with other tasks, he'll be useful." Rigger looked at Geese once more, and his instincts told him that he could be trusted. It wasn't a strong feeling, but it was enough for Rigger to make a decision. "All right, you can come with us, since you're a companion of Ghislaine," he said in a firm yet friendly tone. "But just to be clear, don't expect me to get along with anyone who shows a lazy attitude." Geese let out a laugh and performed an exaggerated bow. "Don't worry, Red Wolf. I'm far more useful than I appear." He winked with a mischievous smile. Ghislaine appeared impassive, her confidence in Geese unwavering as she returned to her training. Geese continued his carefree behavior, but his eyes were constantly analyzing the situation. Rigger sensed that there was something more behind the simple appearance and easy laugh. But for now, he chose to trust him, since Ghislaine had spoken highly of his skills, and Rigger felt no threat from him, only a strange sensation. Atop the wall, Rigger remained steadfast. Beside him were Ghislaine, Eris, Idar, Geese, Taze, Pycak, Waze, and Skull. Below, in perfect order, the army was arrayed in formation, each soldier emanating the strength and determination that only the union of multiple races could bring. Men, women, elves, dwarves, demons, and other creatures stood under a single banner. Iron Legion, Rigger declared, his voice firm and clear, echoing through the fortress walls and resonating throughout the camp. Today, when I look at all of you, I see more than just an army. I see a union of peoples, different in culture and origin, but united by fate. He paused, then walked with determined steps, the eyes of the warriors following every word he spoke. Now, the Iron Legion is stronger than ever. Humans, beastmen, dwarves, and all the races here have united under one name, under one legion. Many of you have gathered here today for many reasons. To protect your loved ones, to fight for the future of your race, for a chance to stand out in this world and let fire and steel rain down upon our enemies. The Iron Legion is the banner that carries the flame of change against the status quo in today's society. For those who hold power in their hands will almost always seek to eliminate us. Rigger spoke again, now with greater intensity, his words filled with confidence. The prosperity and security of the Iron Legion are in your hands. I know that even in my absence, each of you will continue to fight with the same strength and courage as always. I am going to the Sword Sanctuary, and I promise you all one thing. He paused, his eyes scanning the crowd, and a wild smile remained on his face. When I return, I will be the next sword god. The crowd responded with applause and waves of determination. Every voice that joined and made the air vibrate with emotion. Tiniver was more excited than ever. Rigger, with a confident smile, turned to Taze, Waze, and Pykak, who were close by, and spoke firmly. Listen up, Taze, Pykak, and Waze. I entrust the Iron Legion to you three in my absence. Taze, you will be the interim commander of this army while I'm away, he said in a deep voice. Taze, though only 14 years old, already impressed everyone with his imposing height, about 1.80 m, and his leadership that transcended his age. He nodded respectfully with a silent determination. I won't let you down. Waze, equally attentive, nodded firmly, his expression showing maturity and unwavering commitment. Pykak, in his usual direct tone, looked at Rigger and, with an ironic smile, said, I hope I'm still alive when you get back. As the solemnity spread throughout the camp, Rigger descended the wall, slowly approaching those gathered at his base. It was then, amid the crowd, that his eyes fixed on familiar faces, young Rufus, ever vigilant, the two wolves who would remain, whose humble followers sang a chant of loyalty, Garrison, Joseph, and many others who, with nods and smiles, wished him good luck. Farewell, Rigger murmured. The young commander felt the weight of responsibility, but also the joy of knowing he wasn't alone. As he began his departure, Rigger took a deep breath, feeling the freshness of the morning mixed with the scent of earth and courage. Determined, he took the first steps toward the Sword Sanctuary, each step marking the beginning of an adventure that would shape the destiny of them all. Accompanying him in the carriage were Eris, Ghislaine, Idar, Jess, and Skoll, walking by his side. The sun was high, and as he walked, he could hear excited shouts echoing in the distance. Rigger Dedoldia. Age, 11 years and 1 month. Titles, Flaming Beast, Red Wolf. Mana reserves, God level. Weapons, Tsukikage of the 49 blades of the Dragon King Kajikut. Night Hunter, Hidden Daggers. Magical skills, Fire Magic, Advanced. Earth Magic, King. Water Magic, Saint. Wind Magic, King. Healing Magic, Saint. Detoxification Magic, Saint. Barrier Magic, Advanced. Howling Magic, Conqueror's Hockey. Combat Skills, North God Style, Saint. Sword God Style, Saint. Water God Style, Advanced. Combat with natural weapons, claws, instincts, etc. Saint. Battle Strength, High King level Warrior. Intellectual Skills, Reading and Writing in Beast God, Demon God, and Human languages. Mathematics, University level. Practical Skills, Excellent Hunter, Good Teacher, Very Bad Cook. It's almost inedible, but it can be eaten to avoid starving to death. excellent builder, earth magic, good swimmer, between others. The sun blazed mercilessly over the golden dunes of the desert as the dry wind blew gusts of cutting sand. The suffocating heat made every breath a conscious effort, but there was no time for distractions. Rudius Greyrat stood firm, his sharp gaze scanning the sea of sand around him. The ground beneath trembled. "Prepare yourselves, they're here," he shouted, and the next moment, the creatures emerged. From the depths of the desert, enormous silhouettes burst through the sandy surface. The sandworms, 15-meter-long monstrosities, rose with thunderous roars. Their protruding fangs gleamed under the sunlight, and within their cavernous mouths, hundreds of spiraling teeth spun, ready to tear apart anything in their path. Without hesitation, Rudius raised his hand, shaping mana in the air. With a shout, he launched his attack. A highly compressed and rapidly spinning stone cannon shot forth like a meteor, cutting through the air before striking the head of one of the worms. The impact was devastating, the explosion of debris, flesh, and blood echoing across the battlefield. The beast roared before collapsing, its head obliterated. Excellent, glass cannon," a rough, energetic voice resounded beside Rudius. Mortan, a red-skinned demon standing 2.5 meters tall, charged forward with fury. His twin cleavers gleamed under the scorching sun as he spun his body in a merciless dual strike. His sharp blade cleaved another worm in half, the creature convulsing violently before succumbing. He laughed maniacally as he tore through yet another opponent, the scent of blood thick in the dry air. In the distance, reinforcements finally arrived. Larix, a dark-skinned warrior, led a strange group of fighters, each displaying unique skills. His feet dug into the sand as he unsheathed his scimitar, his eyes gleaming fiercely. "Don't destroy the poison glands," he called out, his voice vibrating with excitement. Kill them all." And then chaos erupted. Larix, a king-tier North God-style swordsman, became a slicing hurricane, weaving through the monsters with inhuman speed and precision. Every swing of his scimitar reaped flesh, the steel cutting through the beasts' bodies as if they were paper. His wild grin was mirrored by Mortan, who continued laughing amid the massacre, wielding his cleavers with relentless brutality. Amid the mayhem, the young elf girl, Sylphie, planted her small feet into the sand, raising her wand with determination. Her heart pounded, but she did not hesitate. Ice cannon," she shouted. A crystalline projectile shot from her wand, slicing through the air before striking one of the worms. The impact instantly froze part of the creature, slowing its movements just enough for Hector, the old swordsman with long gray hair, to deliver a clean strike, severing the beast's head from its body. Hector flashed a gentle smile at her before returning to the fight. The beige-haired, voluptuous demon mage observed Sylphie and nodded approvingly. "Well done, little Sylphie. Keep it up," her voice rang encouragingly. Rudius wasted no time. He positioned himself strategically, launching stone and fire cannons while casting Quagmire to trap the worms in muddy pits, making it easier for the melee fighters to finish them off. With each spell, he felt his mana flow with precision, his mind calculating the next steps. The battlefield pulsed with life and death. A human swordswoman, fighting fiercely with sword and shield, was sent flying when one of the worms struck her from the side. She crashed heavily, her armor absorbing part of the impact, but her body was wounded. The monster lunged to finish her off, but Larix was already on the move. He slid in swiftly, blocking the attack with his blade and countering with a precise cut to the beast's jaw. At the same time, Sylphie rushed in, propelled by wind magic, and landed beside the injured woman. Her hand glowed as she channeled her chantless healing magic, closing the swordswoman's wounds. The battle raged on for several minutes, the worms' corpses piling up in the sand, staining the dunes red. Spells streaked across the battlefield, ambushes erupted from below, and the warriors moved like gods of death. In the end, the few creatures that remained fled, retreating into the depths of the desert. Ha 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 ha. Larix bellowed in laughter, slapping his thigh in delight. That was amazing. Mortan joined in, dragging his cleaver along the leg of a fallen worm to clean off the thick, sticky blood. Larix turned to Rudius, pointing at him with a grin still on his face. You did great this time, Glass Cannon. Your little girlfriend, too. He winked at Sylphie. The elf instantly turned red, averting her gaze in embarrassment. Rudius, on the other hand, frowned. Hey, man, I'm only 7, he grumbled, crossing his arms. His nickname had become Glass Cannon. He had high attack power, but if he took a hit, his chances of survival were slim. Larix stretched, cracking his shoulders before flashing a wide grin. You're almost 8. I lost my virginity at 8, he said casually. The demon mage rolled her eyes. Let's head back already. I'm almost out of mana, she said, her voice exhausted. Larix clicked his tongue. TCH. Fine, fine. Gather all the glands and fangs in the bags. Move it, he ordered, starting to collect the valuable materials from the carcasses. And so, the group prepared to leave, carrying the spoils of their intense battle. The sun remained relentless in the sky. It had been a few months since we were teleported from Buena Village. Sylphie and I. It was confirmed. We were in Begarit, the desert-filled continent. But why hadn't we left? Well, we had been kidnapped. The leader of the Tyranny Tempest, Larix, made us members of his mercenary group. When he saw us, he said it would be convenient to have someone who could make it rain and build houses with magic. At the time, I decided to follow him, thinking it was the only way to find civilization, but now, I couldn't regret it more. As I raised another temporary house for the group, I watched the others moving about, preparing the camp for another night in the desert. Larix sat on a pile of supplies, sharpening his scimitar, and it was to him that I directed my tired expression. How long do we have to stay in your group again? He lifted his gaze, furrowing his brow as if my question was the dumbest thing in the world. Didn't I already tell you? As long as I want. Sylphie, sitting near the campfire, stopped fiddling with her wand and looked at me with concern. Larix stood up, his grin widening challengingly. Kid, you need to understand the law of the strong. I'm stronger, faster, and more aggressive than you. So you're my subordinate. If you want to run away, try it. If you want to beat me, you're welcome to try. I sighed. This guy really didn't take anything seriously. He snapped his fingers and turned to Vedette, the demon mage of the group, his gaze filled with dubious intentions. Hey, Vedette, how about we head inside? I told the Glass Cannon to build that comfortable bed. The mage rolled her eyes, crossing her arms. Before following him, she cast a sympathetic glance at me and Sylphie. Sorry about him, kids. And with that, she disappeared into the makeshift house with Larix. I sighed once again and sat down next to Sylphie. She kept her head lowered, clearly uncomfortable, but at least the girls and the old man were quite kind. I wasn't much different. My mind started drifting back to our previous escape attempt. When we first met Larix and his group, he used an item that looked like a stamp to mark our hands. I didn't think much of it at the time, but after a month of him refusing to let us go, I gathered our money and ran away with Sylphie. Less than 24 hours later, he found me. That's when I discovered the reason. The mark on our hands was a tracker created by a magic item. And, even worse, Larix had a demon eye, the eye of clairvoyance. He could see for miles, and in the desert, that advantage was even more absurd. The idea of escape seemed more and more impossible. As I was lost in these thoughts, the 2.5-meter-tall, red-skinned demon, Mortan, laughed loudly as he roasted a massive scorpion over the fire. Beside him, old Hector and the human warrior drank from their flasks, chatting casually. Hey, Glass Cannon, join us. Mortan shouted, catching my attention. Ugh, I really hated that nickname. Maybe because it was true. I glanced at Sylphie, who looked hesitant, but we still approached the group. Hey, why do you guys follow Larix? I asked, crossing my arms. The three of them laughed, as if my question was far too innocent. Old Hector was the first to answer, smiling with nostalgia. I have a debt to his family. Larix's father helped me save my family, and in return, I swore to serve him and his descendants until the end of my days. And so I do. In fact, I'm the only one here with a noble reason. Mortan let out a deep, guttural laugh before speaking. Me? Ah, he found me, beat me up, and kidnapped me. Since then, I've never been able to escape. The warrior beside them chuckled and added, Same here. But in my case, he just thought I was hot and wanted me in his harem. I wasn't beaten, just defeated. I was shocked, and Sylphie looked even more worried. She nudged me and whispered, He won't want me to, will he? The warrior laughed and waved a hand. No. He has a rule about children and women. He never hurts a child and never forces a woman into his bed. I let out a sigh of relief, but my mind was still a mess. This guy is insane, that's for sure. How the hell did he manage to create such a harmonious atmosphere using such an absurd method? Rudius looked at the mercenaries around the fire, the flickering heat casting dancing shadows on their faces. He hesitated for a moment, but couldn't hold back his curiosity. Have you guys never tried to join forces against him? His voice cut through the night air, filled with uncertainty. The momentary laughter ceased, and a palpable tension settled in. The once relaxed faces turned serious. The old swordsman, Hector, leaned slightly forward, his eyes filled with experience and a hint of regret. Never suggest that again, kid, he said, his voice heavy. Larix doesn't tolerate betrayal. If he senses he's being cornered, he won't hesitate. He'll fight to the death and then hunt down every last one who tried to take him down. 3 from his previous group attempted it, and they're all dead. Rudius felt a chill run down his spine. So that means, if it were a fair challenge, one-on-one, he wouldn't run? That's what he says. Mortan, the red-skinned demon, answered with a sadistic grin. But to this day, no one has managed to beat him. The leather-armored warrior nodded. There was once a man called the Desert Serpent. They said he was a king-level warrior who had never lost a battle. He ruled over a large part of the desert. One day, he challenged Larix, thinking he could make him his subordinate. She crossed her arms, her eyes fixed on the fire. It was his first and last defeat. Rudius swallowed hard. You mean to say? Hector completed her thought. They say that Kalman II, the second-generation North god himself, named him King of the North after that fight. That was 16 years ago. Larix was only 22 at the time. The weight of that information hit Rudius like a rock. How could he possibly defeat someone like that? He had promised to take Sylphie home, but with each passing day, that promise seemed further away. He looked at the girl beside him, who had been silent the entire time. He could feel her body tense. Sylphie gently squeezed his hand. I believe Rudy can do it. Rudius blinked, surprised. She was looking at him with conviction, without a hint of doubt. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to say it didn't make sense, that it was impossible, but seeing the trust in her eyes made him reconsider. Before he could respond, Hector cleared his throat. Actually, the little girl is right, kid. Everyone turned to him. Even Mortan seemed intrigued. What do you mean by that, old man? The warrior asked. Hector pointed at Rudius with an analytical gaze. You can use chantless magic, right? And I've never seen you run out of mana, no matter how long the battle lasts. I don't see how that helps me, Rudius muttered, but Hector interrupted him. It does help. If you can channel enough mana into a smaller spell, you could create something powerful enough to pierce his Tuki. And if you find a way to keep your distance, you might be able to give him a real fight. A silence fell over the group. Rudius had never thought of it that way. The idea of facing him still seemed suicidal, but he looked at Sylphie again. He had made a promise, no matter how impossible it seemed. He took a deep breath and turned to Hector. Old man, will you help me train? Mortan roared with laughter, slapping his knee. I like this kid. He's got guts. The warrior smiled. This could be interesting. Hector let out a soft chuckle and shook his head. It will be my pleasure, Rudius. We start tomorrow morning. Rudius felt a cold weight settle in his stomach, but there was no turning back now. If he wanted to get out of here with Sylphie, he would have to become strong enough to face Larix. And that started now. Along a road stretching across vast plains of green grass, a large carriage stood by the roadside, with 2 horses grazing nearby. The sun was already setting on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Beside the carriage, an improvised campsite had been set up, where a crackling campfire burned as Skoll, Ghislaine, and Rigger sat around it. The irresistible aroma of a well-seasoned stew filled the air, drawing hungry sighs from those present. Ghislaine stirred the thick broth in the pot with practiced ease, a mischievous grin on his face as he watched his traveling companion's expressions while telling his story. So, when I rescued him from there with a rope, he told me he was from Fitoa, from Buena Village, and I remembered that Paul and Zenith had moved there. After we went to the nearest Adventurers Guild, we found 2 more people from Fitoa, and gradually, the news of the teleportation spread. That's when I decided to look for you, Paul, and Zenith, who were probably the only 3 who were there during the teleportation incident. As he spoke, he kept adding spices and some unknown herbs to the pot, but Rigger and Ghislaine weren't entirely focused on his story. Both of their gazes were locked onto the bubbling pot, the rich and tantalizing aroma making their mouths water. Even Skoll, the enormous giant wolf, kept his eyes fixed on the roasting meat nearby, occasionally licking his lips in anticipation. The night breeze carried the delicious scent throughout the campsite, making the moment even cozier. A short distance away, Eris was launching fierce attacks at Idar, shouting with vigor. Haoa! Her strikes were full of raw energy, but Idar, now much more refined, easily dodged and defended, his posture impeccable and his movements calculated. On the second day of the journey, Idar had faced Ghislaine in battle, and that fight had been the missing piece for him to break through the final barrier and reach the saint level in the water god style. He had asked Ghislaine to attack him with full force, and by managing to withstand and react at the right moment, he finally advanced to the next level. At 17 years old, becoming a water saint was an impressive feat, something only a few managed to achieve at such an age. Eris, in turn, had exploded with fighting spirit upon seeing Idar's progress. Her 10th birthday was approaching, and Rigger had decided to talk to Ghislaine about something. After she agreed with his idea, he told Eris, if you can become an advanced rank swordswoman by your birthday, you can become an adventurer. Those words seemed to ignite a blazing fire within her, and since then, she had been training with absurd intensity. The desire to become an adventurer had always been in her heart, and now she was determined to reach that goal. Idar was also excited to test his newfound strength, experimenting with how his movements had changed after his breakthrough. He exchanged blows with Eris, analyzing his own reflexes and trying to familiarize himself with the sensation of his improvement. Even though Eris wasn't much of a challenge, at the very least, she was quite determined. Meanwhile, Skoll continued watching the food with visible hunger. He was already a massive wolf, and Rigger had learned that ebony wolves like him reached adulthood at 3 years old and lived between 25 and 35 years. This meant that Skoll was already in his adolescence, becoming increasingly fierce and dominant. His hungry gaze at the roasting meat made Rigger chuckle internally. Turning his attention back to Geese, Rigger asked, Geese, what can you tell me about Paul Greyrat? Ghislaine raised an eyebrow and looked at Rigger, while Geese stopped stirring the food for a moment, glancing between the two before smiling, seemingly choosing his words carefully. Let's just say he was a womanizer, he said, laughing. He used to chase after women all the time before settling down with Zenith. But he was also a talented swordsman and a good leader, just never went further because he was lazy and irresponsible. Rigger absorbed this information, thoughtful. From the tone of previous conversations between Ghislaine and Geese, he had picked up on small details indicating that Paul and Ghislaine had been involved in the past. But to Rigger, that wasn't particularly important. He just wanted to know if this Paul was in love with Ghislaine or something like that. But it seemed like it was just one of many flings. In both his previous world and this one, such relationships were quite common, so it wasn't something that surprised him. His eyes drifted to Eris and Idar, who were still training fiercely. Then, without taking his eyes off them, he asked Ghislaine, Ghislaine, before I left, I told the Legion that when I returned, I would be the next sword god. He then turned to face her directly and continued, What are my chances, in your opinion? Ghislaine remained silent for a moment, thoughtful. Her lips curled slightly into an almost imperceptible smile, a detail that Rigger found extremely cute. Then, with absolute confidence, she replied, "As long as my master is still the sword god, 80%. Rigger was surprised by that response. He expected her to say something like, "It depends on your effort," or "You have a chance if you train hard." He hadn't expected such optimism, especially from Ghislaine, whom he knew deeply respected her master. Rigger tilted his head slightly, reflecting on Ghislaine's answer. "Why 80%? He asked, frowning. Ghislaine crossed her arms and replied in her usual expressionless tone, "You have the greatest talent I've ever seen. You have the motivation and determination. And, above all, you have the confidence." She paused briefly, observing him with her sharp eyes. "Objectively speaking, my master is very strong. The strongest sword god, in my opinion. But unless he's found a new motivation to push himself even further since I last saw him, you will eventually defeat him." Rigger narrowed his eyes. "But didn't you say I wasn't improving?" Ghislaine gave a slight nod. "Yes. I still don't understand the reason for your decline, but I'm sure you can figure it out." Rigger remained silent, contemplating her words. "You seem to think I have some idea of what the problem is." Geese laughed loudly, breaking the slight tension in the air. "So, I'm in the presence of the future sword god. A toast to that." He raised his mug and took a long sip. "Hawa." Rigger let out a short chuckle. At first, he had found Geese strange. His instincts told him that he was friendly, but at the same time, there was something peculiar about him, something hard to define. Now, after interacting with him for so long, Rigger realized that Geese was just an eccentric, someone who strictly followed his own beliefs, his jinx code. His ideas were strange and specific, but in the end, Rigger had come to like him a little. Geese possessed many unusual skills, all incredibly useful, but fighting was definitely not one of them. However, from a certain perspective, he was someone worthy of admiration. He had managed to make it this far in a world where individual power was crucial, and he had done it without any aptitude for combat. Rigger crossed his arms and stared at him. "Geese, have you ever thought about learning how to fight?" Geese let out a hearty laugh. "Boss, I have no talent for that, believe me. I've already tried." Ghislaine shook her head and commented in an almost monotone voice, "I tried teaching him once myself, but he's really bad at it. Very bad. I think I've never taught anyone worse before." Geese cleared his throat loudly and hurriedly changed the subject. "The food is ready." The announcement was enough to attract Eris, who ran to the campfire with an excited expression. "Really? Finally!" Idar, who had been watching the training from a distance, walked over to them with his arms crossed. He looked at Rigger and asked, "Hey, Rigger, do you think the temple order will try anything along the way?" Rigger reflected for a moment. Before he could respond, Geese intervened, spinning his wooden spoon as he stirred the stew. "I think it's very likely. They're all fanatics. Even if the leaders don't act directly, the more fervent followers might try something. That's just how they are." Rigger looked at him curiously. "You sure know a lot about mealies, huh?" Geese grinned as he served himself a portion of stew. "Let's just say I've been to many places and seen a little of everything. But mealies has a special way of handling things. You'll understand soon enough." The scent of the stew spread through the camp, and Skull, the massive wolf, watched the roasting meat with keen eyes. A light breeze passed through the area, carrying the aroma to every corner. Geese then said, "You can eat too, boy." Without needing further confirmation, Skull lunged at the roasted animal. He needed to eat a lot now, as this was the most important phase of his growth. Eris soon arrived and approached Rigger, her eyes shining with excitement. But she hadn't shouted when talking to Rigger for a long time now. "Hey, Rigger, can I learn to use that flaming sword?" Rigger raised an eyebrow, surprised by the question. "You want to use chantless magic?" "Yeah, that technique you used against Ghislaine the other day. It's so cool." Rigger crossed his arms, pondering for a moment. He already knew that Eris didn't have much talent for magic, and she was already 9 years old, almost reaching her 10th birthday. Her mana capacity wouldn't surpass Tay's. She could barely use elemental magic, and learning chantless magic was as much about talent as it was about starting training early, according to his theories. She had neither on her side. It would be an extremely difficult process for her. You could, he began, choosing his words carefully, but it would take many years of dedication just to learn the basics. You have great talent, but that talent lies in the sword. If you try to focus on learning magic, you'll end up wasting potential that could take you much further. Eris furrowed her brows, her expression turning slightly sulky, but she said nothing. Then forget it, she huffed, turning abruptly and going back to her training with exaggerated expressions of disdain. Despite her attitude, Rigger could tell she was genuinely disappointed. She learns quickly and has strong willpower, but only in things that involve physical activities. I don't think she's capable of mastering this kind of technique. The sword god style she's been learning from Ghislaine since the beginning is extremely compatible with Eris and doesn't rely on magic, focusing only on that would suit her better in the long run. Though she did seem a little disappointed, he let out a sigh and decided he had thought about it enough. Night was beginning to fall, and the camp had a relaxed atmosphere. Geese was chatting with Idar, telling some story about Rida, the first water god, which actually caught the boy's attention, while Ghislaine was reading a small, worn-out book, probably The Three Swordsmen, which he had recommended to practice reading. Rigger, on the other hand, decided to do something different. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. That restlessness in his body had been bothering him for a while. His Tuki was becoming fiercer, more violent, which was actually a good thing, but his control over it seemed to be slipping. His body felt like a wild, untamed beast, unrestricted. He needed to find balance. In his previous world, there were stories about warriors and cultivators who used meditation to tame their bodies and minds. Maybe that could help him now. He took a deep breath, focusing. He tried to empty his mind, to feel the flow of energy within himself, to perceive the details around him. The sound of the wind blowing through the plains, the wood crackling in the fire, the muffled voices of Geese and Idar. Then, something different happened. He finally felt something approaching. His instinct warned him like an alarm. Something was there, right in front of him. He tried to focus his senses to capture that presence more clearly, but before he could understand what it was, lick, a rough, warm tongue ran across his entire face. Ugh! Rigger's eyes snapped open, feeling his face completely wet. He blinked a few times and saw Skull in front of him, staring at him with an excited expression and perked up ears. The massive wolf wagged his tail and tilted his head to the side, as if curious about what Rigger was doing. Rigger blinked again and sighed, wiping his face with the sleeve of his clothes. Skull! The wolf let out a low bark, as if responding, and licked its snout. Rigger narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms. How about a bath, big guy? The moment Skull heard the word bath, his ears twitched, and he froze for a brief moment. Then, without warning, he spun on his heels and bolted across the camp at high speed. Huh, you think you can escape me? Rigger laughed, jumping to his feet. He raised his hand and created a large ball of magical water, swirling in the air as if ready to engulf something. Let's see if you can dodge this. Skull playfully growled and ran even faster, skillfully dodging. The chase began, with Rigger laughing as he conjured more water spheres, trying to hit the giant wolf, who was desperately running to avoid the bath. Geese watched the whole scene while taking a sip of his drink, shaking his head. Who would have thought? The red wolf, feared by most major factions for his destructive power, playing with a dog. Ghislaine, still holding her book, looked at the chase with little reaction. Rigger leaped over a rock, launching another water sphere. The wolf jumped to the side, but then slipped on the grass-soaked ground, tripping over his own paws, spinning in the air, and landing on his back. Gotcha! Rigger hurled the water ball with force. The water burst over Skull, who let out a low whimper and shook off his soaked fur, utterly defeated. He shot Rigger a look of pure resentment, but Rigger just laughed. Turning away from Ghislaine, Rigger paused for a brief moment before saying, Hey, Ghislaine, would you like to try a mental exercise that involves calculations, tactics, combat prediction, and battlefield awareness? Ghislaine looked at him with curiosity, slightly furrowing her brows. Such an exercise exists? How can it train all of that at the same time? Rigger hesitated for a moment. Initially, he had thought about introducing her to shogi, but quickly dismissed the idea, thinking it would be too complicated to teach. With a smile, he replied, "It's called chess. I'll teach you." Ghislaine crossed her arms, still intrigued, and asked, "Chess? How can that help improve our combat skills?" "Think of it as a battlefield simulation," Rigger explained. "Each piece has its own value and movement, just like different units in war. Pawns represent basic soldiers, while rooks, bishops, and the queen symbolize stronger forces. Playing chess requires you to calculate, plan, anticipate your opponent's moves, and develop attack and defense strategies, essential skills for any warrior." Ghislaine, absorbing Rigger's words, slightly tilted her head in understanding. "So you believe that by training in chess, I can improve my ability to predict and react in battle?" "Exactly," Rigger responded, though, in reality, he just wanted a chess partner and made up an explanation on the spot. "Over time, this will sharpen your mind and help you develop strategic thinking that can be applied both in combat and leadership. Let's start with the basics, and little by little, you'll see how every move on the board can be compared to a tactical decision in battle." Ghislaine raised an eyebrow, still somewhat skeptical, but visibly interested in the idea. "All right, show me how it works." And so, as the sun began to set on the horizon, Rigger created the first chessboard in the six-faced world. Light filtered through the treetops, creating a mosaic of shadows dancing in the clearing. The sound of metal clashing against metal echoed through the forest as Rigger and Idar exchanged blows at high speed. Rigger advanced relentlessly, his blades slicing through the air with brute force and precision. His feet barely touched the ground as he propelled himself forward, a blur of motion. Idar, on the other hand, moved with fluidity. His mastery of flow allowed him to dodge and counterattack instantly, his strikes flowing like a river, shifting at the last moment and returning with doubled force. His gaze was sharp, focused on every movement of his opponent. Nearby, Ghislaine watched in silence, without her eye patch. Her magic eye glowed faintly as she analyzed every flow of Tuki between the fighters, following their movements beyond normal perception. Eris, restless and eager to grow stronger, swung her sword at the side, itching to join the fight. Rigger dodged a strike and stepped back a few paces. He turned to Ghislaine with a serious look and asked, "Did you notice anything?" But before Ghislaine could answer, Idar interrupted, narrowing his eyes slightly. "I'm not sure if it's just me, but I feel something strange when I fight you. I can't quite explain it. Something seems off. Of course, you're very strong, but something still feels wrong." Rigger raised an eyebrow, trying to grasp what that feeling could be, the possible reason behind his lack of progress. Ghislaine crossed her arms, observing both fighters, then spoke. "I understand what you mean, Idar. I feel it too, but I can't tell what it is." She paused, shifting her focus to Rigger, her expression serious. "What I can see is that the flow of your Tuki seems unstable and fierce, different from before when it was sharp and penetrating." Rigger sighed, relaxing his shoulders. He looked at Idar, a faint smile crossing his lips. "If you keep this up, you'll end up surpassing me." Idar chuckled slightly. When he first arrived in the Great Forest, he had been arrogant. His natural talent made him believe he could save himself and his brother in due time. But everything changed when he met younger and stronger children in the Great Forest, especially Rigger. That arrogance had been shattered. Now, 3 years later, he had developed a certain supernatural calm. The recklessness of the past had been tamed, allowing him to grow even faster. Above all, it had enabled him to form true friendships. Among them, Rigger and Taze. He smirked and replied, "That's not possible. To become a water king, I need to master one of the 5 secret techniques of the water god style. I can only achieve that once I reach the style's dojo in ours." Rigger narrowed his eyes, intrigued. "You said that Eleonora, your grandmother, had a house in the Azura Kingdom's capital, right?" Idar crossed his arms, tilting his head. "Yeah, she does. She actually gave me the deed, so it's mine now. Did I ever tell you that I have a fiancé there?" Rigger blinked. "A fiancé? Yeah. Ooh, Idar scratched the back of his neck and laughed. Actually, I don't know her name. Ha ha ha. Rigger looked visibly confused. How can you have a fiancée and not even know her name? I just know she's supposed to be the granddaughter of the current water goddess, Ryder Rhea. My grandmother, Eleonora, and she were friends. Rigger frowned, surprised. Well, good luck with that. I don't even know what to say when I meet her. Should it just be a simple hi? Or a declaration of love? He seemed concerned, but Rigger just laughed at his expense. PFT. Before they could continue their conversation, Ghislaine and Rigger abruptly turned their heads toward the forest. Eris, who had been listening attentively, also stopped moving her sword and turned when she noticed Rigger and Ghislaine's movements. Rigger activated his eyes and sharpened his senses. After listening carefully, he came to a conclusion. Bandits, Rigger murmured. The sound of stealthy footsteps blended with the rustling of leaves. He turned to Idar. Protect Eris and Geese. Wait, where is Geese? Idar furrowed his brows and said, he went to look for spices and herbs for cooking. Well, let's hope he didn't run into the bandits then. Eris took a step forward, clenching her fists. I can help in the fight too. Rigger hesitated, then looked at Ghislaine, who analyzed him for a second before nodding. Okay, Eris, but don't let your guard down. At that moment, the shadows among the trees began to move. Figures emerged one by one, their expressions sinister, weapons in hand. The air grew tense. And then the battle began. The tense silence of the forest was broken by malicious laughter, rough voices echoing from the shadows among the trees. What we have here? The voice was coarse, dripping with scorn and lust. More bandits emerged from the trees. Dozens. Filthy, armed with swords, axes, and bows. Their predatory gazes locked onto the group. The leader, a tall man with a deep scar on his cheek and a worn sword at his waist, stepped forward with a disgusting grin. His dark eyes first landed on Ghislaine. The muscular one is mine first. He licked his lips. I like taming the wild ones. Some laughed in agreement. Take the girl for now. Let's have some fun before we kill them. Eris gritted her teeth, gripping the hilt of her sword so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Ghislaine, on the other hand, remained impassive and expressionless, a hint of disgust in her eyes. The bandits kept pouring out of the forest. Their clothes were tattered, patched up, and stained with dry blood. The putrid stench of sweat and decay filled the air. They surrounded the group, forming a threatening semicircle. The leader smiled, revealing yellowed teeth. Will you surrender, or do you want to die painfully? Rigger closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. Then a cold smile crossed his lips. He raised his gleaming blue sword and took a combat stance. Unfortunately, I'm not that generous. His eyes gleamed with intensity. There's no surrender for you. In the next instant, he vanished with a flash step. A blue streak slashed through the battlefield, and at the same moment, a massive ebony-colored wolf emerged from the trees like a shadow. Skull charged alongside Rigger, his lupin eyes glowing with ferocity. Rigger appeared before the first bandit before the man could even react. His blade sliced horizontally with a sharp whistle. The man blinked, trying to comprehend what had happened, until his head slipped from his neck and hit the ground with a dull thud. Blood sprayed into the air like a crimson fountain. Kill him, one of the bandits screamed in panic. Several charged at once, trying to surround Rigger. But he disappeared again. He reappeared behind them, his sword spinning like a blue whirlwind. The sound of flesh being torn echoed through the clearing as bodies were cut in two before their screams could even escape their throats. On the other side, Ghislaine wasted no time. She advanced like a beast, moving through the enemies like a black lightning bolt. Her slashes were fast, precise, and brutal. One of the bandits tried to block with an axe, but the moment he raised his weapon, Ghislaine was already behind him. A thin red line appeared on his neck. A second later, his headless body collapsed to the ground. Skull, surrounded by at least 7 men, let out a deep, menacing growl. The bandits hesitated, sensing the giant wolf's killing intent. But one of them, trying to prove himself, shouted and attacked. It was the last thing he ever did. Skull lunged with monstrous force, his fangs sinking into the man's head. The bandit struggled for a second, but then, with a violent tug, Skull ripped his head off with a sickening snap. The others screamed in horror, but they had no chance to escape. Skull spun, his massive claw tearing through two men at once. The sound of flesh being shredded echoed, and warm blood splattered across the forest floor. Idar remained in the rear, keeping an eye out for geese and watching over Eris. Meanwhile, Eris charged forward like a hurricane. A bandit tried to attack her from the side, but she ducked at the last second, dodging by a mere fraction. Then, she spun with an upward slash. The enemy's torso was sliced open from hip to shoulder, and his steaming entrails spilled onto the ground. From the top of a tree, an archer loosed an arrow straight at her. Eris noticed at the last moment. She leaped to the side, the arrow slicing through a strand of her red hair. Her heart pounded wildly. "Ha!" she roared, dashing toward the archer. The man panicked, trying to retreat, but he stumbled and fell on his back. He screamed desperately, but before he could beg for his life, Eris's blade slashed across his torso in a horizontal stroke. Then, a new enemy appeared. Unlike the others, he was taller, firmer, and his stance was refined. He unsheathed his sword with a fluid motion. Eris attacked with the same ferocity. The man countered with a swift strike. The massacre continued. The bandits tried to flee when they realized they had no chance. But Rigger, Ghislaine, and Skull didn't allow it. "Please don't kill us," one of them screamed. But there was no mercy. Skull pounced on a group, trying to escape, his claws ripping through their backs like paper. Ghislaine pursued three others, cutting them down one by one. Rigger closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. Then his magic eye glowed. His hearing and sense of smell sharpened. He could hear the desperate footsteps of the bandits running through the forest, their scents drenched in fear. He took his stance. Wind mana began to concentrate in his blue blade. The aura around him trembled. The air vibrated. Leaves and branches were sucked toward his sword. Storm of wind blades. He swung his blade in a horizontal arc. The attack exploded from the sword, creating a wave of cutting wind that rushed through the forest. But the true terror came right after. At the center of the attack, the wind blade fragmented. Hundreds of smaller blades separated and spread like a devastating storm. Eeewa! The screams of terror echoed. The bandits were shredded as they ran. Trees were cut down as if made of paper, crashing to the ground with thunderous booms. When the attack ceased, silence fell over the forest. There were no survivors. Rigger exhaled slowly. Ghislaine looked at him for a moment and murmured, "Your magic is really convenient sometimes." He simply smiled faintly. As the slaughter unfolded around them, Eris fought like a predator, her swift and ferocious strikes relentlessly pressuring her opponent. The enemy warrior, an advanced-ranked North God-style swordsman, tried to resist, but his attention was divided. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his comrades being massacred like chopped-up cabbages at a marketplace. Panic overtook his features, his heart pounding uncontrollably. They are monsters. One of the bandits screamed in the distance, his voice filled with pure terror. The North God swordsman gritted his teeth. His style relied on dirty tricks and tactics, but Eris wasn't giving him any space. The Sword God style countered the North God style because of its direct and overwhelming nature, and on top of that, Eris was extremely confident, while he was already waiting for death, even if he managed to win. If this continues, I'll die here." He made a decision. With a subtle movement, he spat out a small needle from his mouth, the secret weapon he had kept hidden under his tongue. The needle was coated in poison. It flew straight toward Eris's eye. But then, Eris moved instinctively. She tilted her head at the last moment, and the poison needle grazed her cheek, leaving a small cut. An immediate burning sensation spread across the wound. Her eyes narrowed in pure fury. "Coward!" The bandit was already fleeing, dashing into the dense woods. But Eris would not allow it. Her blood boiled. She bent her knees and exploded forward with all her speed. The bandit didn't even have time to react. The wind roared as Eris suddenly doubled her acceleration, catching up to her enemy instantly. Her eyes burned like embers as she raised her sword. The warrior tried to block, desperately raising his arm. But it was too late. The blade, forged by the god of minerals, sliced through his arm like butter and cleaved his torso in a single, clean stroke. GH! His body split into two halves, his upper half spinning through the air before crashing onto the ground with a dull thud. Blood splattered across the leaves as Eris completed her technique. Long sword of silence. She remained still for a moment, panting, her lungs burning. Her eyes gleamed with joy. I did it. She turned quickly and saw Rigger and Ghislaine returning from the chase, both completely unharmed, as if the fight had been nothing to them. Further ahead, Skull was feasting on the corpses, tearing through flesh and devouring the remains with satisfaction. Eris ran toward them. I did it, she repeated, a proud smile on her face. I'm an advanced swordswoman now. She looked excitedly at Ghislaine and Rigger, her eyes sparkling with expectation. Yes, you are, Ghislaine said with a small, satisfied smile. That was the last advanced technique you needed to learn. I can become an adventurer now. Rigger found her excitement contagious. It seemed like she really wanted this. As he approached, he said, Yes, Eris, you can, but you have poison on your face. He extended his hand and touched her cheek, using a detoxification and healing spell to close the needle's wound. Eris's face turned as red as a tomato. Idar smiled as well and congratulated her. Congratulations, Eris. Rigger turned away and said, When we reach the next town, you'll register. Eris's face lit up with joy. And then, without wasting time, they began looting the bandits' corpses, taking gold and valuables, storing everything in the cart. After cleaning the area, the group departed for the next town. The journey continued without problems. Rigger settled into the corner of the cart, crossing his arms and closing his eyes. For now, the journey was relatively peaceful. Few things in the Mealy's continent could threaten their group. But when Rigger fell asleep, his peace was shattered. He awoke in a place of pure white, an endless void stretching as far as the eye could see, and then a figure appeared, a white silhouette, its face covered by a strange, distorted mosaic. Hey, Rigger, it's been a while. Rigger's mood plummeted instantly. His gaze sharpened, and a bitter taste filled his mouth. Tis, Haidagami. Rigger awoke in a place of pure white, an endless void stretching as far as the eye could see, and then a figure appeared, a white silhouette, its face covered by a strange, distorted mosaic. Hey, Rigger, it's been a while. Rigger's mood plummeted instantly. His gaze sharpened, and a bitter taste filled his mouth. Tis, Haidagami. Once again, he found himself immersed in that vast and endless white void. His instincts immediately ignited like embers in a fire. The sense of danger was unmistakable. His body didn't feel the weight of gravity. The ground didn't exist, but his mind was sharp. You seem pretty suspicious, Rigger. Didn't my advice help you get stronger last time? Rigger kept his expression neutral, but inside, his mind was working nonstop. His eyes scanned the space around him, searching for any clues, any detail that could give him an advantage. This time, he would force himself to remain calm. The last time he'd been here, his thirst for answers had made him lose precious information. How would I know that even if I hadn't met you, I wouldn't have followed the exact same path I did? And if I hadn't, would I have arrived in time to stop Mealy's from attacking my subordinates and the Legion? Haidagami's smile widened as if he had just heard something extremely amusing. So you would have saved Ghislaine and Eris too? Rigger furrowed his brows. He had simulated in his head everything he would have done if Haidagami hadn't said anything, but he couldn't find a right answer. Maybe it would have been the same with some differences, or maybe everything would have been completely different. You don't need to tell me what would or wouldn't have happened based on my decisions. I don't believe a word you say. The entity sighed theatrically, throwing its body back as if it were suffering deeply. Its hands rose exaggeratedly, the fingers moving in dramatic gestures, like an actor in full performance. So cruel. I only ask a few questions, and I'm already treated like a liar. While they spoke, Rigger didn't stop analyzing the environment. The absolute white seemed lifeless, but could it really be like that? He tried to perceive patterns, irregularities, any trace of logic behind this space. If Haidagami was so comfortable here, maybe there was something hidden, something he could explore. Do you have anything to do with my reincarnation? The human god tilted his head back and waved his hand dismissively. No, reincarnation is more the evil dragon's thing. Rigger narrowed his eyes. Evil dragon? Who is that? Haidagami made a vague gesture, as if talking about a distant and irrelevant problem. It's an evil dragon whose only goal is to destroy the world. Rigger crossed his arms. His sharp gaze did not soften. And you're the benevolent god who wants to stop him. With a gleam in his eyes and a wide smile, Haidagami pointed to himself with both hands. Exactly. You got it. The warrior didn't show any reaction. His mind remained cold and calculating. What is your real goal? Haidagami laughed, covering his mouth like an embarrassed maiden, his shoulders trembling theatrically. I'm just having fun. Don't think too much about it. Rigger didn't believe a single word. Every time Haidagami spoke, the feeling that he was hiding something only grew stronger. Anyway, the god continued, leaning his elbow on his palm and tilting his head. You're looking for future leaders for the Legion, right? Rigger's brow furrowed slightly. He hadn't shared this thought with anyone. After the last events with the Legion, the importance of individual strength had become clearer to him than ever. Because of this, he decided that he would look for some talents during this journey. He had really been thinking about this lately. But how did this guy know? Could he read his mind? A chill ran down his spine. Was Haidagami able to see everything he did? Know everything he thought? If so, how could someone fight against that? Before he could delve deeper into that line of thinking, Haidagami raised his hands, waving them in the air with an innocent smile. I don't have such abilities. As I said the first time, I only see some things when events align, and I can only speak to those chosen. And you, apparently, have a pretty interesting life. Rigger clenched his fists. He was growing increasingly cautious. But it was at this moment that an idea sprang to his mind. He kept his expression impassive and immediately began filling his mind with various other thoughts, scattering his main line of reasoning. Haidagami blinked and tilted his head slightly, smiling. Ho, why so much distrust? Well, it doesn't matter. Like last time, I came here to give you some advice that will help you with your goals. Every time Haidagami said that phrase, Rigger felt more and more that he was dealing with something far more dangerous than just an eccentric entity. This being had only two possibilities. Either it was a crazy and irrational entity, or it was plotting something deeply. For safety, he would assume the worst. What's your big advice this time? Haidagami placed his hand on his chest, pretending to be offended, and then hugged his shoulders as if trembling. Oh, it's so cold. Your distrust is hurting me. He then spun in the air as if lying on an invisible cloud, crossing his legs and resting his face on the palm of his hand. But even so, I will help you, because I'm a kind god. Rigger's eyes glowed with contained irritation. I will help you find your predestined one. My predestined one. Rigger was confused. What does he mean by that? He thought, trying to understand the offer. Who is this so-called predestined one? Yes, your most powerful commander. Haidagami spoke with excitement, his voice vibrating with a malicious energy. Oh, and who would that be? Rigger asked, a distrustful smile escaping. She's still young. Actually, but that is an advantage in your eyes, isn't it, Rigger? He couldn't hide his curiosity. Young, me thought. Who is he talking about? And what does he want from me when I find her? He narrowed his eyes, now more alert. Changing the subject, he decided to clear up a doubt. Where are you right now? Can we talk face to face? Haidagami laughed, but it sounded distant, as if he were enjoying the situation. I am a god. I don't exist in the same place as mortals. Rigger furrowed his brow. And what do you say about Laplace? He's a demon who wants to kill humans, right? Why is he still alive, human god? As I said, I cannot freely interfere with the world. Haidagami responded, his voice still playful, but more restrained. You need to understand that even gods have restrictions. And this so-called evil dragon, does it live with you? Rigger asked. You're asking too many questions. Hidegami replied, sounding a little impatient. Aren't you worried about the assassins hired to kill you? Rigger raised an eyebrow. As long as it's not Galgard Nashvenik, I'm not. And he didn't seem to want to kill me. He said with quiet confidence, but deep down, a slight tension began to form. Hidegami sighed, already sounding impatient. Anyway, if you want to meet your predestined commander, here's my advice. He paused as if giving valuable counsel. When Eris registers as an adventurer, walk the roads of the city of Voltant. Before Rigger could respond, his consciousness returned, and he suddenly woke up. Rigger woke from his deep sleep with a sigh, the sensation of the transition between dream and reality still vivid in his mind. He looked around, noticing the moving carriage. The scenery around him passed quickly. Idar was sitting at the front, looking out, guiding the carriage. Geese was at the back, writing something in his notebook, his eyes fixed on the words he was writing, lost in his thoughts. Ghislaine was by his side, practicing her fireball with concentration, ensuring she didn't lose her touch. Eris and Skoll were outside, probably running alongside the carriage, always full of energy to play. Rigger sat for a moment, his thoughts submerged in a sea of questions and uncertainties. Hidegami, what does he really want? He shook his head, trying to focus. He didn't want uncertainty to cloud his judgment. He knew that, at the moment, he needed clarity. So, he took a deep breath and finally stood up. Everyone, he began, his voice firm and steady, breaking the silence. Everyone turned to him, paying attention. Geese raised his eyes, curious, while Idar kept his gaze fixed on the road ahead. Ghislaine gave a brief nod, still concentrating on her practice, but with a watchful look. Rigger activated his magic eye and sharpened his senses. He felt the energy around him intensifying, but there was nothing immediate that caught his attention. Nothing unusual for now. He thought, and then asked, still observing everyone around him. Has anyone here heard the name Human God? The question hung in the air, and Geese was the first to react. Human God? He seemed confused. Who is that? Is it like the great powers? Like the demon god, but human? Geese asked, his expression a mix of curiosity and slight confusion. Rigger watched him closely, absorbing every detail of his reaction. Geese's curious look seemed genuine, but Rigger knew how to read between the lines. Is he lying? He thought, but didn't notice anything suspicious. Geese really seemed to know nothing. Maybe he was telling the truth, or maybe he had prepared himself well to lie, but Rigger couldn't know for sure. Idar, in turn, looked at Rigger casually, his expression vague. I've never heard of that name, he said, shaking his head. Then Ghislaine stopped her practice and said, no, her voice always calm, but without a hint of doubt. Rigger observed them carefully. None of them seemed to be lying. Can Hidegami really only enter people's dreams if certain things align? He wondered, but the doubts still lingered. The bigger problem was that the mix of lies and truths made things more complicated. The lack of information is a big disadvantage. He thought, the weight of uncertainty tightening his mind. What's the next city ahead? Rigger asked, turning to Geese. Voltan, boss. Geese replied quickly, without hesitation. Rigger sighed, thoughtful. He looked at the horizon for a moment, assessing the situation. I'll go ahead, he said finally, his decision firm. I'll do a sweep of the city to make sure there are no traps. Ghislaine, curious, looked at him. Did you feel something? Actually, Rigger hadn't felt anything. He just felt he needed to go ahead. Actually, no, he replied, with a serious look. It's just for safety. Okay then, boss. Go ahead, Geese said, apparently accepting Rigger's decision without further question. Rigger then exited the carriage and dashed toward Voltant, the speed of his steps making the ground beneath him seem to tremble slightly. Eris and Skoll, who were ahead, noticed his departure and ran toward the carriage. Why did Rigger go ahead? Eris asked, with a curious expression as she looked at the carriage. Geese looked at her with an ironic smile. I think the boss is losing it. He gave a small sigh and shook his head, unsure how to justify Rigger's decision. Idar, who always kept his laid-back attitude, chuckled softly and said, "He doesn't do anything without a reason. We can ask him when he gets back, but do you think it has something to do with that human god?" Geese thought for a moment before answering, looking in the direction Rigger had gone. "Maybe, but well, don't worry about it, Eris. He knows how to take care of himself." He looked at the young woman with a calm smile. Eris looked in the direction of Voltund, her expression worried, but after a brief sigh, she puffed and walked away to train her swordsmanship. Skoll followed her, but both still seemed to be wondering what was going on in Rigger's mind. The carriage continued on its path, and the journey to Voltund went on. Rigger ran through the forest toward Voltund, his body moving with agility, without losing strength or endurance, a reflection of his physical growth over the past years. His thoughts, however, were elsewhere. The mating season was approaching again. Almost 3 years had passed since he left the Great Forest, 11 years since he was reborn into this world, and now he was beginning to feel the effects of this particular event more intensely. His mind was divided between different perspectives. On one hand, he still considered himself too young to enter a relationship. In his past life, 11 years old was an age where boys still played, with no concern for romance. On the other hand, in this world, 10 years was already seen as a perfectly acceptable age for such things, which still felt extremely strange to him. And then there was Ghislaine. If he were to seek someone, it would probably be her. Strong, mature, experienced, she had almost everything that attracted him. He also couldn't ignore the Dedoldia tribe's tradition, challenging a potential mate to a fight and conquering them through strength. But Ghislaine was an extremely strong warrior, and even though he had developed his own combat style by combining martial arts and magic, confident in his speed and tactics, his chances of winning a direct confrontation against her, even with magic, were at most 70 to 80%. He wouldn't give her that chance. Imagine if he lost. Where'd he even hide his face? After thinking through all possible scenarios, he decided to hold back. For now, the best strategy was to restrain his impulses and continue training, at least until he resolved his problem with Tuki. That matter was his top priority. Rigger shifted his attention from his inner conflicts to another thought that had come to him during his encounter with Hitagami. The divine attack, spells from the healing category. The purpose of those spells was to strike embodied entities, such as spirits and ghosts. But what if, in truth, they were a method of attack that directly affected the soul? If that were the case, then a possibility existed. Perhaps he could attack Hitagami in his dreams. That damned god, who invaded his mind like a spiritual projection, couldn't be untouchable. According to Verdia's theories from ancient records, the legendary Saint Meles always fought with his sword enveloped in divine light. That suggested that divine attack magic could be exactly that kind of spell. If he could prove these hypotheses, he would open up a whole new path of possibilities. He could study these spells and conduct tests. Maybe he was overthinking things, but if there was even the slightest chance, it was worth exploring. As he pondered this, Rigger realized he had already reached Voltund's entrance. He kept his running pace and moved with sharp eyes, scanning his surroundings. At 11 years old, he already stood at about 1.5 meters tall, his lean, muscular body resembling more of a wild adolescent than a child. The guards at the entrance barely glanced at him before continuing their conversation. "Did you hear? Ameli's Night Order entered the city yesterday." "Really? What are they doing here?" "No idea, and it's none of my business. You'd better not get involved either." Rigger narrowed his eyes. Knights in Voltund? If these were the assassins Hitagami had mentioned before, perhaps he had overestimated their capabilities. Activating his magic eyes, Rigger scanned the city with a keen gaze. Through his enhanced vision, he absorbed every detail around him. Voltund was a relatively ordinary city, with worn stone streets and buildings made of wood and brick. The scent of spices mixed with the stench of sewage and vomit in the alleys. The sounds of carts blended with merchants' chatter, and the rhythmic hammering of blacksmiths echoed through the streets. Everything seemed normal, with no obvious signs of an ambush. He noticed a few curious glances from passers-by, probably drawn to the seemingly valuable swords he carried. However, No one dared to approach. He kept his senses fully alert, registering every sound and movement in his mind. If there was a hidden trap, he would find it. The last time he trusted Hitagami, nothing immediate happened. But he had a distinct impression that trusting too much in that being would be his downfall. His instincts were one of his greatest advantages against him. His sixth sense was incredibly sharp, an instinct for self-preservation that worked 24 hours a day. It had already saved him from situations where death seemed certain. His eyes turned toward one of the tallest buildings in the city, the Adventurers Guild, a reinforced stone structure with a tall tower that stood out against the skyline. He decided to use it as an observation point. With a single flash step, he leaped and reached the top of the tower, landing softly. He sat cross-legged, observing the city below. The wind blew strongly, tousling his silver hair. He took a deep breath, his golden eyes analyzing the landscape. A predestined child, that's what Hitagami had said. But what did that really mean? Did destiny truly exist? In Rigger's opinion, and based on his knowledge from his previous world, the moment time and space became mutable, the concept of destiny stopped making sense. It became something vague. How could destiny exist if someone could travel back in time and alter it? From what he gathered from his conversations, Hitagami could see the future, whether wholly or partially, thus knowing everyone's fate. So why give him these pieces of advice? Wasn't that changing the future? If so, could it really still be called destiny? Perhaps it was something more abstract like luck. Maybe it was more like karma. He didn't know. He wasn't sure how the laws of this world worked. But he knew his previous world had nothing like it. Even the laws of physics were different. This world still held too many secrets for him. In truth, his interactions with Hitagami always kept him on alert, but they also excited him in some way. If Hitagami was truly a god, that meant there were things far greater than he could even imagine. His master, Verdia, had told countless stories. Some were too absurd to be real, even in this world of swords and magic. Like the legend of the fighting god who split the continent in half, dividing it into the central and demon continent, thus creating the Ringus Sea with a single strike. That was ridiculous. Could god-level magic truly achieve such a feat? He didn't know, but he was determined to find out. There were many more intriguing stories he wanted to uncover. He had a lifespan of 200 years, more than enough time. Besides, he had heard of races that lived for thousands of years. Maybe, with enough research, extending that wouldn't be a problem, right? He got lost in thought while gazing at the city, recalling every story and myth he had learned. The wind blew over him, and the sky was a clear blue. He looked at the clouds, questioning his reincarnation once again. Hitagami said he didn't bring me here, so who did? Was I sent here for a reason, or was it just an accident? Were there others before me? Rigger smiled. But now I'm here. Since I arrived in this world, I've done so much, met so many people, and learned so much. He looked toward the horizon. What are these small problems compared to what I'll face in the future? If there were beings capable of splitting oceans and cleaving continents in half, why couldn't he reach that level? That was his ambition. Time passed as he observed the city, absorbing its movements, analyzing every little interaction. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Near the city gate, a carriage was passing through the guards, but Skoll, his loyal companion, had been stopped at the entrance. Rigger frowned, feeling a slight irritation. He stood up, and in the blink of an eye, he shot toward the gate, startling a few people along the way with his superhuman speed. Upon arrival, he saw Geese arguing with one of the guards. The man gripped his spear tightly, visibly suspicious. Another guard had already been sent to call for reinforcements. Rigger moved slowly, his imposing presence making the soldier furrow his brows. "Is there a problem, guard?" His voice was cold and direct. The soldier, still arguing with Geese, turned to face Rigger, his expression hard. "Who are you?" Rigger showed no emotion. "None of your business. Lower that spear pointed at my dog before I cut your arms off." The air around Rigger seemed to freeze. A suffocating aura radiated from him like an invisible wave of killing intent. The bloodlust he released made the soldier pale and instinctively step back. His grip on the spear faltered, and his body trembled slightly. "All right." The guard lowered his weapon, swallowing hard. "It's just a big dog, right?" "That's right," Geese quickly replied, seizing the opportunity. "We'll keep him under control." The guard hesitated for a moment, but then stepped aside. Skull strutted past him with his head held high and an almost mocking gaze, as if amused by the situation. Rigger simply watched in silence, maintaining his sharp and dominant presence. But he didn't need to do anything else. Idar looked at Rigger with a curious expression and asked, "Are you okay, Rigger?" Rigger frowned, confused. "Yeah, I am." "What?" Idar chuckled softly. "It's nothing. It's just that you're usually not this extreme. I thought you might be angry about something." Rigger blinked a few times, reflecting on that. "I'm not like this." It was true that he preferred to handle situations with calculated coldness, but the idea that his reaction had been different unsettled him. Was he letting his emotions take control? Before he could dwell on the thought, Geese intervened with a mischievous grin. "Well, it worked in our favor, so I'm not complaining." Eris crossed her arms, huffing. "It's outrageous that they wouldn't let Skull in. He's so gentle." Skull barked in protest at Eris's attempted compliment. She laughed, and soon after, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "All right, where's the Adventurers Guild, Rigger?" Rigger pointed to the tall tower that stood out in the city. "It's in that direction." Eris cracked her knuckles and grinned. "Finally! I'm going ahead. Skull, follow me." Without waiting, she sprinted down the street. Skull barked again and ran after her with his imposing stride, as if enjoying the chase. Idar sighed, shaking his head. "I'll go with them, just in case something happens." He followed after them, leaving Rigger, Ghislaine, and Geese to take a more leisurely path. As they walked, Ghislaine looked at Rigger with seriousness. "Did you find anything before?" Rigger shook his head. "Nothing at all." For a moment, he considered telling them about Hitagami, but in the end he decided not to. He trusted Ghislaine completely, but Geese still seemed suspicious to him. He was a cunning and charismatic guy, but Rigger didn't trust him enough yet. Geese scratched his chin, thoughtful. "This sixth sense of yours, Rigger, how does it work?" "I've seen Ghislaine react to impossible situations back in our adventuring days. But with you, it's even more remarkable." Rigger shrugged. "It's nothing special, just a premonition, a warning the body sends to the brain, telling you that you're in danger. Like a constant alert sensation." Geese nodded, pondering. "Isn't that similar to the demon-eye's foresight eye?" Rigger chuckled, shaking his head. His master had already taught him about those eyes. No. I don't know exactly how the foresight eye works, but this sense is more abstract. It's not an activatable skill. It's something natural." Ghislaine, who had been listening silently, suddenly spoke. "It's like when you have a stomachache or a shiver down your spine." Rigger and Geese exchanged glances and then started laughing. Ghislaine frowned, clearly not understanding what was so funny. Their conversation continued in a light-hearted manner until they reached the Adventurers Guild. Eris was waiting impatiently in line, tapping her foot on the ground and huffing in frustration. Rigger turned to Geese. "Help her get registered. Use your authority and Ghislaine's as rank South adventurers to place her in a higher rank. I think the maximum possible should be B or A." Geese grinned and gave an exaggerated salute. "All right, boss." He entered the guild and quickly started handling Eris registration. Ghislaine looked at Rigger seriously. "Do you need help?" Rigger raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Are you worried?" Ghislaine nodded, simply and directly. Rigger was momentarily surprised. Her expression remained blank, but there was sincerity in her words. He averted his gaze for a moment before responding. "And no, I don't need it. Thank you." Ghislaine nodded in understanding and entered the guild. Rigger looked around. Skull had apparently been placed in a stable, and Idar was there to ensure nothing happened to him. There was no reason to stay there for now, so he decided it was time to test the human god's claims. He had already investigated the city before and doubted he would find anything different this time, but he decided to check anyway. Last time, he had followed Hitagami's advice. In truth, he felt his actions wouldn't have diverged much even if Hitagami hadn't said anything. It only served to make him paranoid. But he wasn't completely sure. He had ended up improving Tsukikage far beyond what he expected due to that uncertain advice. That had sparked a slight curiosity in him. Even so, he did not trust Hitagami, as his instincts had never failed him before and always warned him about the god whenever they met. But after finding no danger in the city, he decided to at least test things. To be honest, he was interested. This so-called predestined one that Hitagami had mentioned, who would become his most powerful commander. He was truly curious, but remained cautious. Rigger narrowed his eyes, still unsure if everything would have happened the same way this time had Hitagami not interfered. He sighed. Time would tell. Rigger walked through the streets of Voltund, his eyes scanning every detail around him. He told himself to stay alert, to observe, to read the signs of the environment. After all, he didn't want to miss a fateful encounter due to a lack of attention. That would be quite embarrassing. But after 15 minutes of wandering aimlessly, he sighed. It was a stupid idea, thinking that simply walking around would make some puzzle piece fall into place or reveal a new path in fate. Maybe the human god was just a fraud? After all, even without being able to see the future, he could have predicted that I would go to Brightstone. He should have known better. Shaking his head in frustration, he decided it was time to return to the Adventurers Guild. Eris's identification should be ready by now, and he wanted to congratulate her. It was at that moment, as he turned to leave, that he bumped into something. Or rather, someone. The light impact was followed by a small thud on the ground. When Rigger looked down, he saw a little girl sitting on the floor, blinking up at him in surprise. She appeared to be around 3 years old, with reddish-brown, messy, and tangled hair, and large, vibrant green eyes. Her clothes caught his attention, a makeshift dress, clearly patched together from a much larger garment. But more than that, since he had his magic eye activated, he could see this child had quite a lot of mana. What was she, 3 or 4 years old at most? Yet her mana was 3 times greater than the normal amount for someone her age. For a moment, Rigger froze. Something struck him in a strange way, like a light tingling at the back of his neck, a sense of recognition where there should be none. He looked into the girl's eyes, and in that green depth, he saw something unusual. There was intelligence there, far beyond what one would expect from a child so young. It was as if she was evaluating him, trying to understand him, just as he was studying her. And then, something deeper emerged, an inexplicable, almost instinctive connection that made his skin prickle slightly. Before he could react, the little girl quickly got to her feet, her gaze determined and her voice firm for someone so small. "Big brother, can you help me?" The attempt to sound mature, mixed with her childish tone and serious expression, was something Rigger found incredibly cute. He crouched down to her level, his eyes still analyzing every feature of the little stranger. "Young lady, I don't see anyone with you. What is a child as small as you doing here alone?" The little girl took a deep breath, crossing her tiny arms as if trying to adopt a more serious demeanor before answering. Mommy said, "Run and ask the friendliest big brother for help." Rigger furrowed his brows. "And where is your mommy?" The girl pointed in a specific direction without hesitation. Immediately, Rigger used his magic eye and sharpened his hearing. His heightened senses picked up what was beyond normal reach, the sounds of struggle, muffled blows, the clang of a blade, and then something worse. The sound of fabric being torn, the silent cries of a woman. POV, Lilia Greyrat. The biting wind of Voltund streets carried the bitter scent of soot mixed with the sweat and grime of the alleys. Lilia Greyrat ran, clutching her daughter to her chest, trying to think of a way out of her predicament. She knew the risks of traveling alone to the Azura Kingdom. It was dangerous, and only a matter of time before they ran into trouble. If only she could find Paul, Zenith, or anyone else from Buena Village. That would be the ideal scenario. But reality did not grant her such luxury. The only viable option had been to hire an adventurer as an escort to the Azura Kingdom. Many adventurers looking to travel there accepted such jobs to earn something along the way. But that decision proved to be a fatal mistake. The Latria family had not sent her away empty-handed, so at least she had money to pay for protection. But fate was cruel. The adventurer who accepted the job never intended to help her. His deceitful eyes had shown his true intentions from the start, and now, all she could do was run. Her bare feet echoed against the damp cobblestones, each step sending jolts of pain through her injured leg. But she couldn't stop. She couldn't falter. She couldn't let him catch them. The wall before her loomed like a faceless monster, a dead-end alley. A crushing despair consumed her. She looked back. She could try to run the other way, but her injured leg made her an easy target. Anguish turned into silent tears. I couldn't protect my own daughter. I couldn't protect her in the Latria house. I can't protect her now. I couldn't stop them from taking Norn. I couldn't do anything. That was when she felt two delicate little arms around her neck. The warmth of Aisha's embrace brought her back. Through tears, Lilia forced a smile and looked at her little girl. Her heart clenched upon seeing that, despite the fear reflected in those big green eyes, Aisha wasn't crying. She understood. She always understood. Lilia gently stroked her daughter's reddish hair. A normal child would be sobbing, but Aisha kept her mouth shut, holding back her tears. A genius. Her daughter was a genius. How many children would withstand such pressure without a single complaint? She didn't deserve this girl. Then she saw it, a small hole in the wall ahead, possibly leading to some kind of shop. But to her, it was hope. Aisha, sweetheart. Her voice trembled. You need to be strong now. The girl nodded. Lilia pointed to the small hole in the alley wall, too narrow for any adult to pass through, but just the right size for a small child to squeeze through. I want you to go through that hole and find the friendliest big brother you see on the street. Understand? Don't leave the public sight under any circumstances. Stay where people can see you. Aisha hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. Tell him that you are very talented and will learn anything he wants to teach you. Tell him you will be very useful. The little girl bit her lip, fighting back tears, and then silently nodded. Lilia held her tiny hands one last time before pushing her toward the opening. Her small body barely fit through, scratching her arms. When Aisha finally made it across, Lilia collapsed onto the ground, sobs consuming every part of her being. Now, all that was left was to wait. Whether her daughter would survive or not depended on fate. She looked around, searching for anything she could use as a weapon. She found a piece of rotten wood and clenched it tightly between her fingers. She wouldn't give up without at least trying her luck. Footsteps echoed through the alley. He was close. Lilia held her breath and waited. The moment he emerged from the darkness, she attacked, swinging the wood with all her might. But the man laughed. His body moved quickly, dodging the strike with sharp reflexes. With a casual movement, he disarmed her, snatching the wood from her hand as if it were a toy. Oh, looks like you know a thing or two about swordsmanship. He licked his lips. But you're rusty. Or maybe just injured. His eyes landed on her wounded leg. Lilia tried to run, but a swift sweep of his leg sent her crashing onto the ground. She screamed in pain as her body hit the cold stones. Before she could react, the man flipped her over, pressing her against the damp wall of the alley. Where's your little daughter? His whisper dripped like poison. Don't tell me you abandoned her? I'd actually be willing to wait 3 or 4 years until she grows up. Just imagine. Lilia froze. A shiver ran down her spine. Mother and daughter together. That would be a dream come true. The terror was immediate. She gagged as bile rose in her throat. In a desperate attempt, Lilia crawled toward a pile of trash and grabbed a wooden stake. But before she could use it on herself, a brutal foot crushed her hand against the ground. She let out an agonized scream. The man laughed, leaning over her. His rough fingers gripped her clothes, tearing them slowly, as if savoring the moment. Why the rush? He whispered in her ear. Let's have some fun first. Though I'd love to try your corpse afterward, too. Disgust consumed Lilia entirely. She struggled, screamed, fought, but he was stronger. He held her down firmly, as if she were nothing more than a broken toy. Aisha, did she make it? Suddenly, a blue glow cut through the darkness. It was too fast for Lilia to follow. The blade sliced through the air like silent thunder, and in the blink of an eye, the man's arms were severed. The adventurer's smile vanished. Seconds later, the pain struck. Awa. His desperate scream echoed through the alleys of Voltant. And then, amidst the blood and agony, Lilia saw the silhouette of a young man holding Aisha in his arms, his golden eyes glowing with relentless fury. POV. Rigor Adoldia. One of the greatest advantages of this world is that if you're strong enough, you can do whatever you want to any despicable bastard you dislike. That was impossible in my previous world. The difference in physical strength between people was small, so it wouldn't be easy, and besides, torture wasn't well regarded in modern society. Even against heinous criminals, they were protected by human rights. But here I could do whatever I wanted with trash like him. I looked at the woman collapsed in front of me. She was still dazed, tears falling uncontrollably. She trembled slightly, not just from the cold, but from the trauma of what had almost happened. That was too close. Far too close. I let out a heavy sigh and took off my cloak, handing it to her to wear. Then, I picked up the little girl who was still watching everything with wide eyes and placed her in her mother's arms. "Your mommy is okay, see?" I said with a smile, trying to ease the situation a little. Aisha smiled slightly, and Lilia held her tightly, still in shock. I stood up and turned toward the bastard lying on the ground, screaming desperately as he clutched the stumps that remained of his arms. "Wait here for a moment," I murmured to the two of them before dragging the man to a nearby alley. With a simple gesture, I activated a special barrier. It was a new magic I had been testing, a combination of barrier magic and wind manipulation, making it soundproof. No noise would escape. He could scream all he wanted. No one would hear. I crouched beside him, watching the panic take over his eyes. "Don't worry." I touched the wounds and used healing magic to stop the bleeding, but didn't restore his lost limbs. "This is going to hurt a lot more for you than for me." A fierce smile spread across my face as the man began to plead. He knew he wouldn't leave here intact. For the next few minutes, only I witnessed how desperate he became, how ridiculously small a predator could be when you stripped him of his fangs. 5 minutes later, I emerged from the alley, adjusting my posture and wiping my hands clean. The smell of blood was still strong in the air, but it no longer bothered me. Rape was one of the most heinous acts in my previous world. And here, though more common due to the existence of slaves, it was still utterly despicable. I had no doubt that this was something I would never get used to, and I truly hoped never to change my mind about it. I turned back to the two, who were still leaning against the wall. Lilia was clutching Aisha tightly, as if afraid she would disappear if she let go even a little. When they saw me, they quickly stood up and bowed deeply. "Thank you so much, sir," Lilia said, her voice trembling. "Thank you so much, big brother." Aisha echoed, her small voice still carrying a touch of innocence, though she tried her best to sound respectful. I raised a hand, motioning for them to stop. "No need to bow. Are you two okay?" Lilia nodded, though still somewhat in shock. I stepped closer, noticing a wound on her arm. When I reached out to touch it, she almost flinched but forced herself to stay still. My palm glowed with a soft green light, and the injury began to close. Her eyes widened slightly, but she said nothing. "Big brother, are you a mage?" Aisha asked, watching in fascination. "Aisha," Lilia scolded immediately, but I laughed, picking the little one up again. "Yes, I'm a mage." "Why? Do you want to be one in the future?" Aisha opened her mouth excitedly to answer, but then glanced at her mother and hesitated. Her eyes sparkled for a moment before she lowered her head and murmured, I can't." My brow furrowed slightly. What did she mean by that? With a small sigh, I placed her back in her mother's arms and crossed my arms. "Then, what happened to you two?" Silence hung in the air for a moment before Lilia took a deep breath and began to tell her story. Rigor walked through the streets of Voltand alongside Lilia and Aisha. The woman held the little girl in her arms, keeping her protected, while the child observed everything around her with keen, curious eyes. Rigor, for his part, remained on alert, both for the dangers of the city and for the strange encounter that fate had placed before him. "So, you hired a B-rank adventurer to escort you to the Azura Kingdom?" Rigor broke the silence, keeping his gaze fixed ahead, but attentive to Lilia's reactions. The woman nodded, her expression grim. Yes, it was the only viable option. The family I was with didn't send me away empty-handed, so I had enough money to pay for protection. But fate was cruel. She held Aisha a little closer, as if seeking comfort. He never intended to escort us. From the start, I noticed his eyes were always evaluating, not like a bodyguard. Rigger said nothing, simply absorbing the information. He wasn't surprised. The world was full of people eager to take advantage of the weak. However, his main interest remained focused on Aisha. He analyzed her in every possible way. Was Hidegami involved in this? Was this little girl just a very well-crafted trap? He was cautious, but no matter how much he investigated, no matter how closely he observed her behavioral patterns, everything pointed to her being just a child. An extraordinarily intelligent child, but still just a child. Aisha, in Lilia's arms, looked at him with her big, bright green eyes. She didn't seem afraid, nor did she hesitate to stare at him. In fact, her expression was pure curiosity, as if she were trying to understand who this stranger was that had helped them. Why do one go to the Azura Kingdom? Rigger asked directly, without preamble. Lilia hesitated. For a moment, her gaze drifted to the side, as if pondering whether or not she should answer. But in the end, she took a deep breath and said, "We're from Fitoa. We were caught in the teleportation disaster." Rigger smiled inwardly. "This is I thought," he mused, but his mind quickly shifted to another question. How is this little girl so smart? Intelligence of this level in such a young child was abnormal. A possibility arose. Is she a reincarnate? To test his theory, he looked directly at Aisha and, in a neutral tone, spoke in Japanese. "Can you understand me?" Aisha blinked a few times, tilting her head to the side with a confused look. "Big brother?" Rigger narrowed his eyes. "Nothing? Then what about English? Can you understand me?" he asked, waiting for a reaction. The response came unexpectedly. Aisha started laughing. A pure, genuine laugh, with no traces of understanding, just delighting in the strange sound of the words. Rigger sighed. Yeah, she really is just a child, but a very talented child. What is Hidegami's goal in making me meet her? Lilia, who had been watching, frowned. Sir Rigger, what languages were those? I don't recognize the grammar. He simply smiled. It's nothing. His eyes returned to Aisha, and then he asked, How old is your daughter again? Lilia blinked, a bit surprised by the question. HM? She's 2.5. What? Rigger didn't hesitate. I want your daughter to be my disciple. Lilia froze. Her eyes widened in shock, clearly unsure of how to react. Aisha, on the other hand, simply tilted her head in curiosity before asking, What's a disciple? Before Lilia could answer, Rigger raised his hand. Don't answer me now. Lilia held back her words, watching him cautiously. Rigger continued, his voice calm but filled with conviction. Think about it. Think about your daughter's talent. Think about what she could accomplish, and learn a little more about me before making any decisions. He then smiled at Aisha, who remained curious but now also seemed pleased with the unexpected attention. The child played with Lilia's fingers while looking at Rigger with a sparkle of expectation in her eyes. And so, they arrived at the Adventurers Guild. The streets in front of the Adventurers Guild were bustling, but there was a noticeable clearing around a peculiar group. Sitting among the adventurers, a colossal wolf with gleaming dark fur drew gazes of both fascination and fear. Skull, the imposing beast, remained still, his presence alone enough to keep the more cautious at bay. Some admired his majestic stance, while others averted their eyes and hurried along. Eris, her eyes gleaming with excitement, proudly displayed her adventurer's card to Geese, thrilled with her achievement. Ghislaine, standing nearby, observed the surroundings with her usual serious expression, while Idar and Skoll simply maintained their positions. It was at that moment that Rigger appeared, accompanied by Lilia and Aisha. The little girl, still in her mother's arms, curiously looked around. Upon seeing him approach, Eris eagerly moved to show her card, but abruptly stopped when she noticed the two unfamiliar figures at his side. Rigger stopped before the group and gave a nod. Everyone, this is Lilia. She hired an adventurer to escort her to Azura, but he attacked them. She was also one of the teleportation victims. Lilia remained silent, holding Aisha tighter against her chest. Rigger observed her for a moment before asking, "Do you have a second name?" There was a brief moment of hesitation before she murmured, "I am Lilia Greyrat, and this is Aisha Greyrat." Geese blinked, surprised. "Huh, like Eris? Hey, are you guys related, Eris?" The redhead furrowed her brow, clearly confused. "I don't know." Ghislaine narrowed her eyes and asked seriously, "Do you have any affiliation with the Boreas Greyrat house? Who is your husband?" Lilia cast a discreet glance at Rigger, as if gauging his reaction, before answering, "It's Paul Greyrat. I'm just a concubine. His real wife is Zenith Greyrat." Silence fell over the group for a few seconds as they processed the unexpected revelation. Even Rigger, who usually maintained his composure, furrowed his brow and thought, "What a coincidence! But is it really just a coincidence?" Lilia noticed the strange change in Rigger's expression, but before she could ask anything, Idar crossed his arms and commented, "So, this little girl is Paul Greyrat's daughter?" Lilia nodded, confirming, "That's right, do you know him?" Ghislaine stepped forward and declared with her usual seriousness, "I am Ghislaine Dedoldia, bodyguard of Eris Boreas Greyrat, and a former adventuring companion of Paul." She then pointed at Geese. "And that one too." Geese laughed, crossing his arms. "Haha, we got lucky. I had no idea Paul had a second wife." Zenith must have been furious. Lilia blinked, clearly surprised. "You all know Paul?" Geese shook his head with a smile. "That girl there is Eris Boreas Greyrat, and the one who saved you is Rigger Dedoldia, leader of the Iron Legion. The others here are members." Lilia could barely process all the information. She felt a slight tremor in her hands and quickly set Aisha down before formally bowing to Eris. "Young lady." Eris, however, did not return the gesture. Her face twisted into a grimace of displeasure. Rigger intervened. "Eris isn't too fond of noble formalities. You don't need to do that. But, yeah, this really is a huge coincidence. We need to talk more." Lilia took a deep breath and agreed, still a bit dazed. That was when Geese smirked mischievously and clapped his hands together. "Hey, you said you hired an adventurer to escort you, right? Why not let Eris take on that mission? She just became a rank B adventurer." Lilia visibly hesitated. The idea of entrusting her and her daughter's safety to an important noble didn't seem sensible. But before she could form a refusal, Eris turned excitedly, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "That's a great idea. Let's go." Without waiting for a response, she grabbed Lilia's hand and started dragging her toward the Adventurers Guild. Lilia barely had time to react. Wait, Lady Eris." Rigger simply crossed his arms and watched the scene, a slight smile playing on his lips. Little Aisha, still standing beside him, also seemed amused by the redhead's energetic attitude. "This is going to be interesting," he murmured to himself before following the group into the guild. After Eris took on Lilia's escort mission, her first official mission as an adventurer, and Geese bought all the necessary supplies, the group left the city behind, much to the relief of the guards who had been watching them cautiously, especially due to Skull's presence. The immense black wolf, sitting beside the adventurers, drew attention wherever he went. Now, as the evening set in, they were gathered around a campfire outside the city, in an open plain, preparing for their meal. Geese cooked skillfully, mixing the ingredients he had bought, while Eris and Idar trained in the distance, the sounds of clashing blades reaching their ears. Skull ran across the plain, burning off energy, and Ghislaine, Rigger, Lilia, and Aisha sat close to the fire, listening to the woman's story. Lilia had already recounted how she became Paul Greyrat's second wife, which Rigger found quite curious. To him, that man, Paul Greyrat, didn't seem particularly worthy of much respect. However, what truly surprised him was when she mentioned Zenith and Paul's first son, able to cast intermediate-tier magic at 2 years old. Rigger thought, frowning, and became a water saint at 5? Was this kid a descendant of Laplace or something? Even my master told me I was the youngest she had ever seen reach that rank, and I was 7. He began to question his own genius. He had always considered himself talented, but this was absurd. Furthermore, Lilia said that Rudius Greyrat had trained a friend from her village to advanced rank in all the magic he knew in just 2 years. What kind of village was that? Rigger wondered, intrigued. Did it have some sort of divine blessing around it? As he reflected, Lilia continued her story, now recounting what had happened after the teleportation disaster. I was feeding Miss Norn and Aisha when that light struck us. It was an instant, and then, suddenly, we were in a plane much like this one. I walked for hours carrying them both until I found City. I found work as a maid to ensure some stability, since they were only a year old and needed constant care. Makes sense? Geese commented, nodding. There was no way you could have traveled long distances alone with 2 babies. Yes. Lilia sighed. After some time, I decided to go to Melitian for help. I knew Zenith was a noble of the Latria house, and I figured that, at least for Norn's sake, her family wouldn't abandon us. Luckily for me, Claire Latria recognized Norn's resemblance to Zenith. She asked Ameli's priest to conduct some tests, and he confirmed that Norn was almost certainly her granddaughter. So everything worked out? Geese asked, leaning forward. Not exactly. Lilia looked away toward the fire. When I explained my situation and said I was Paul's concubine, Claire threw us out. I begged, and in the end, she allowed me to stay as a servant. For months, we lived there while Claire made a point to humiliate me whenever possible. A tense silence fell over the campfire. Even Geese, usually more playful, remained quiet. She didn't hide her hostility. She decided that Aisha should grow up as Norn's personal maid and prevented us from leaving the mansion or even attempting any outside contact. When I finally gathered the courage to say I wanted to return to Fitoa, Lilia hesitated, her voice slightly trembling. She expelled us, she continued, clenching her fists. But she didn't allow me to take Norn with me. The tension in the air grew even heavier. Rigger felt his eyebrows furrow involuntarily. I begged. Lilia took a deep breath, trying to hold back the tears threatening to fall. But Claire forbade me from entering the mansion again. She never let me see Norn again. She only gave me money and told me to travel back to Fitoa, saying that if I wanted to take Norn, I should bring Zenith with me. She lowered her head, and Aisha, sensing her mother's distress, snuggled against her, curling up in her lap in a soft, silent manner. So, my plan was to return to Fitoa, despite the dangers involved. If nothing else worked, I thought about going to my father's dojo in Azura. The group remained silent for a few moments, absorbing the information. Rigger looked at Lilia and then at Aisha, who now slept peacefully in her mother's lap. His mind began working through various possibilities. The wind carried the aroma of the meal geese was preparing over the fire. The crackling wood and bubbling stew created a cozy atmosphere, despite the cold intensifying as the night progressed. Little Aisha slept curled up in her mother's lap, her peaceful expression contrasting with Lilia's conflicted emotions. Rigger, sitting with his arms crossed, broke the silence. You haven't had any news from Paul and Zenith? Lilia sighed, her gaze lost in the flames. None. I tried sending letters, but I never received a response. Geese scratched his head, letting out a sigh before speaking. Okay. You're Paul's wife, and Aisha is his daughter. That means we're taking you with us, but he raised a finger. I don't think we should go back to fetch Norn. Lilia furrowed her brow, surprised by the statement. What? Geese raised 4 fingers, ready to argue. First, from what you said, she's being well cared for there, protected as a little noble of the Latria house, actually living much better than us. Lilia pressed her lips together, but didn't respond. Second, in a way, that Claire woman is right. She's her granddaughter, and what if Paul and Zenith aren't alive? Of course, she would want to take care of her granddaughter in their place. Rigger nodded slightly. It was a harsh perspective, but it made sense. Third, Geese continued, raising another finger. From what I heard, the Iron Legion already has many conflicts with Melees. If any of us go there and try to take her by force from such an important noble house like the Latria, it might not end in just a simple conversation. Once again, Rigger agreed. This wasn't a problem he wanted to deal with right now. Geese raised a fourth finger. And fourth, we're already far from Elysian, almost reaching Westport. Going back now isn't convenient for us. I suggest you actually return later with Paul or Zenith to take Norn back. Lilia remained silent. Her expression was tense, fists clenched over the blanket covering Aisha. It was evident that the idea of leaving Norn behind when she now had the chance to rescue her was painful, but Geese's words carried weight. Rigger broke the silence. I agree with Geese. We'll help you now, but we won't go back. He looked directly at Lilia, his voice firm. But when I return from this journey, if Norn is still there, I'll help you get her back. Lilia lowered her head, holding little Aisha closer to her. Finally, she nodded slowly. All right. Geese stretched his arms and smiled, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Then it's decided. Now, he turned to the field and shouted, Skull, Idar, Eris, the food is ready. The three came immediately. Eris was sweating, panting from training, while Skull ran excitedly, his tail wagging. They sat around the campfire, ready for their meal, and the tension in the air gradually faded. The night passed peacefully, and Rigger leaned back, watching the flames dance. There was still much to be done. Aisha took a deep breath, her bright green eyes sparkling with excitement. She spread her arms theatrically and, with contagious enthusiasm, repeated the chant aloud. Let the great protection of water be on the place thou seekest. I call a refreshing burbling stream here and now. Water ball. In front of her, a small sphere of water floated in the air, spinning gently before falling to the ground. The little girl's eyes widened with pure joy. I did it! I did it! Aisha clapped her little hands together, bouncing on Lilia's lap, who was still frozen in shock. Ghislaine, who had been watching everything, frowned, clearly impressed. She is really talented. I still haven't managed to cast the water ball spell. Her voice was serious, without a trace of jest. Rigger was at a loss. As I said, Ghislaine, it's easier to learn when you're young. Lilia's eyes widened as she stammered. She really did it? Rigger glanced at Eris, expecting her to be irritated by the little girl's magic display. But to his surprise, the redhead crossed her arms with a proud air and smiled. Oomph. I already managed to cast a water ball last week. Rigger blinked, surprised by her reaction, then burst into laughter. He leaned forward, clutching his stomach from laughing so hard. Eris frowned, blushing slightly. What? You always tell me that my talent is in swordsmanship, so it's fine, right? Her voice was firm, but the hesitation in the last sentence made it sound more like a question than a statement. Rigger wiped away a tear of amusement before smiling at her. No, Eris, it's fine. Everyone has their own talents. In the end, effort is what matters most. Aisha, still beaming, grabbed Eris' hands and exclaimed, Yes, Big Sister is amazing. Eris' face turned as red as her hair. A shy smile appeared on her lips before she huffed, turning away abruptly. Oomph, I'm going to train. And without waiting for anything else, she jumped off the wagon to practice, leaving everyone behind. Idar, who had only been observing until then, calmly wiped the blade of his sword. But this little girl's talent is truly shocking. He looked at Rigger with a teasing smile. She might be as talented as you, Rigger, or even more. I remember you casting your first spell at 3 years old, right? Who would have thought? The leader of the Iron Legion losing to a little girl. Aisha has already surpassed you in that. Rigger narrowed his eyes and raised his hand as if preparing to cast a spell. What? Idar tried to get up and jump out of the wagon, but he wasn't fast enough. Sonic explosion. Boom! A shock wave of air blasted over him, sending him flying out of the wagon in an awkward arc. Idar screamed before landing on the road, rolling several times before finally stopping. Aisha laughed, amused. Geese, who was at the front of the wagon, guiding the horses and analyzing the map, didn't even look up. We'll arrive at Westport in 2 or 3 weeks. Rigger chuckled, unfazed by Idar's groans in the background. Okay, geese. Idar ran back and climbed into the wagon again. Rigger then turned his attention back to Aisha, who was still glowing with her accomplishment. You think I was impressive? Aisha, now try to replicate the feeling you had while saying the words, but without chanting. Aisha tilted her head, confused. But don't spells need chanting? Rigger smiled. Not for those who are talented. Try it. Okay. The little girl closed her eyes, furrowing her brows in concentration. She held her tiny hands in front of her body and held her breath. Her cheeks puffed out, making her look adorably cute. However, as she strained, her face started turning red, as if she were about to explode. Lilia and Idar watched intently. The tension grew. Suddenly, a water ball emerged before her, spinning in the air. Idar and Lilia exclaimed at the same time, "What?" Rigger simply smiled as Aisha opened her eyes, blinking a few times before realizing she had cast the magic without words. "Yuwa, I did it again." She clapped her hands, laughing excitedly, but soon felt dizzy and collapsed into Lilia's lap. "Don't worry, it's just slight mana exhaustion." Rigger leaned back slightly in the wagon, his eyes gleaming with deep thought before saying to Lilia, "Honestly, I'm also interested in recruiting Aisha's brother. Rudius, right? He's only 8 years old." Lilia nodded, still shocked, folding her hands in her lap. "That's right, but he's very intelligent and mature for his age. He's always been impressive." Rigger smiled slightly, reflecting on her words. Just like Aisha. Lilia hesitated for a moment before responding, her expression becoming a bit more serious. "I know you want Aisha to be your disciple, but Rudius was the reason Aisha and I survived. We owe him." Rigger raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on her. "And didn't I just save you in the same way?" he questioned, his voice calm but sharp. "Besides, from what you, Ghislaine, and Geese told me about Zenith, she would never have left you in this situation. And Paul, as much of an idiot as he is, wouldn't have let you go through this if he could help it. So while Rudius played a role, he wasn't essential." Lilia remained silent, her eyes shifting slightly. "Know that I don't want Aisha as my disciple to repay a debt. I want her because I recognize her talent." He looked at the little girl, sleeping peacefully beside him. "And I believe that with my guidance, she can reach unimaginable heights. If she joins the Legion, her family will naturally be protected as well. And you know, our organization already has a group dedicated to searching for those who went missing in the teleportation incident." Lilia bit her lower lip slightly, lost in thought. She knew Rigger wasn't lying, but the idea of giving up the future she had planned for Aisha was still difficult to fully accept. Before she could respond, Eris' bold voice broke the silence. "Rigger, let's train." He smiled, standing up without hesitation. Before leaving, he looked at Lilia once more and said, "You still don't fully understand her talent. In fact, neither do I." Lilia remained seated, watching him walk away with Eris. Geese, who had been silently listening to the conversation, scratched his chin and commented, "He's not wrong, you know. Aisha deserves more than living as someone's servant with such talent." Lilia sighed, but didn't respond. Meanwhile, Rigger and Eris headed to the improvised training field. Idar joined them, spinning his sword between his fingers with a challenging smile. "Let's see if we can hit you today, boss." Rigger just smiled. The training began quickly and intensely. Eris attacked ferociously, her aggressive sword god style being refined with each strike. Eris's only goal in recent months was to catch up to Rigger and Idar and reach the saint level. She never said it aloud, but she watched everyone carefully, and even without words, Rigger could tell she sometimes felt useless. With Rigger constantly telling her she had talent with the sword, she decided she would prove herself worthy of it. With the dedication she had been showing lately, Rigger and Ghislaine estimated she could reach that level in 2 or 3 years. Idar, on the other hand, was already an experienced warrior, but now he was delving even deeper into the flow, perfecting his movements. However, if he truly wanted to advance to the king level, he would have to learn one of the secret techniques at the Water God Style dojo. The sound of clashing swords echoed across the plains of Meles. The pace was frantic, each strike filled with intensity and precision. The wind cut through their movements, and the gleam of their blades reflected the setting sun. One day, Rigger suggested training nonstop during the journey, and it became somewhat of a tradition to train while following the carriage's movement. It was much more exhausting, but in Rigger's opinion, it helped them adapt to the environment rather than focusing solely on the enemy in front of them. Eris attacked relentlessly, sweat dripping from her forehead, her eyes shining with fierce determination. Rigger dodged and blocked her blows efficiently, never underestimating her, never allowing her to land a hit easily. Idar joined the fight, adding a new dynamic and forcing Rigger to be even more attentive. The training lasted for hours, ending only when night began to fall. Eris collapsed onto the grass, panting but smiling. As he looked at the carriage, Rigger was lost in thought. Rigger knew he needed to change Lilia's mindset about Aisha's future. The woman still saw her daughter as Rudius's future servant, but he couldn't accept such a waste. The girl was intelligent, charismatic, active, and had a natural talent that couldn't be ignored. So, he began subtly planting the seed of doubt in Lilia's mind. Over time, she started reflecting on Aisha's possibilities, which was already progress. Geese was preparing food again and called them to eat. As they talked, Lilia mentioned her former position as a servant of Princess Ariel Anemoi, Azura. With a neutral expression but eyes filled with memories, she recounted an incident that had marked her forever. To protect the princess, I blocked an assassin's dagger with my leg. The poison seeped deep into my bones, and no matter how much they tried to treat me, a full cure required a king-level healing spell. Something completely out of my reach. My career as a swordwoman ended there. In fact, I was lucky to be merely dismissed and not discarded, considering the situation within the Azuran royal palace. Rigger frowned. A king-level healing spell, or a detoxification spell specific to that poison. Either of those would work, right? Lilia nodded. Yes, but both the detoxification spell and the king-level healing spell are monopolized by Mealy's. The doctors in the capital claimed they didn't know how to use them. So, do you know what poison it was? Yes, the doctors told me when they explained why they couldn't cure me. Rigger quickly wrote a list on a piece of paper. These are the detoxification spells I currently know. Is any of them the one you need? Lilia took the paper, surprised, murmuring, "Of course you know detoxification spells." She scanned the list one by one until her eyes widened as she spotted a familiar name. With a slightly trembling finger, she pointed at one. This one, this spell can neutralize the poison, but how do you know it? Rigger smirked. Let's just say I've had some conflicts with Mealy's. This is part of the spoils of war. So can I try? Idar, who was writing a letter, raised an eyebrow. Have you used this spell before? Rigger crossed his arms. Not on a person, but I have tested it. It should work. Geese, who was analyzing a map, glanced at him with an amused expression. Boss, you're confident in this, huh? Rigger chuckled. Worst case scenario, I can always make her leg grow back, right? The joke made Geese shudder. Ugh, I'd rather not imagine that. Lilia remained silent for a moment, pondering. Her gaze fell on Aisha, who was sleeping peacefully nearby, and then she took a deep breath, making up her mind. Moving carefully, she shifted her daughter aside and slightly lifted her dress, revealing her smooth, well-shaped leg. Rigger blinked, caught off guard for a moment, his mind briefly clouded. What was that? A strange thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it and focused on the task. He placed his hand on Lilia's leg and closed his eyes, channeling his magic. Energy flowed from his palms, enveloping her skin in a soft glow. Seconds later, Lilia felt an intense pain radiate from her leg. The discomfort was almost unbearable, and she let out small whimpers of pain but remained firm. A dark smoke began to rise from her leg and dissipate into the air. Rigger frowned. The poison is deeply embedded in your bones. I managed to remove most of it now, but to ensure it doesn't return, I'll need to repeat this process once a day until it's fully extracted. Lilia was sweating and breathless, but she felt something different. Geese looked at her curiously and commented, Your leg looks better? Cautiously, Lilia moved her foot and stepped on the ground. The pain was still there, but was incredibly less intense than before. Surprised, she tested the movement a few more times. The pain, it's almost gone. I still feel a little, but it's barely noticeable compared to before. Rigger simply nodded, satisfied with the result. This is just the beginning. We'll continue the treatment until the poison is completely gone. Lilia looked at him with an unreadable expression. For the first time in a long while, a spark of hope shone in her eyes. She pressed her lips together, holding back her emotions, but her heart was overflowing with gratitude. Perhaps, just perhaps, her future wasn't as sealed as she once thought. The silence hung in the air, only the crackling of the campfire and the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind filling the surroundings. In a clearing, with night already approaching, the flickering light of the fire cast shadows on Ghislaine's serious face. She raised her hands over Rigger's arm, where a cut was still bleeding. Her red eyes shone intensely under the firelight as her firm and controlled voice resonated. Divine power is rich and nourishing. It offers the strength to rise again to those who have lost their strength. Healing. A bright green energy emanated from her palm, enveloping Rigger's wound. He felt the flesh mending, the pain fading away like a distant memory. However, his eyes were not fixed on the disappearing scar. No, he was looking at Ghislaine in a different way. The fire's glow highlighted every contour of her face. The scars marking her skin did not make her any less beautiful. Instead, they made her even more striking. The corner of her lips curved almost imperceptibly, and at that exact moment, Rigger found himself lost in it, his gaze carrying a touch of lust, even if unconsciously. Rigger, Eris's voice cut through his reverie. He blinked quickly and averted his gaze, snapping back to reality. Eris looked at him with her head slightly tilted, curious but without suspecting what was going through his mind. Recovering swiftly, he flashed a smile. "Congratulations, Eris. And Ghislaine, you are now elemental mages in fire, water, and healing magic, which completes the magic curriculum I planned for you." His voice carried pride. "Also, even though there are some details left, you both can now read and write in the human language." Eris's eyes widened before her face lit up with a smile so big it seemed impossible to contain. She jumped into the air and spun around, laughing loudly, her energy as contagious as ever. "Finally, I'll never study again," she exclaimed, her fists clenched in pure joy. "And I'm a complete mage now." Ghislaine, on the other hand, maintained her usual posture, but Rigger noticed how her tail swayed slightly. For those who knew her well, this was a clear sign of happiness. She closed her eyes for a brief moment before crossing her arms and nodding. "I appreciate your teachings." Rigger smiled, seeing the veiled satisfaction on the swordmaster's face. Then, as if remembering something, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object. The silver gleam reflected the firelight as he extended it toward Eris. It was a wolf-shaped pendant, attached to a simple but sturdy chain. The details were sculpted with precision, making the piece surprisingly realistic. The wolf's eyes were small red stones, almost the same color as Eris's own eyes. She blinked, surprised, not immediately understanding. "You and Skoll are very close," Rigger began, his voice softer. "So I decided to give you something to remind you of him for your birthday." Eris blinked again. "And my birthday?" The shock in her voice made Ghislaine raise an eyebrow, and Rigger chuckled quietly. The redhead's genuine reaction even made Geese, who had been listening from a distance, let out a muffled laugh. Geese crossed his arms and smiled as he saw Eris's stunned expression. With a theatrical gesture, he reached for a finely crafted wooden box, which he carried with a certain care. He placed it before Eris and, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, announced, "Besides that, Eris, we all got together and bought this for you." Eris blinked, still trying to process the situation. Geese opened the box, revealing a lightweight yet durable leather armor, intricately designed with an elegant dark brown tone. Every stitch and plate indicated high-quality craftsmanship, made to ensure mobility without sacrificing defense. Alongside it lay a fine fabric cloak, clearly enchanted, with a faint bluish glow running through its folds. This magic cloak was found by Rigger in an enchantment shop. It has the ability to make the wearer lighter, which works well with your sword skills. You'll be even faster, Geese explained, gently pushing the box toward her. Eris remained motionless, staring at the gift with wide eyes, her face tinged with disbelief. Slowly, her trembling fingers touched the surface of the armor, feeling its soft yet sturdy texture. She opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. After a moment, she lifted her gaze, filled with genuine emotion, and directed it toward Ghislaine with an expectation she could barely contain. Rigger noticed that Ghislaine didn't seem to realize it and nudged her with his elbow. She blinked and looked at him, confused, but when she turned back to Eris and saw that everyone was staring at her, she finally understood. Ghislaine hesitated for a moment, then let out a quiet sigh. Without saying anything for a few seconds, she slid a ring off her finger and held it up before Eris. "This is the protection amulet of my tribe." Her voice was as serious as ever. It was not common for the beast tribes to give gifts. The ring was simple, carved from wood, appearing old yet well-maintained. A faint green light pulsed on its surface, subtle but mesmerizing. "They say that whoever wears it will not be attacked by wicked wolves at night." Ghislaine finished, extending the ring toward Eris. Eris swallowed hard, her hand hesitant as she accepted the gift. Her eyes sparkled with intense emotion as she held the ring between her fingers, as if it were a priceless treasure. You're really giving me this?" Her voice was lower than usual, as if she feared the answer would be different from what she wanted to hear. Ghislaine shrugged, keeping her serious expression. "Yes, it's just a superstition." But Eris didn't see it that way. To her, that gift was more meaningful than any jewel or treasure. Rigger smiled at Eris's reaction and crossed his arms. "Happy birthday, Eris. I know it's not the grand, noble party you would have had back home, but it's something." I also asked Skull to hunt a big boar. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud thud made the ground tremble, and a massive shadow loomed over them. Everyone turned their heads just in time to see Skull, his black fur gleaming under the light, walking forward with heavy, firm steps. Hanging from his jaws was a gigantic boar, its glassy eyes indicating that it had already stopped struggling. Eris's eyes widened, and a moment later, an excited grin spread across her face. Geese rubbed his hands together, eyeing the prey with an experienced look. "This is going to take some work. Let's get to it." Eris, still holding her gifts with shining eyes, simply nodded, a joyful laugh escaping her lips. She never imagined that her birthday, even far from her family and old life, would make her this happy. The smell of slowly roasting meat over the fire mixed with the earthy aroma of the trees around them, creating an atmosphere both cozy and wild. Geese was hunched over a pot, stirring with concentration as steam curled into dancing spirals. "Just a little more, and it'll be perfect," he said with a grin, licking his lips as he imagined the juicy flavor of the boar cooked with his special spices. Eris, full of energy as always, galloped around the clearing riding Skull, holding Aisha in her arms. The little girl laughed loudly, her hair flying in the wind as the enormous black wolf ran with speed and precision, his light steps barely leaving marks on the ground. "Faster, faster!" Aisha cried between giggles, holding onto Eris tightly. Meanwhile, Lilia moved stiffly, panting, her sword slicing through the air in a stance that revealed her rustiness. Idar, watching with critical eyes, corrected her form with firm but patient words. "You know the theory, but you're out of practice. Let your movements flow, don't force them. You're trying to move the same way you did when you used to fight, but remember, you've spent almost 10 years without doing anything like this." Lilia nodded, sweating but determined. "I understand." After Rigger had healed most of the poison and restored her leg to its original condition, she had decided to resume practicing the water god style. No one stopped her. After all, having some combat ability was never a bad thing in a world full of superhumans. Rigger and Ghislaine sat a little apart, near a large rock that provided a panoramic view of the camp. The orange glow of the fire partially illuminated her face, highlighting the strong features and scars that told the story of her battles. He watched the way her muscles moved beneath her bronze skin, admiring her imposing presence. "Have you ever wondered where your magic eye came from?" Rigger asked. Ghislaine tilted her head slightly, considering. "Actually, yes. When I was younger, it bothered me a lot, but after becoming an adventurer, I learned to live with it. And in the end, it turned out to be very useful." Rigger nodded, but his gaze on her was different now, more intense. His eyes traced her body with a mix of admiration and subtle desire. He looked away for a moment, watching the flickering flames before asking, "Do you believe in fate, Ghislaine?" She noticed his gaze, but instead of pulling away, she subtly shifted her posture. Her shoulders relaxed, and she leaned slightly, emphasizing her natural curves. "I don't understand much about those things," she said with a faint smile. "But I believe we make our own destiny. Every decision we make affects who we become in the future." Rigger raised an eyebrow, thoughtful. "Then what about you and Eris being brought exactly to where I was?" Ghislaine smiled, shaking her head. "We were lucky." Rigger chuckled. "Luck, huh? I hope so. It would be boring if the future was predetermined." The two fell into a comfortable silence, watching the rest of the group enjoying themselves. Rigger, however, kept glancing at Ghislaine out of the corner of his eye. She was a formidable woman in many ways. Strong, dedicated, and fiercely loyal to those she considered close. At the same time, she cared nothing for those outside her circle. She was ruthless, no doubt, but also incredibly beautiful. With each passing day, Rigger found himself admiring her more and more. Suddenly, Ghislaine broke the silence. "I think I might have a clue about your problem with Tuki. I don't know if it'll be useful." Rigger turned to her, golden eyes sparking with interest. "What? What is it?" She crossed her arms, thoughtful. "Remember that strange feeling I had every time we fought?" Rigger nodded, now fully focused on her. "When we were training this morning, I finally remembered what it was. That sensation reminded me of something that happened years ago, when our adventurer party was in a dungeon. We fought against several living statues. They seemed alive and fought well, but I could still defeat them. Their movements felt strange and unnatural, as if they were following erratic commands. When we reached the boss room, we found out why. They were being controlled by the dungeon's boss monster." Rigger frowned. "And what does that have to do with me?" Ghislaine met his gaze and spoke seriously. "When I fight you now, it feels similar to fighting those statues. Like I'm battling a puppet. You move as if you're just a body being controlled by something else." Rigger fell silent, processing the information. His heart quickened slightly. Ghislaine continued, "A puppet, or like a sack of flesh being controlled by invisible strings." "A puppet," he murmured to himself, a chill running down his spine. Ghislaine sighed. "It's strange, right? I don't see how it could be useful, but that's the feeling I get." Rigger didn't respond immediately. He looked up at the starry sky, feeling uneasy. If what Ghislaine said was true, what did it mean for him? He wasn't sure what to think. The clearing through which the carriage passed was silent, enveloped by the morning freshness and the scent of the forest. Rigger took a deep breath, feeling the flow of mana around him, the subtle energy of nature intertwining with his own essence. His golden eyes fixed on the sturdy tree ahead, and he raised his hand, invoking the sacred power he had been trying to master for some time. "Then our God grants grace to Mother Earth. I do this against the law of nature and give the foolish one the vengeance of heaven." Exorcist's rate. A white light shone in his palm, condensing before shooting toward the tree. The beam struck the hard bark, and nothing happened. No cracks, no burn marks, not even a sign that anything had occurred. "Hey, boss," Geese called from the side, leaning against a rock with a mischievous smile. "Isn't divine attack magic only effective against spirits and incorporeal beings?" Rigger lowered his hand and turned to him, crossing his arms. "That's what they teach, but I've been told many things about magic that were considered true and turn out to be just theories from people too lazy to try new things. So it doesn't hurt to test. Geese let out a nasal chuckle. Fair enough. Rigger's training never stopped for a single day, but he had many skills. If he wanted to improve, he had to dedicate time to specific ones. He had well-defined goals, and after listing his priorities, he set up his short-term training plan. He was focusing his efforts on 4 main points: control over barrier magic, mastery of lightning, his problem with Tuki, and, of course, divine attack magic. Lightning and barrier magic were progressing little by little. Lightning was naturally very difficult to control, and he had less talent in barrier magic compared to other magic classes. But he knew these two would be crucial if brought to an extremely high level. As for divine attack magic, so far, he had only managed to cast these spells without incantations after days of exhaustive attempts, and even then, only the most common elemental ones. Perhaps this meant his aptitude for divine attack magic was also limited, but he was progressing. A small advance was better than stagnation, and this magic might be his only weapon against the human god. The most important thing, however, was the enigma of his Tuki. Something inside him seemed blocked, preventing him from accessing his full potential. He had made countless notes, exploring different possibilities based on what Ghislaine had told him about his Tuki, that it felt like that of a puppet. Could it be Haidagami's influence? Could those dreams he sends me be interfering with my body and mind somehow? Another hypothesis was that he had been marked by some unknown barrier during the attack on Mealy's. And, of course, there was the more subtle, yet equally concerning possibility. Could it be a subconscious fear? After losing control like that, could something inside me be afraid of it happening again? There was no definitive answer yet, but at least he had a direction, and that was better than groping in the dark. His thoughts were interrupted when his ears picked up an almost imperceptible sound. A murmur, a subtle slide of feet over dry leaves. He raised his eyes. They were almost out of the last clearing before reaching Westport. This was their last stop before heading straight there. The air carried a different weight, a tension disguised by the artificial stillness. Presences, hundreds of them, hidden in the forest shadows, spread out in strategic positions. He could feel their gazes, their controlled breaths, some even hesitant. Although well-trained, not all of them were experts at remaining invisible to Rigger's keen senses, even from a distance. He glanced to the side, where Lilia was feeding Aisha some kind of porridge from a recipe Geese had given her. The little girl played absent-mindedly with her food, completely unaware of what surrounded them. The sight brought a slight smile to Rigger's face. Well, this is a great opportunity to show off for Lilia. She knows I'm strong, but she hasn't seen it with her own eyes yet. Maybe this will convince her. His anxiety, which had been building up due to the absence of the assassins mentioned by Haidagami, began to fade. Finally, something interesting was about to happen. He then spoke to everyone. There's an ambush just ahead. Probably assassins sent by Mealy's, considering how well they've hidden just for a carriage. They must know about all of us. This is more dangerous than usual, and they likely won't be ordinary enemies, not like the bandits and thieves that attacked us on the road. A tense silence fell over the group. Eris furrowed her brow, her fists clenched. Before she could say anything, Rigger continued. Eris, Lilia, Aisha, Geese, Skull, and Idar, you stay behind. Eris's eyes widened in clear indignation. What? I can fight. No, Eris. Rigger's voice was firm, non-negotiable. There are too many of them, and several won't be easy opponents for you since many of them are advanced-level warriors. One mistake could cost you your life. Only Ghislaine and I will go this time, and that's not up for debate. Eris was frustrated and looked at Ghislaine. Seeing that she said nothing, she gritted her teeth, her fists trembling with frustration. Deep down, she knew Rigger wasn't speaking out of arrogance. He didn't underestimate her. He simply evaluated the situation logically, and logic dictated that she wasn't strong enough to support them in battle, even though fighting was the one thing she was good at. Tisk! She turned her face away, crossing her arms. Rigger continued, unfazed. Idar, Eris, and Skull will be responsible for protecting the group. Idar nodded silently, his sharp eyes analyzing the surroundings. Skull let out a grunt, as if he understood the order. Eris just muttered under her breath. The silence was broken by Aisha's childish voice. Big Brother is going to beat up the bad guys. Rigger walked over to her and lightly ruffled her hair with a smile. That's right, little one. Always remember this. If you stand out, there will always be people against you. No matter what side you're on, people will get in your way. And that's when you show your ferocity. Aisha giggled, clearly not fully understanding, but enjoying the answer. Lilia, however, watched the scene with a complex look. Rigger noticed, but didn't comment. He then turned his gaze to Ghislaine. You shouldn't have any problems in the fight, but be careful with poison. There are still many I can't cure. If you sense any unusual smell or feeling, fall back. Ghislaine nodded, her expression determined. They then moved to another location, a higher vantage point. The silence of the forest grew denser, heavier. The tension in the air was almost palpable. Rigger and Ghislaine exchanged a glance. Without further words, each one advanced in a different direction. POV, Lilia Greyrat. I stood at the front of the carriage, feeling the weight of the sword hilt at my waist. My gaze shifted to the side, where Idar stood at the ready, his hand resting on the grip of his own blade. He looked relaxed, but I knew his attention was entirely focused on the surroundings. Behind us, Eris was training alone. Her strikes were fast, impulsive, filled with frustration. It was clear she wasn't happy about being left behind. Skull, on the other hand, was lying on the ground, scratching himself and rolling around, completely indifferent to the tension in the air. Some people would find it unsettling, but after spending enough time with him, it was actually kind of cute. If someone had asked me 2 months ago if I expected to be traveling with a group like this, I would have definitely said no. After all, here I was, accompanying a noble from the Boreas Greyrat family who, at just 10 years old, was already an advanced-ranked swordswoman, a sword king, the leader of the Iron Legion, a water saint, an S-rank adventurer, Geese Nucadia, and, of course, an ebony wolf considered an A-rank monster. Would this group be considered normal anywhere in the world? I was almost certain the answer was no. I had made the decision to return to Fitoa, believing my journey would be extremely dangerous. I was prepared to make sacrifices for my daughter's well-being, and from the very beginning, the trip had proven to be just as dangerous as I had feared. But now, watching these figures around me, I realized that perhaps I had become involved in something far greater than I had imagined. And as my thoughts wandered, the forest around us remained silent. And I knew that silence would soon be shattered by the sounds of battle. A flash of lightning illuminated the clearing, briefly revealing the silhouettes of the combatants. The thunder roared through the night, followed by the clash of steel against steel. The moment the battle began, several figures emerged from shadows. Black hoods concealed their faces, and their mercenary attire made it clear they were trained assassins. However, against Rigger and Ghislaine, who moved like fleeting shadows amid the chaos, they had little hope of resistance. Lilia and the others were positioned on higher ground, allowing them to watch the battle unfold from a distance. Lilia tightened her grip on her sword, conflicting emotions rising in her chest. It was strange being part of this group. They were never caught off guard, never fell into traps. Not once had Rigger or Ghislaine failed to detect an enemy before an ambush was sprung. Their senses were on a level Lilia had never seen before, not even in the royal castle of Azura. Furthermore, both of them had eyes capable of seeing mana flow through the air, allowing them to predict movements and anticipate attacks. As she observed Rigger, she felt a weight settle in her mind. He wasn't just an exceptional warrior. He had mastered all the major sword styles, was a king and saint-level mage in multiple schools of magic. Furthermore, he had created an organization at just 6 years old, which was now renowned in Meles. And he was only 11. As much as she wanted to ignore it, she had to admit it. He might be even more talented than Rudius Greyrat, whose only true talents were his above-average intelligence and magic. The leg she had once believed lost forever due to poison, he had healed it. She couldn't help but think, if she had still possessed her original strength from her time as a royal guard, If she hadn't spent so long without training, would she really have to worry so much about the journey back to Fitoa? At the very least, it wouldn't be so easy for others to take advantage of her and her daughter, as had happened before. She sighed, pushing the thoughts away. Beside her, Aisha clapped her hands excitedly, watching as Rigger's streaks of fire and lightning tore through the sky. "Big brother is amazing," the girl exclaimed, her eyes shining with admiration. Lilia glanced at her daughter. It was impressive how Aisha saw Rigger, but it made sense. For a child, it was hard not to admire someone who had saved her, who had saved her mother, who treated them both with kindness and respect, who constantly reinforced how talented and brilliant she was, always giving her attention. But it wasn't just that. Rigger had given Aisha something she had never truly had, a place where she wasn't judged. In the Guerrera household, she had always been treated as the maid's daughter, even if Paul and Zenith didn't see her that way. Lilia herself had reinforced this, being strict with Aisha while favoring Norn. And in the Latria household, there, her daughter had only faced hostility, treated as an illegitimate child with no blood ties to the family. But in this group, no one saw Aisha that way. None of them cared about her birth or status. They didn't allow Lilia to be as strict as she wanted, and they all seemed to agree that Aisha was incredibly talented. In fact, throughout the journey, Rigger had proven this repeatedly. And over time, even Lilia began to see her daughter in a new light. She started to think deeply about it. Maybe Aisha could really do something great in this world. Once the thought took root, it was difficult to remove. And instead of fading, it grew more and more uncontrollably. Before Aisha was born, Lilia had decided that she would serve Rudius. But circumstances were different now. She had no idea whether Rudius, Paul, or Zenith were even alive. She tried to find excuses for herself. If Aisha was really that talented, she could repay her debt to Rudius more easily. Lilia could find Paul, Zenith, and Rudius faster if Aisha trained under Rigger, since he had an organization helping him search. She could protect her better if she let him teach her. But deep down, these were just justifications for something she had already decided, even if she hadn't fully realized it yet. Her eyes returned to the battlefield. There were assassins whose movements she couldn't even follow, yet Rigger defeated them with ease. The many techniques he had created shone in the heat of battle. His sword ignited with flames, lightning crackled from his hands, magical barriers materialized in an instant. He moved at speeds that bordered on the impossible. To the mercenaries, he was an untouchable demon. And at that moment, as she watched Rigger fight, Lilia made a decision that would change her life. And Aisha, forever. As Rigger's supersonic wind bullets tore through the air, they whistled like invisible projectiles, leaving a trail of death and destruction. The enemies tried to flee, but it was futile. Every movement was calculated, every target eliminated with surgical precision. Rigger kept his eyes sharp, his expression frozen in a mask of coldness as his body acted almost instinctively. Yet, something was bothering him. Why are these guys so weak? It wasn't that they were useless. Compared to ordinary warriors, they were strong, well-trained assassins, coordinated, attacking in numbers, enough to overwhelm individual warriors. Even Ghislaine had needed to retreat from some of their sieges. But for him, for someone who mastered large-scale magic and possessed an arsenal capable of turning the battlefield in the blink of an eye, it didn't make sense. His enemies were supposed to know about his lightning magic. They knew about its destructive power. If they were here to kill him, why were they attacking so randomly? Were they just throwing numbers at him without any real strategy? Or was there something he had yet to realize? As he pondered, his golden eyes scanned the battlefield. No real challenge. Only one saint-level warrior, the only opponent worthy of attention. He immobilized him with a precise lightning spell, making the enemy's body convulse in spasms before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Rigger approached, assessing the fallen man for a moment before raising his hand and conjuring earth magic. The ground beneath the warrior split open, swallowing him up to his chest. With a second command, the earth solidified, trapping him firmly. I'll have a little chat with him later. He turned and continued his pursuit, killing them all with ease. None of them surpassed him in strength or could understand his attacks with the versatility he fought with. After hunting down and killing almost all of them, he returned to the battlefield's starting point. Rigger turned, searching for Ghislaine's position. Even outnumbered, the enemies couldn't match her speed, so she simply retreated when surrounded and hunted them down one by one. Her blade left trails of blood across the battlefield, slicing through anyone who dared approach. When only a few survivors remained, she halted the chase and returned to Rigger's side. Her steps were light, but her gaze still carried the ferocity of battle. As soon as she arrived, her eyes landed on the immobilized saint-level warrior, arms crossed, a small smile playing on her lips. Rigger wasted no time. He created a sphere of water and shot it directly at the man's face. The warrior choked and coughed as he woke up, confused. Before he could gather his bearings, Rigger cast a light, healing spell to stabilize him. The man gasped, his eyes widening as he recognized his captor. And then his expression twisted into a mask of pure hatred. "You filthy demon! Laplace's dog! You won't live for long!" Rigger blinked, his expression shifting from neutral to confused. "Laplace's dog?" he murmured, frowning. Before he could ask more, he noticed Ghislaine's small smile beside him. Unlike her usual predatory grin, this one carried a hint of amusement, as if she had been waiting for his reaction. Rigger felt a slight irritation grow inside him. That nickname was really bad. Who the hell came up with that crap? He turned back to the captured warrior, his voice firm and impatient. "Who sent you here?" The man shouted with fervor, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. "God, he sent me to end you." Rigger closed his eyes for a moment and let out a long sigh. This guy clearly lacked intelligence. Rigger sighed. "You're not very smart, are you?" He then activated his magic eye, focusing his senses to catch any involuntary reactions from the man. "Okay, I'll say a few names, and you just have to be yourself, all right?" The man remained silent, his muscles tense. Rigger began the game. "Are you from the Order of Instruction?" No reaction. "The Temple." A slight ripple, almost imperceptible. Rigger smiled. "So, the Temple Order, huh?" "I already told you, I'm a warrior of God." The man repeated as if reaffirming it to himself. Rigger ignored the response. "Are you from a noble house?" "Who gave you the order?" "St. Mealy's himself." Rigger raised an eyebrow. "Was it a cardinal?" The man remained stiff, but Rigger caught a small tremor. "Cardinal LeBlanc McFarlane?" The warrior reacted immediately, his expression twisting. His mouth opened, but then he tried to correct himself, his voice trembling with an obvious lie. "No. I am a divine warrior." Rigger let out an amused sigh. "Okay, divine warrior. Why only you guys? Are the others ambushing me somewhere else? Do you know who they are?" The man scoffed. "We alone are enough for you." Rigger crossed his arms, analyzing him. This guy was an idiot. He didn't even believe what he was saying. The sweat running down his forehead, the subtle tremble of his lips. He was a fanatic, but not an assassin. Rigger quickly understood the situation. "So, you're not a trained assassin. You're an ex-knight who volunteered to kill me, or just to distract me. Man, I sometimes wonder what goes on in your heads." The man gritted his teeth, preparing to shout again. Rigger didn't give him the chance. With a swift movement, a wind bullet pierced his throat before any sound could escape. The Saint Warrior's head fell back, lifeless, his wide eyes frozen in shock. Rigger sighed, wiping Tsukikage clean of any blood and carnage before turning to Ghislaine. "I think we can expect something more dangerous ahead. This guy was most likely just a pawn Mealy's was using to lower my guard, which makes me even more certain that the one who planned this was Cardinal LeBlanc. Galgard is smart enough to know I wouldn't see this as a real threat. He knows my strength, and the Pope has nothing against me." Ghislaine observed him for a moment, her wild eyes gleaming with interest. "Do you want to kill him?" Rigger smiled. He had always liked Ghislaine's straightforward and sincere way. No beating around the bush, no hesitation. Her sweaty body glistened under the sunlight filtering through the forest. Her curves stood out due to the minimal clothing she wore for fighting. The heat of battle still radiated from her, and Rigger felt a subtle excitement begin to rise within him. Yes, I want to kill him, but I don't have time to look for him now, and I can't defeat Galgard yet. Besides, the Legion is strong enough now. Even if they weren't, I trust they'd find a way. And if they don't, I can always come back and kill them all for revenge. Saying this, he turned away. The metallic scent of blood still hung in the air. Ghislaine inhaled softly, her gaze shifting to Rigger's waist, picking up on a different scent. A subtle smile appeared on her lips as her tail lazily swayed from side to side. Rigger noticed the movement, and for an instant, his eyes wandered over her. Before he could say anything, a voice interrupted the moment. Rigger! He lowered his ears, slightly disappointed. Eris and the others were approaching. Ghislaine, on the other hand, just let out a faint smile, showing no irritation. The moment had passed. Rigger sighed, turning toward the newcomers. The battle was over, but something greater awaited them in the distance. The scent of blood still lingered in the air as Lilia stepped down from the carriage, holding Aisha in her arms. The field around them was covered in bodies, some still releasing their last breaths of life. Skull, as usual, leaped onto the corpses without hesitation, sniffing the fresh blood. Geese, seeing the destruction caused by Rigger and Ghislaine, let out a low whistle, displaying both surprise and respect. Well, that was intense, he murmured, scratching his neck. Idar remained calm, observing the landscape of death around him as if it were trivial. Eris, on the other hand, walked with clenched fists, her mood visibly sour. Not participating in the battle annoyed her, but she said nothing. Rigger crossed his arms and analyzed the surroundings. Let's keep moving. This probably won't be the last attack, but we'll always sense them before they reach us, he said, his voice filled with confidence. Probably, Geese repeated, his expression skeptical. Boss, Rigger waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry, Mealy shouldn't be able to hire someone who can escape my perception. He turned to continue walking, but murmured to himself. I hope. I heard that. I heard that. We're gonna die. Geese dramatized, raising his hands to the sky. Idar laughed loudly, and even Eris let out a brief chuckle, though she tried to hide it. Then, Lilia approached with Aisha in her arms, the little girl displaying a look of pure excitement. Carefully, Lilia set her down, allowing her to stand beside her mother. Lilia sighed and then addressed her daughter. Aisha, Big Brother Rigger asked me to take you as his disciple. That means he'll teach you everything he knows, and you'll be part of the Iron Legion. Aisha's eyes widened, excitement growing in her small body. Even at just 2 years old, she understood what this meant. She knew Rigger wanted to train her, she knew her mother had been hesitant, and now her mother was giving her a choice. This was an implicit approval. Her eyes sparkled with happiness as she looked at Rigger. Can I be Big Brother's disciple? She asked, her voice filled with hope. Rigger was surprised for a moment. He then glanced at Lilia, who maintained a neutral expression, though there was something in her eyes that indicated she had finally accepted his request. He couldn't help but smile slightly in satisfaction. He then crouched down and lifted Aisha into his arms, looking directly into her eyes. Of course, Aisha, you are now officially my first disciple, he said, his voice firm and full of pride. I've taught many people, many indeed, but you will be the first official disciple. I know you will live up to it. Aisha's face lit up with joy. She laughed and eagerly responded. Yes, master. Rigger smiled, lifting her onto his shoulder. He then turned to the rest of the group. Eris, meanwhile, had an expression that was difficult to interpret, as if she was holding something back. Jealousy? Irritation? Rigger noticed, but chose not to comment. Let's keep moving, he said, feeling that the moment had ended well. Geese, climbing back onto the carriage, chuckled. I can't even imagine what Aisha will become with you teaching her. He murmured, shaking his head. The group then set off again, leaving behind the bodies and traces of battle. The future was uncertain, but Rigger knew he was shaping something grand. And now, he had his first official disciple to train. For the rest of the journey to Westport, no major incidents occurred, but the tension between Rigger and Ghislaine grew daily. He tried to hold back as much as possible, but hiding it was becoming difficult. The worst part was that Ghislaine wasn't helping at all. On the contrary, she seemed to enjoy teasing him whenever she caught his furtive glances. Fortunately, Rigger had enough distractions to keep his mind occupied. Aisha was now officially his disciple, and he had much to teach her. Eris trained relentlessly to reach saint level, as determined as ever. Lilia watched Aisha's progress closely, as if constantly seeking confirmation that she had made the right decision in allowing Rigger to train her. And Aisha, for her part, did not disappoint. Since the day she conjured her first water ball, she spent her mana daily, increasing her capacity impressively. Her growth wasn't as absurd as Rigger's, but it came close. Moreover, her ability to absorb knowledge was incredible, like a sponge that never tired. One afternoon, while Rigger was explaining basic magic concepts to Aisha, he mentioned, "We'll only start your real physical training when you turn 4, but until then, you can familiarize yourself with the forms and do flexibility exercises." Aisha listened attentively, her eyes shining with determination. On top of the carriage, Eris was balancing herself, training her coordination and stability, when Geese shouted from the reins, "We're almost there. We're at Westport. Kihei, it's practically the world's dividing line." Everyone turned to look, and in the distance they saw the sea. The smell of salt reached them, the salty wind brushing against their faces. Eris jumped off the carriage, excited, her eyes wide with amazement. "The sea! Ghislaine, the sea! I've never seen the sea before," she exclaimed, running to the roadside for a better view. Aisha was equally enchanted, her eyes shining with wonder. Lilia, however, seemed melancholic. "Strangely enough, I've never seen the sea either," she murmured, her voice tinged with nostalgia. Rigger gazed at the port city ahead and felt the wind against his face. "The sea here is different from Zamport," he thought. He took a deep breath, taking in the new environment. This was yet another step in his journey, another great step toward the future. In a relentless desert, everything around was devastation. The ground was scarred by fire and ice, and several stone walls rose seemingly at random, silent witnesses to the battle that had taken place. In the center of that arid landscape, Rudius Greyrat was on his knees, his hands dug into the hot sand, panting. His world was spinning, his breath was ragged, and his arms trembled with exhaustion. A curved, ornate sword rested against his neck, cold and unyielding. His staff had been thrown far away during the fight. A hoarse laugh cut through the desert silence. "You're getting better with every attempt, brat." The voice was deep, filled with arrogance and amusement. "You almost got me that time." Behind him, Larix, the leader of the mercenary group Tyranny Storm, stepped back, walking with his usual relaxed posture. His body bore the marks of combat. On the left side of his chest and arm, burns still smoldered, but he didn't seem to care. "Little Sylphie, heal," he ordered bluntly. A white-haired, long-eared girl, no older than 8 or 9, approached with a visibly annoyed expression. She huffed softly before raising her hands and casting advanced healing magic without incantation. Her hands glowed with a greenish light, restoring Larix's scorched flesh. She always mentally thanked Vedette for teaching her. The demon race mage might not know saint-level spells, but she had mastered nearly all magic schools up to the advanced level, except barriers and divine attacks. From what Sylphie understood, Vedette was much older than she appeared. Once she finished, Sylphie crossed her arms, still frowning. Larix noticed her expression and let out a booming laugh. "Are you sulking over your little boyfriend's loss?" He turned to Rudius with a mocking grin. "Relax, he got out of this without a scratch. Spent the whole fight running around with magic. That's why we call him the Glass Cannon." Sylphie snorted but said nothing. Larix, still amused, turned to a brown-haired warrior with piercing eyes who was watching him from the side. "Hey," agreed, "you're coming with me today." The swordswoman smiled seductively and walked past him with a teasing sway. As she passed Larix, he slapped her on the butt, making her giggle before heading toward the stone house Rudius had created. Larix turned his attention back to Rudius, who had gotten up with Sylphie's help. The mercenary's gaze assessed the young mage, a mixture of curiosity and satisfaction. "Hey, I've never seen anyone with as much mana as you, glass cannon." He laughed. "But I really think you could be more creative. I mean, if you can create all this, why not do something like that mud field that tripped me up?" Rudius remained silent, still catching his breath. He knew Larix wasn't wrong. He relied too much on raw attack magic, but didn't think as strategically as he could. Larix crossed his arms and smirked. "And another thing, you worry too much about unnecessary stuff?" He raised both hands, each pointing in a different direction, as if holding something invisible, and shouted, "Fighting and fucking. Those are the only two truths for a man." He let out another thunderous laugh before turning and following Agreed into the house. Sylphie wrinkled her nose and made a disgusted face. "Idiot." Rudius just sighed, feeling the hot sand beneath his feet as he reflected on Larix's words. As annoying as he was, Rudius knew that, by following this strange code, Larix had become extremely powerful. However, it had been over a year since they were teleported to the Begarit continent and forced to become members of Tyranny Storm. The desert heat was relentless during the day, suffocating and cruel, and the nights brought a biting cold that seeped into the bones. Time here seemed to drag on, each day a fight for survival, each night a test against exhaustion. Rudius sighed, feeling the weight of the sand accumulating in his clothes and hair. Ever since Hector, the old warrior who had sworn to serve Larix, claimed that he had the potential to defeat the mercenary leader with his magic, his training had intensified. He not only trained alone, but also with the other mercenaries, all eager to see how far the young mage could go. Of course, no one here really wanted to leave, even if he did beat Larix. The two women, Agreed and Vedette, already considered themselves Larix's wives, accepting his brutal lifestyle as part of their reality. Hector carried a debt to the mercenary leader, one he wouldn't break until death, keeping him bound. Mortan, the hulking demon warrior with an insatiable thirst for battle, loved the constant adrenaline and wouldn't leave the group until he defeated Larix at least once. And then there was Sylphie. He glanced at the young elf, sitting near the fire, watching the monster meat roast as the heavy scent of rustic spices filled the air. It was strange. No matter how soft someone was, after spending so much time in the desert, fighting monsters, killing humans, and surviving this hell, they would develop a hardened edge. Sylphie was no longer the shy little girl he had met years ago. Her eyes, once bright and innocent, now carried a different weight. She had changed, just like him. They had become killers, survivors. Silent magic made them unpredictable and deadly in battle, more versatile than any other mage. And yet, after all this time, after all the battles, all the pain, Rudius still hadn't defeated Larix. The man was simply too strong, but he could feel it. He was getting closer. Every fight, every blow, every strategy he attempted brought him a little nearer to victory. The problem was distance. If they started too close, he wouldn't stand a chance. Larix would crush his defenses with sheer brute force and speed. However, for some reason, the mercenary leader always began their duels at a relatively large distance, as if giving him a chance, as if testing something. Rudius closed his eyes for a moment, letting the fire's crackling fill the silence. He didn't fully understand Larix. The man was strange, brutal, but also seemed to follow a twisted philosophy that dictated his actions. "Are you okay, Rudy?" Sylphie's soft voice brought him back. "You'll win next time." She smiled at him, her red eyes glowing in the firelight. He forced a smile, trying to convey confidence. "I'm fine, Sylphie. Thanks." The truth was that he had almost broken down many times during this year. He had never gone through anything like this, never felt this unrelenting pressure, this constant struggle for survival. He was a middle-aged NET from Japan, a recluse, someone who had never needed to fight to live. And now, here he was breathing this arid air, holding a weapon, and killing to survive. He still remembered his first kill as if he were back there. Larix had noticed his hesitation in killing directly and had left one enemy alive on purpose, forcing him to do it personally. The only thing that kept him standing was her. Rudius knew Sylphie needed him. Inside his chamber at the Iron Legion base, Rigger sat hunched over a table, the soft glow of a candle illuminating scattered parchment filled with notes and diagrams. His expression was grim, focused. The saint-level healing spell before him was more than just an advanced technique. It was a challenge to everything he'd learned so far. Healing at this level wasn't simply about magic. It required precision, discipline, and deep biological insight. One mistake, one misalignment in the regeneration of tissue or nerve endings, and the result could be worse than the original wound. His knowledge of biology and chemistry from his past life gave him a foundation to approach it analytically. For 37 hours straight, he studied in silence, pushing away the heavy thoughts of failure, war, and loss that haunted him since the Joylor massacre. Finally, confident in the spell's mechanics, Rigger stood. It was time to test it, on himself. He retrieved the bones of his severed arm, collected after the last battle, and braced himself. Holding them tightly, he felt mana begin to rise and take shape in his core. O sacred guardian of the firmament, herald of purity and restorer of souls, may your immaculate light descend upon this wounded body. Holy healing. A radiant golden light flared from his hand, swirling around the bones. At first came unbearable itching, needles crawling beneath his skin, as muscle, sinew, veins, and skin knitted themselves together. He clenched his jaw, enduring the agony. Then silence. His arm was whole again. He flexed his fingers slowly. The tingling was there, but no pain. No scars. Just a perfectly restored limb. A soft smile touched his lips. This would have been a miracle on Earth. And yet here, it was just another tool he could teach, maybe even Avertio one day. But no spell could heal guilt. He stood, opened the door, and called for a nearby guard. Gather all division commanders. I'll heal Taze and Feel. 3 hours from now, we meet in the main hall. The guard nodded, stunned by the sight of Rigger's restored arm. As Rigger moved through the camp, he noticed changes. Trenches were being dug. A wall project had begun. The base buzzed with activity. And yet, wherever he walked, Legion members paused to greet him, new and old alike, with silent respect. At the training field, he briefly glimpsed Eris, clashing with Idar in a fierce sparring match. Her red hair whipped like fire as she pushed herself to her limits. He watched for only a second before continuing. There were more pressing matters. His heart weighed heavy. The choices he'd made, the massacre at Joylor, the innocents lost, might have destroyed any hope of diplomacy with Mealy's. And yet, the Legion thrived. It confused him. Was I right? Or just trying to justify my sins? He arrived at the infirmary, greeted by silence and the sterile scent of medicine. Taze and Feel lay still, draped in sheets. Taze, restless despite his lack of limbs, stirred with faint movement. Feel simply stared upward, his eyes lifeless. Rigger activated his magic eye. What he saw stunned him. Taze was manipulating mana. Without limbs? He stepped in and spoke softly to the healer. Leave us. She obeyed without hesitation. As the door closed, Taze looked up. A smirk touched his lips. Well, look who's back. And with an arm. Didn't think you'd pull that off. Honestly, I was getting used to being a torso. My mana controls improved, at least. Rigger didn't laugh. His magic I saw through Taze's act, the elevated heart rate, the strained breathing. Behind the humor was pain. Feel, in contrast, had no mask. He lay motionless, broken inside and out. Rigger knelt beside Taze. I've known you since I was 1, Rigger began, his voice quiet but heavy. You probably don't remember, but the first thing you ever said to me was, "You're a monster of a boy." You were 4. Taze chuckled. Sound about right. Rigger didn't smile. Tell me, do you still think I'm a monster? Taze met his gaze, amused. Why ask now? You've seen what I've done. Taze's smirk faded. His voice steadied. You trained us. You told us setbacks would come, that you wouldn't always be there. You warned us. So why are you surprised this happened? Rigor tried. No, don't. You are our leader. You can't afford doubt. You told us that yourself. Rigor remained silent, his fists clenched. If you falter now, Taze continued, you'll lose us. You taught us resilience. Show us you still believe in it. After a beat, his voice shifted. Now hurry up and fix my limbs. I'm tired of lying here. Rigor almost laughed. Almost. He reached for the remnants of Tae's arms and legs, placing the bones in position. No chance. Golden light surged from his palm, engulfing Tae's body. Flesh, bone, and muscle reformed, seamlessly, perfectly. Taze winced at the itch, but didn't flinch. Moments later, he flexed his fingers wide-eyed. This is insane. Without waiting, he leapt from bed and grinned. I'm going to find Lisa. See you at the meeting. And just like that, he vanished down the hallway. Rigor turned to feel. He still hadn't moved. The healing took longer. Trauma went deeper with him. As the golden light danced across his body, rebuilding what was lost, something shifted in Feel's expression. His color returned. His eyes blinked. Tears began to fall. He stared at his new limbs, and a quiet sob escaped him, followed by a broken smile. Rigor placed a firm hand on his shoulder, but said nothing. Words weren't needed. Then he turned and left. Outside, the children's training ground buzzed with energy. Rufus launched stone projectiles at Jerry, his wolf companion, in a deadly dance of attack and evasion. Nearby, Garrison, a half-deer child no older than 7, spun a spear against 3 opponents with breathtaking skill. Rigor watched from the shadows. They were growing. Stronger. Better. Becoming warriors. But a quiet truth settled in him. They lived by principles I borrowed, not earned. They knew only his teachings. He had lived long enough to doubt them. He kept walking, thoughts stirring. The streets of Tinaver were alive with trade. Locals bartered, argued, laughed. Rigor took it all in, then turned back toward the Legion. The meeting room was already filled. 8 of 10 commanders. Ghislaine, Laws. They waited, eyes steady. Rigor stepped forward, no longer hesitant. He couldn't undo what had happened, but he could own it. He took the leader's seat. He looked them in the eye, and with a voice like iron, he said, "Let's begin." The sun shone intensely over Westport, reflecting golden hues on the churning ocean waters. The salty sea breeze mixed with the aroma of spices and fish. The harbor was visible from a hill where they stood. Eris was visibly excited, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at the vastness of the sea in the distance. "Let's go quickly. I want to bathe in the sea." "Hurry," she exclaimed, holding the hem of her sword scabbard to keep it from bouncing as she ran toward the entrance of the port city. Geese, who was beside her, raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms. "Aren't these seas infested with monsters?" he asked cautiously. Rigor chuckled, a dry, confident sound. His eyes momentarily glowed as he activated his magic eye. "I can see them. That won't be a problem. If it is," he smiled predatorily, "I'll just freeze the entire bay." Geese shuddered at the casualness of the response. He was already accustomed to Rigor's absurd abilities, but the cold-blooded way he spoke of such extreme actions always sent a slight chill down his spine. Idar, on the other hand, just laughed. "You'll never think the way he does, Geese. Accept it." As they walked toward the city, Geese began to slow down. Rigor noticed and frowned when he saw his companion's relaxed yet resolute expression. "Boss," Geese called, placing his hands on his hips. "I think this is where we part ways." Rigor blinked in surprise. They were still at the entrance of Westport. They hadn't even entered the city yet. "Geese, why do you say that? Weren't you heading to the central continent to look for Paul and Zenith?" Ghislaine also seemed confused by the sudden statement, and Idar immediately protested. "You can't leave, Geese. Who's going to cook without you? Rigor? Do you want us to die?" Right after saying that, he raised his arms as if to shield himself, and as expected, Rigor unleashed a low-intensity sonic blast that sent Idar flying dozens of meters back. However, the man rolled to a stop, laughing. Rigor snorted and turned his attention back to Geese, who merely chuckled at the scene before replying. "About the food, He glanced sideways at Lilia, who maintained a serene, yet slightly proud expression. Lilia must know how to cook quite well. Lilia closed her eyes for a moment, silently accepting the compliment. Geese continued, and about searching for Paul and Zenith in the central continent. That was my initial plan, but you're already heading there. I'm sure you'll look for them along the way. So, I decided to head to Begarit instead. I have some friends there, and I'll search for information about them. Rigger crossed his arms and remained silent for a moment. Begarit, he knew that continent was relentless, and any journey there would be fraught with danger. But Geese wasn't a fool. He knew how to handle himself. After some thought, Rigger sighed and nodded. All right, Geese. If you need anything, send a letter to the Legion or the Sword Sanctuary. If it's within my reach, I'll do something to help. Thanks for everything so far. Geese smiled and extended his hand to Idar, who had already recovered. The warrior shook it firmly and said seriously, Thanks for the tips. Rigger raised an eyebrow. What tips? Nothing. Idar replied quickly, looking away. Before Rigger could press the matter, Skoll, the massive giant wolf that had disappeared for a few minutes, returned trotting and dropped a 70-centimeter rabbit at Geese's feet. The wolf barked once, as if offering a farewell gift. Geese looked at the animal and sighed, picking up the dead rabbit and throwing it over his shoulder. Well, if fate allows, we'll meet again, he said, turning to leave. Rigger watched as Geese walked away. When they first met, Rigger had felt something strange emanating from him. It was an odd sensation. He couldn't tell if it was good or bad. His instincts were confused, as if something hidden lurked behind that mischievous smile. But throughout the journey, Geese had proven to be nothing more than an eccentric man with his own peculiar code of conduct. Geese always did as he pleased, roaming the world freely. Rigger had never been able to predict exactly what he was thinking, but one thing was certain. His many skills made him a man who made friends with ease. Rigger didn't like to admit it, but he was disappointed to see him leave. However, he understood his reasons and let him go without objection. Aisha's voice brought him back to reality. Monkey Uncle is leaving? She asked, frowning. Lilia sighed and replied, Yes, dear, he is. Aisha shook her head, slightly disappointed. What a shame. He cooked even better than Mom. Silence fell over the group. Rigger, Ghislaine, and Eris looked at Aisha with surprise and a hint of sympathy. Lilia, however, remained still, processing her daughter's words. Her eyes narrowed slightly. What did you say? She asked, her voice calm but carrying a subtle threat. Aisha froze and slowly turned her head to face her mother. Idar had to cover his mouth to keep from laughing. The carriage moved along the dirt road, and as they neared the port city, the distant sound of waves crashing grew louder. Ahead, one of the city gate guards leaned against a post, half asleep, struggling to stay awake. His eyes suddenly snapped open when he spotted a massive black silhouette approaching. The morning light reflected off the dark fur of the wolf, and its colossal form exuded an intimidating presence. His heart pounded in his chest, and in a panic he instinctively grabbed his bow and shouted, "Aranka monster!" Without hesitation, he pulled the bowstring and fired an arrow at Skoll. Time seemed to slow. Seated in the carriage, Rigger snapped his head toward the guard, his eyes glowing with fury. With a mere wave of his hand, a violent gust of wind deflected the arrow midair, sending it flying off course. The wind current did not dissipate. Instead, it took shape before him, sculpting itself into a razor-sharp claw. Before the guard could react, the attack tore through his body, ripping him to shreds, his blood staining the dusty ground at the city entrance. A scream of horror echoed among the other guards. Some drew their swords, while others hesitated, stepping back. Rigger gave them no time to regroup. In an instant, he was already in front of the guard captain, his speed leaving a trail of wind in his wake. He grabbed the man by the neck with a crushing grip, forcing him to his knees with brutal strength. The captain's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling as he felt the warrior's claws slightly pierce his throat. "I have no problem slaughtering your men right here and now," Rigger growled, his deep voice dripping with menace. "So if you want to live, order them to stand down." The captain swallowed hard, his heart hammering against his ribs. He knew that if he made the wrong decision, he would be dead before he even realized it. Taking a deep breath, he gathered what little authority he had left and shouted, "Stand down!" The guards hesitated. One of them, a young and nervous recruit, opened his mouth to protest. "But Captain, he killed Deck." He attacked a group of travelers without warning. The captain interrupted, his voice firm but shaky. He deserved his fate. The air grew heavy with silence. The guards exchanged glances, but no one dared to speak further. Rigger released the captain, who collapsed to his knees, gasping and clutching his throat. Without another word, the warrior turned and returned to the carriage, his eyes still glowing with lingering fury. The caravan moved forward without further interference. The guards, though displeased, stepped aside, watching in silence as the group passed through the city gates. Inside the carriage, Lilia finally broke the silence. "Don't you think that was a bit brutal back there?" Her voice was tense, but her expression remained neutral, as if she wasn't sure how to feel about the situation. Rigger furrowed his brows, but before he could respond, Ghislaine interjected. "In the Azura Kingdom, people kill for far less. He may have been fierce, but the man attacked Skoll without reason. He did the right thing." Her voice was firm, unwavering. Lilia seemed surprised, but said nothing more. Rigger also fell into momentary thought. He wasn't the type to kill indiscriminately, but at that moment, his reaction had been purely instinctive. Ghislaine supported his decision. Eris crossed her arms and huffed. "That's right. They attacked Skoll. He got what he deserved." Idar simply observed, expressionless. His loyalty to Rigger was unquestionable. No matter what happened, he would not abandon him. That guard tried to attack Skoll and was killed for it. Aisha asked, her voice carrying a touch of confusion. "Yes, Aisha," Rigger replied. "That's why caution will always be your ally. Always try to know who you're fighting against. Choose your enemies wisely. And remember, if you raise a weapon against someone, be prepared to be killed in return." The little girl furrowed her brow, reflecting on his words. Lilia also pondered them, as if she finally understood the logic behind Rigger's brutality. She sighed and dropped the subject. The caravan continued through the stone-paved streets of the port city. The chatter of the townspeople grew louder as they ventured deeper into the marketplace, and curious gazes fixed on the group. Many whispered about the absurdly large black wolf walking beside them. Others stared at Rigger and his fierce appearance, some with respect, others with caution. They arrived at a modest inn, with a wooden sign creaking in the wind. Rigger stepped inside, and the owner, a middle-aged man with a tired face, looked up as he entered. "When does the next ship to the central continent depart? Preferably one that can carry monsters as well," Rigger asked directly. The man observed the peculiar group for a moment before replying. "The seas are turbulent and full of storms. The next one should leave in about 2 to 3 days, but if you want to bring a monster along, there's only Captain Jauk, who will return in about 10 days. Not many ships carry monsters. His service is also very expensive, but you won't find another ship willing to take monsters, as the port is controlled by a noble from Meles." Rigger brought a hand to his chin, pondering. "Then, I want rooms for 6 people and an ebony wolf during this time." The owner blinked, shocked. "A wolf?" His eyes widened as he looked out the window and saw Skoll sitting outside, his presence imposing. The owner hesitated, but his posture changed the moment Rigger placed a small pouch of gold on the counter. "I'll pay extra if a stay needs to be a little longer," Rigger added. The innkeeper looked at the group and then at Skoll, clearly conflicted. "A little longer? A little longer, my ass." In the end, he sighed and relented. "We can place him in the open field behind the inn, but we don't have a room or a stall big enough for him." "That'll do," Rigger agreed, and so the group settled in, preparing for the days of waiting ahead. After settling into the inn, we headed straight for the beach. Eris and Aisha were extremely excited. Honestly, so was I, since I hadn't had the chance to go into the sea back in Westport. Lilia was curious, while Idar and Ghislaine, who had seen the ocean before, didn't seem to care much. The sea at Westport was different from the one at Westport, cleaner and bluer. With many rock formations around, it probably had less salt as well. In truth, both seas were far more beautiful than the ones I'd seen on Earth, perhaps because they hadn't yet been affected by large-scale pollution like in my previous world. The salty smell of the sea breeze, the sound of small waves breaking on the sand, and the endless vastness of the horizon, all of it stirred something deep inside me. This was the perfect opportunity to test various techniques that I usually had to restrain due to potential environmental damage. Out on the open sea, I could explore them without much concern. Skull still drew a lot of attention as he walked through the narrow streets of the port city. His precise movements and ebony fur made people turn toward us with curiosity and fear. However, when we finally arrived at the beach, we noticed something peculiar. No one was in the water. It seemed that the locals had a well-known fear of sea monsters. I activated my magic eye and analyzed the water. There were minimal fluctuations. With my enhanced hearing, I could pick up the faint movements of fish beneath the surface. To test it, I used water magic to create a gentle ripple. The schools of fish reacted instantly, scattering in all directions. For now, it seemed safe. Turning around, I saw Eris already preparing to enter the water. She had removed her boots, weapons, and part of her armor, but since this world didn't have bikinis, she planned to swim in her undergarments and a thin tunic. Without hesitation, Idar followed her, already pulling off his shirt as he prepared to jump in. I smiled at their enthusiasm. Deciding to join them, I took off my shirt and let the sea breeze touch my skin. For the first time in a while, I looked closely at my own body. I was only 11 years old, about to turn 12, but my height was equivalent to that of a 14 or 15-year-old. My physique was well-defined, the result of years of rigorous training and my innate strength as a beastman. From my estimations, I would grow to be quite tall in adulthood. Observing my own appearance, I concluded that I might as well adopt my tribe's custom of going shirtless from now on. It was a natural practice for them, and I saw no reason to avoid it any longer. With this new resolution, I dove into the sea. The sensation was overwhelming. The cold water embraced my body, and the vastness around me made me feel freer than I had ever felt before. I opened my eyes underwater. The seabed was filled with smooth stones and golden sand. Small fish swam in schools, weaving between the rocks. Sunlight pierced the surface, creating golden beams that danced in the deep blue. I could see bubbles slowly rising, reflecting the light in a mesmerizing way. Every detail was fascinating. The ocean was alive, pulsing, filled with mystery and beauty. I swam deeper and deeper, testing my lung capacity. My body, conditioned by extreme training, moved effortlessly through the water. I had learned to swim during floods in the Great Forest and was quite good at it, but swimming in the ocean was a slightly different experience. Finally, I stopped moving and let my body float in the vast blue. The absolute silence of the ocean surrounded me. Only my controlled breathing and the gentle movement of the currents broke the stillness. Then, as I gazed at the immensity around me, I felt something profound within. The world is enormous. I remembered Master Verdia's words. There is so much to explore, so much to discover. A shiver ran down my spine. Yes, this world was full of secrets, full of wonders and dangers. And as long as I was strong enough, I could go wherever I wanted. I could take whatever I desired. The thought thrilled me. Excitement bubbled inside me like a rising flame, and on impulse, I decided to test something. I used howling magic right there at the bottom of the sea. I released the magic at full power. The sound reverberated through the ocean, and the force of the sonic wave created visible ripples in the water around me. Fish scattered in all directions. The sand on the seafloor lifted in cloudy swirls. Small echoes of the roar vibrated through the depths. I surfaced with a grin. Taking a deep breath, I looked around. The horizon seemed even farther now, as if calling me to explore it. Were we compared to the vastness of the entire world? This world still had much to show me. Rigger emerged from the water with an agile push, feeling the seawater trickle down his face. He ran a hand through his wet hair and looked around. Idar was a bit further back, watching him with curiosity. What was that roar? Did you find a monster? Idar asked, narrowing his eyes. Rigger laughed, his chest rising and falling slowly as he caught his breath. No, it was nothing, he replied with a shrug. Then he turned his gaze to the shore, where Ghislaine and Lilia were watching the group in the water. Aren't you coming in, Ghislaine? Lilia? Ghislaine pondered for a moment and then, without hesitation, walked into the water, still carrying her sword. It seemed natural for her to keep her weapon close in any situation. Lilia, on the other hand, shook her head with a small smile. I'll stay on the shore, she said, kneeling down to release Aisha. The girl immediately began running along the sand, laughing as she left footprints on the damp shoreline. Meanwhile, Eris stood at the edge, hesitant, moving back and forth as the water rose beyond her waist. Rigger raised an eyebrow at the sight and, after watching her for a while, burst into loud laughter. It can't be. You don't know how to swim, Eris? He teased, crossing his arms. Eris' face turned completely red, and she shouted, flustered. Of course I know how to swim. With determination shining in her eyes, she moved into deeper waters, trying to swim awkwardly. For a moment, it seemed like she would manage to stay afloat, but soon she began flailing and swallowing water. As she realized she was sinking, Rigger calmly raised the earth beneath her with magic, creating a small elevation that kept her above the surface. Eris remained there, half her face still in the water, huffing and blushing in embarrassment. Ghislaine smiled slightly at the sight. Eris never left Roa, she commented. She never had the opportunity to learn how to swim. Idar and Rigger were laughing heartily, entertained by the scene, while Eris fumed with frustration. Don't worry, Eris, Rigger said, still chuckling. We'll teach you how to swim during these 2 weeks of waiting. Eris immediately lit up with an excited smile. Before she could respond, Aisha shouted enthusiastically from the shore. I want to learn too. Rigger looked at the little girl and nodded. Of course, Aisha. You too. Ghislaine watched the interaction with a small smile at the corner of her lips until Rigger turned to her with a look. Ghislaine, follow me down there. I want to show you something. Ghislaine frowned, intrigued, but before she could respond, Rigger had already dived again. Without a second thought, she took a deep breath and followed him underwater. Beneath the surface, the world seemed entirely different. The ocean's silence was almost absolute, broken only by the muffled sounds of the marine currents. Ghislaine blinked a few times, tried to locate Rigger, when suddenly she felt a strong current push her. Before she could react, a firm hand grabbed her waist, stabilizing her. It was Rigger. Their golden and red eyes met underwater, and for a brief moment, he let his gaze roam over Ghislaine's athletic body with a flicker of desire. She noticed the subtle shift in his expression and smiled suggestively, not breaking eye contact. Her silver hair floated gently around them, creating an ethereal aura as they remained close. Rigger felt his heart race and instinctively leaned in slightly, but then he came to his senses. He shook his head slightly and averted his gaze, refocusing on what he actually wanted to show her. He then turned Ghislaine around, pointing to the vast ocean beneath them. Small fish swam between rocks and reefs, and sunlight filtered through the surface, casting golden beams that shimmered gently on the ocean floor. It was a magnificent sight, a vast, unknown world, a submerged universe that few had the chance to witness. Ghislaine was impressed. Few things could make her feel this way, but the ocean was something completely new to her. It was like another world within the world itself, something she had never really stopped to consider or even think about. For a moment, she lost herself in the immensity of that sight, mesmerized by the infinite sea before her. Then, a sudden movement caught both their attention. A dark blur sliced through the water in the distance, moving quickly toward them. Rigger immediately went on high alert, his sharpened senses detecting the approaching creature. Ghislaine also sensed the imminent danger and prepared to react. Without hesitation, Rigger grabbed her hand and propelled them both upward with water magic, shooting toward the surface in a whirlwind of bubbles. As soon as they emerged, Rigger wasted no time and shouted, "Everyone to the shore." The tone of his voice left no room for questions. In an instant, everyone began retreating quickly to the shallow waters, staying alert to the sea. Ghislaine, alongside Eris and Idar, kept a hand on the hilt of her sword, while Lilia held Aisha close to the shore, remaining vigilant. Silence hung in the air for a moment, broken only by the sound of the waves gently crashing against the sand. Rigger took a deep breath, feeling his body adjust to the ocean's pressure. His unique constitution allowed him to endure long periods underwater, but even he knew that an extended battle there was not ideal. If he wanted to resolve the situation without complications, he had to eliminate the threat with a single strike. Without hesitation, he dived once more. The crystal-clear water allowed him to see at a distance, and soon, his gaze locked onto the creature rapidly approaching. The monster was massive, at least 20 to 30 meters wide. Its scales were a dull dark green, perfectly adapted to the marine environment, and its body was long and serpentine, with lateral fins that gave it incredible speed. However, what stood out the most was its snake-like head, its eyes locked directly onto him. A predator. The monster charged at full speed, seeing Rigger as easy prey. Its mouth began to open, revealing sharp fangs, intending to swallow him whole. But Rigger didn't back down. Raising his hand, he began forming a water cannon. However, this time, it wasn't a simple shot. He compressed it as much as possible, reducing its size until the sphere was about the diameter of a basketball and added even more mana. The pressure inside the sphere reached absurd levels, making the water's density almost solid. The monster kept coming, its jaws widening in anticipation of swallowing its prey whole. But Rigger was already prepared. The instant the creature came within range, Rigger unleashed the projectile. The condensed water sphere sliced through the ocean in a fraction of a second. The impact was instantaneous. The monster didn't even have time to react before the sphere pierced its head, tearing through its skull and destroying its brain. Its lifeless body continued moving forward due to inertia, but without any control. Rigger swam toward the creature's corpse, activating his magic eye to analyze its constitution. Its insides were completely different from anything he had ever seen, both in this world and on Earth. He located and extracted the monster's magic stone and, not wanting to leave traces of blood that might attract other predators, used his magic to manipulate the water and drag the body to the ocean floor. With Earth magic, he buried it right there, ensuring that no signs of the battle remained. With that taken care of, he returned to the surface. Emerging from the water with calm steps, he shook his silver hair to rid himself of excess water and casually declared, "It was simple. Just a B-class monster." Idar let out a bitter laugh. "Simple? Maybe for you." Rigger frowned, confused. "What do you mean?" Idar sighed and pointed at him. "Rigger, you're the exception here. For any other warrior, fighting underwater is nearly impossible. Anyone's strength would be severely restricted, and using magic would require chanting, which is impossible without being able to breathe underwater. Maybe you, with your immense lung capacity and absurdly high chantless magic, are one of the only people in the world who can consider this simple." Rigger paused to think. What Idar said made sense. Even his master, Verdia, had never managed to explore the seas. The ocean was a completely hostile environment for warriors, where magic and physical strength were almost nullified. A thought struck him hard. Doesn't that mean the seas are still full of unexplored treasures? On Earth, the oceans were a vast source of natural resources. In this world, the logic shouldn't be too different. However, if no one could efficiently explore the seas, it meant that Rigger could be a pioneer. If he found a way to conquer the oceans, he could claim new territory that no one had ever ventured into before. A smile appeared on his lips. "Interesting," he murmured to himself. But now wasn't the time to get lost in such thoughts. There was much to do, and they still had days before setting sail. "All right, let's train. There will be time for the sea later. Don't slack off in your training." Eris, Aisha, and Idar nodded immediately, excitement returning to their eyes. Ghislaine cast a curious glance at Rigger, sensing something different about him. Maybe it was the spark in his eyes, a fierce and ambitious gleam. Rigger looked toward the horizon, where the ocean stretched endlessly. On Westport's beach, the sun shone brightly in the clear sky, while gentle waves broke against the golden sand. Skull, the imposing wolf, stood in the shallow waters, his paws firmly planted as he watched the fish swimming below the surface. With an agile movement, he snapped at the water, emerging with a fish clamped between his teeth. He swallowed it whole before licking his lips in satisfaction. Meanwhile, on the beach, two simultaneous battles were taking place. Rigger and Ghislaine exchanged blows at high speed, their blue and red swords gleaming under the sunlight, while Idar sparred with Eris, clearly holding the upper hand. Their fight was more of a training session for her. She attacked fiercely, trying to compensate for her lack of experience with sheer determination. The duel between Rigger and Ghislaine, however, was a deadly dance. Their eyes never left each other, the intensity of their combat reflecting the deep connection between them. Each strike was a test of reflexes and strategy, and despite the serious nature of the fight, the two seemed to be genuinely enjoying themselves. Ghislaine was faster, but Rigger compensated somewhat with a mix of the North God, Water God, and Flash step styles. A few meters away, Aisha watched intently, her eyes shining with curiosity and admiration. She tugged at Lilia's sleeve and asked excitedly, "Mom, can I fight like that in the future?" Lilia hesitated, looking at her daughter with an uncertain expression. The thought of Aisha engaging in battles of that level made her uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, she replied hesitantly, I don't know." Aisha frowned, confused by her mother's uncertain response. Meanwhile, Rigger and Ghislaine's duel reached a climax as their swords clashed, sparks flying from the impact. Both were sweating and slightly out of breath, yet they never broke eye contact. Lilia, observing the scene, narrowed her eyes. The closeness between the two, the way they stared at each other. She wondered if there was more than just training in that intense exchange of blows. She remembered that it was currently the mating season for beast races. Ghislaine broke the silence as she covered her magic eye and asked, "Something's changed, hasn't it?" Rigger furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" Ghislaine crossed her arms, analyzing him. "Your Tuki control, it seems better. It's still not at the level it was when we first met, but how can I put it? It's still fierce and aggressive, but now it feels more natural. I can't quite describe it, but you're improving." Rigger felt a surge of excitement. He was finally returning to his true level. But what had changed? What was different about him? The question kept hammering in his mind. Meanwhile, Idar disarmed Eris with a precise strike, her sword falling onto the sand. He smiled and said, "Eris, you're improving fast. Your sword is large and light for you, but it keeps its weight for your enemies, giving them the illusion that you're even faster. Ordinary advanced warriors would be caught off guard." Eris beamed at the praise and quickly turned, her eyes searching for Rigger, eager to see his reaction. However, instead of meeting his gaze, she saw Rigger, still very close to Ghislaine, speaking to her in a low and intense tone. Their proximity, the way his eyes seemed to devour her. Eris huffed in irritation, sheathed her sword with a brusque motion, and stormed off without a word. Lilia, having observed the entire scene, sighed internally. She had seen this kind of situation before in Buena Village. "I'm getting Paul vibes here," she thought, shaking her head slightly. The sea breeze continued to blow, carrying a salty and refreshing scent. The morning of training and battles had ended, but for Rigger, the questions about his own growth were only just beginning. Time passed quickly. Rigger and the others continued their intense training, making the most of the days they had before departure. During this period, some peculiar situations occurred. One day, while strolling through the city's marketplace, Rigger noticed that some Mealy's knights had started following them from a distance. Their gazes were not directed at him or the others, but at Skull. The giant wolf walked beside Rigger, drawing attention due to his size and imposing presence. However, the knights did nothing besides observe. Perhaps they feared what would happen if they tried to intervene. Even so, Rigger decided not to take him into the city frequently. Most of the time, he left Skoll in the field behind the inn. Occasionally, Skoll would go to the beach to hunt, but he almost never accompanied the group on their city visits. It was during one of these city visits that a significant event occurred. As they walked through the bustling streets, Rigger and the others spotted a group of slave traders transporting about 13 chained slave prisoners. Many of them were from the beast race. Rigger's gaze narrowed. Idar, beside him, merely sighed, already predicting what would happen. Without hesitation, the two attacked. It was a massacre. The slavers had no chance to react before being eliminated. Their bodies fell to the ground without commotion, as if this fate had been written from the moment they crossed Rigger's path. However, that was not enough. The two tracked down the slavers' base and continued the carnage. Almost all were mercilessly killed. The commotion drew the attention of the city's knights, who arrived at the scene quickly. However, upon seeing the scene and attempting to intervene, the first one who attacked Rigger was immediately killed. Silence spread. The rest hesitated. None dared to continue the offensive. They knew what would happen. The city's regent had already made it clear. They should not interfere with whatever Rigger did, regardless of his actions. Otherwise, they would suffer severe casualties. And in that world, strength spoke louder than any law. Morality was relative in the face of absolute power. Rigger knew this. He did not see himself as a hero. He had no noble desire to embark on a journey to rescue all the slaves along the way. But if it was within his reach and did not require much effort, then he would help. That was why he created the Legion, not to save the world, but to change the things he disliked. His goal was to protect his race, his friends, and those he loved. And, of course, to ensure a better future for his beastfolk descendants. All of this was, for the most part, for selfish reasons. At the moment, the Legion was not facing financial difficulties. So, he decided that the freed slaves should keep the treasures from the slavers' base. He then chose someone to lead those who wished to join the Iron Legion. Among the prisoners, one figure caught his attention. A demon woman, with long purple hair that reached the ground, stood out from the rest. Her eyes had a cunning gleam, and her posture exuded confidence. She was an experienced warrior and possessed innate demonic magic. Her scent had enchanting and aphrodisiac properties. Her name was Kalira. From the moment she was freed, Kalira showed interest in joining the Legion. Rigger, cautious, questioned her about her history and intentions. He found nothing alarming besides her extremely promiscuous personality. In the end, he decided she was competent enough and appointed her as the leader of the freed group. She was tasked with leading the others to Teniver, where they could establish themselves under the Legion's protection. They departed on the 7th day. Now, on the 8th day of waiting for the ship, the city seemed slightly quieter due to the massacre at the slavers' base. But Rigger was not concerned. Besides, his group was just training at the beach. Eris and Aisha learned to swim relatively easily, although Aisha struggled a bit due to her small size. Rigger remained seated on a rock, legs crossed, trying to concentrate. Around him, Skoll lay down, his enormous lupin form imposing even there. Further ahead, Eris swam, with Aisha on her shoulders, the two laughing and enjoying themselves. The little one had already learned basic water magic from Rigger, but for now, her mana was limited. Her training would follow a well-structured plan. First, he wanted to teach her to read, write, and understand magical theory. He knew Aisha was intelligent, but he wanted to ensure she grasped the seriousness of what she was learning. After all, she was not a reincarnate like him. Tests and observations had nearly confirmed that for him. Physically, her training would start at 3 years old, focusing on flexibility and mobility. Depending on her performance, at 4 or 5, she could begin a more intense regimen. He saw great potential in the girl, but one question lingered in his mind. Why had Hidegami arranged for them to meet? Or would it have happened anyway? As these thoughts ran through his mind, he tried to focus on his barrier magic practice, but the distractions were strong. More specifically, the sight of Ghislaine and Lilia on the beach. He had the brilliant idea of creating something similar to bikinis and a swimsuit for Eris. Ghislaine liked the outfit, saying it restricted her movements very little. Rigor, foreseeing the worst, had to clarify that it was only meant to be worn at the beach. He suspected she might want to wear it in public. Besides, Idar had started learning to cook with Lilia. Apparently, he wanted to impress his wife, who was the unknown granddaughter of the current leader of the Water God style. Rigor found the idea hilarious but supported his friend. He then turned his attention back to his hand. A stone bullet floated above his palm, and in front of it, a translucent magical barrier about 30 centimeters thick. He launched the bullet against the barrier, and it was blocked. Then, he created a fire bullet and launched it. This time, the flame passed through without resistance. A huge smile formed on his face. "Idar, come here," he called excitedly. Idar, noticing the enthusiasm, quickly approached. "What is it?" he asked, curious. Rigor raised a magical barrier in front of him. "Try to pass through this," he requested. Idar touched the barrier and, to his surprise, managed to pass through without resistance. "Huh? Is this a barrier that blocks only magic?" he asked, intrigued. Rigor laughed. "No, it's a physical barrier, but I managed to develop a firewall on it." "A firewall? I don't see any fire." "Don't worry about the terms. Lilia, try passing through," he requested, calling the woman. Lilia approached and tried to cross the barrier. As she placed her hand against the translucent surface, she was immediately blocked. Intrigued, she pushed harder but still couldn't pass through. "Now, Idar, try again," Rigor ordered. Idar passed through effortlessly. The scene was curious. Idar could enter and exit freely, while Lilia was completely blocked. This meant that Rigor had successfully modified the barrier to allow only specific individuals to pass through. Using his magic eye to analyze the barrier's patterns, he finally understood how the permission modifier worked and managed to apply it. "This is incredible," murmured Idar admiringly. Rigor nodded, satisfied. Now, as long as he was inside the barrier, he could attack freely without being hindered, while his enemies would be blocked. It was an extremely useful application for combat. But this was only the beginning. His frequent research on barrier magic and comparisons to programming in his previous world had given him many ideas. Now that he had understood the basics of how the magical programming of barriers worked, he could apply many concepts to it. He was also studying how to create a self-repair system for his barriers, based on programming's repetition loops, allowing them to regenerate automatically as long as mana was available. New possibilities opened up for him. "This is going to be really useful in group battles," Idar exclaimed excitedly. This new ability had various utilities. The ability to allow only his allies to pass through a barrier could completely change a group's combat system. Ghislaine, who had been closely observing, murmured, "Truly impressive." But the moment she crossed her arms, her generous chest was squeezed, completely diverting Rigor's attention, instantly breaking his focus. He cleared his throat, trying to regain his concentration. "All right, let's continue the training," he declared, quickly stepping away to avoid further distractions. As they discussed the possibilities this ability would have in combat, an adventurer approached the group and asked, "Who here is Rigor Dedoldia?" Rigor turned, analyzed the man, and said, "That's me." "What is it?" The man spoke disinterestedly. "My boss is Captain Jauk, the one recommended to you, the one who transports monsters." He looked at Rigor and then at Skull, who was lying nearby. "He said for you to meet him at the port with your wolf to see if it fits in any of the cages, since he's never transported a monster that big before." Rigor thought for a moment and said, "All right. When is he leaving?" "Today. As soon as he unloads what he brought and loads what he was paid to take, he'll set sail. He doesn't like wasting time, so it'll likely be tonight. When you get there, look for the ship with the symbol of a blue doe." The adventurer then glanced at Ghislaine, admiring the beautiful sight before leaving. Rigor looked at the group. "You heard him. Go to the inn and bring all our belongings. I'll head to the port with Skull." Idar responded, "Understood." Lilia sighed. "We're finally going back to the central continent." They split up there, and Rigor mounted Skull, racing toward the port. Upon arrival, he saw a short, chubby man who seemed to be giving orders to the people loading the ship, which bore a large blue doe on its sail. He approached him. When Skull landed at the port, many drew their weapons, and several ran away screaming in terror. But they didn't attack, given that Rigger was riding him. Rigger jumped off, and Skull sat down, alert to his surroundings. He walked up to the chubby man, who seemed completely unfazed by the enormous wolf in front of him. Rigger asked, "Do you know where Captain Jouk is?" "You're talking to him." Jouk, the captain, was a short man with a robust build and a thick mustache that wavered as he spoke. His gaze was firm, showing no hesitation even in the intimidating presence of Skull, who sat calmly beside Rigger. He crossed his arms and assessed the situation with a calculating look. "It can be done, but it'll cost you a lot," he said bluntly. Rigger nodded. "Of course, as long as you take us." He paused, analyzing the sailboat and its compartments. His thoughts wandered. "I need to create a maritime division for the Legion when I return." Jouk led him inside the ship, where a large cargo space could be adjusted to accommodate Skull. The area was well ventilated and spacious enough so that the giant wolf wouldn't be uncomfortable during the journey. Additionally, the group's quarters were more luxurious than expected, with reinforced beds and windows that allowed the ocean breeze to flow in. After settling the costs and finalizing the details, Rigger stepped out to wait for his companions. Time passed quickly, and about 40 minutes later, he saw Idar and the rest of the group arriving at the port. He waved at them, and they quickly approached, carrying their belongings. Once everyone boarded and settled in, they gathered on the deck. The sun was setting on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, and a waiter appeared, offering wine to the travelers. The sweet aroma of the drink mixed with the salty scent of the sea, creating a relaxing atmosphere after so many days of waiting. Aisha curiously eyed the served glasses and turned to her mother with sparkling eyes. "Mom, can I drink?" Lilia immediately replied. "No." Aisha pouted, disappointed, then looked at Rigger and tried a different approach. "Master, can I?" Lilia was stunned by her daughter's audacity, while Rigger raised an eyebrow, caught off guard by the question. He smirked slightly and pointed to a height in the air with his hand, about 1.50 m. "You can when you reach this height." Aisha huffed, crossing her arms, sulking. The group laughed at the little one's reaction as the night gently settled around them. As everyone relaxed, the boat swayed slightly, still docked at the port. Rigger noticed that Eris was unusually quiet. Her face seemed a bit pale. Lilia noticed too and asked, concerned, "Eris, are you okay?" She hesitated but quickly responded, "Yes, I'm." Rigger observed her expression, the small signs that gave away her discomfort. His eyes narrowed for a moment before a grin spread across his face. Could it be? He said nothing, merely waited. The boat swayed gently, preparing to depart, as their journey, and everything that awaited them on the central continent, was finally about to begin. The ship's deck rocked violently under the fury of the waves, and the cold rain and wind cut like sharp blades. Rigger stood beside Eris, holding her hair back to prevent it from getting dirty as she vomited for the umpteenth time over the side of the ship. Her body trembled slightly, exhausted from the constant nausea, while Rigger murmured incantations and applied healing magic to ease her suffering. Rigger laughed. In the end, the girl really wasn't doing well when they had asked. Even with the ship docked, the gentle ripples had already caused some discomfort for Eris, but it was still manageable. However, the moment they boarded, she collapsed in less than 5 minutes, overwhelmed by severe nausea and dizziness. Rigger had to take care of her, constantly using healing magic. It was impressive for him to see that the normally determined and fierce girl was now completely vulnerable, defeated by a mere boat. As he took care of her, Rigger recalled how she used to be when they first met. Back then, Eris acted however she pleased and irritated him like a spoiled child, always explosive and aggressive. At first, he only tolerated her because of Ghislaine, but over time, as she grew to trust him, he noticed her attitude changing drastically. Maybe it was the cruel circumstances that no longer allowed her to act as she once did. Maybe it was because she had stopped being treated as the young lady of the Boreas mansion and was treated like any other person in the Iron Legion. Or perhaps it was something else entirely. But what mattered was that, somehow, she had adapted remarkably well to the life of an adventurer and traveler. She was also incredibly determined and dedicated to her training, tirelessly pushing herself to catch up to them. He couldn't recall seeing anyone else with such determination and talent in all his time in this world. Now, after so much time together, and after all the changes she had gone through, he understood her personality more or less. Though she was still aggressive, she only displayed that side of herself in combat or when someone insulted someone she considered important. A perfect example was when she exploded with rage upon learning that people in the Great Forest didn't like Ghislaine. She was still fierce, still stubborn, but it was clear that she deeply cared for the people in their group. A true tsundere, as they would say in his previous world. The thought amused him. Eris, however, did not share his amusement. She lifted her pale face, her eyes watery and irritated from the debilitating condition. "Our rigor, is it still far?" Her voice was sluggish, laden with exhaustion and despair. He sighed, letting his laughter fade. The amusement of seeing Eris out of her usual self was replaced by a pang of sympathy. She was truly suffering. The ship's rocking was completely destroying her. He recalled an anime from his past life, where dragon slayers were incredibly powerful on land, but became utterly useless upon stepping onto a ship or vehicle. The resemblance made him smile slightly. He shifted his gaze to the ocean below, vast and turbulent. Activating his magic eye, he scanned the churning depths for any sign of sea monsters. Nothing. Apparently, they were safe for now. Turning back, he saw Ghislaine sitting on a bench, arms crossed, her expression attentive. The woman was clearly concerned about Eris, staying close to protect her, though there was nothing she could do to ease her suffering. Rigor approached and said firmly, "Ghislaine, I'm going down for a bit to get Eris off the ship." Ghislaine raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. She knew Rigor well enough to trust that he wouldn't throw himself to his death, and this wasn't the most ridiculous thing she had seen him do. Without waiting for a response, he crouched, wrapped his arms around Eris, and lifted her in one fluid motion. The girl was still dizzy, only half conscious. In a bold leap, Rigor hurled himself into the stormy sea, cutting through the air and plunging into the raging waters below. POV, Eris Boreas Greyrat. I had been in a bad mood for the past few days. I wasn't sure exactly when it started, but it was something that had been growing inside me. Rigor, who always trained with me and told me all sorts of stories, now seemed to be distancing himself more and more. Every time he and Ghislaine talked about my progress, I felt excited, especially after reaching the advanced level. It was as if, suddenly, the words they always said about my talent had become real. I really was talented. I could stand on the same level as them. But now he didn't train with me anymore. After the battle against the assassins in Meles, where once again I was left out for being considered weak, Aisha became his disciple. I thought it wouldn't be a big deal, but on top of that, ever since then, he only had eyes for Ghislaine. And when he did decide to teach someone something, it was always Aisha. Before she arrived, he trained me every day, always reinforcing how talented I was. But after everything changed, when he trained himself, he chose Ghislaine as his partner. It made sense. She was stronger, more experienced, but that didn't mean I liked seeing them together all the time. It's not that I didn't like Aisha. In fact, I adored the girl. She was energetic, cute, and always complimented my hair or told me how strong I was. And I didn't have anything against Ghislaine either. She was my master, the woman I respected as the best swordswoman in the world. But even so, I couldn't ignore this strange feeling growing inside me. I was jealous. I wanted Rigor to go back to how he used to be. Recently, I saw Idar asking Lilia to teach him how to cook. That gave me an idea. If I learned as well, maybe I could be more useful to the group. Maybe Rigor would start training me again if I showed that I was making an effort. So, without telling anyone, I secretly asked Lilia to teach me. That would definitely make a difference. When we arrived in Westport, Rigor and Ghislaine were always together. He looked at her in a different way, an intense, lustful gaze. A look I had seen before in the mansion. I knew what it was. My mother had explained these things to me from a young age. Rigger wanted to do that with Ghislaine. Without me even asking, Lilia came to talk to me about the mating season of beastmen and how it affected them. So that was why they were acting like that. I looked at myself. I didn't have the same physical features as Ghislaine. Rigger always seemed to glance at her chest, even if discreetly. But me? I didn't have much to show. Lilia said they would grow over time. Oof. But why was I even thinking about this? Why'd I want him to notice me that way? Every time these thoughts invaded my mind, I felt strange. My face burned, my heart pounded, and I couldn't explain why. It was irritating. I shouldn't care about this. But for some reason, I did. At least we had a lot of fun at the beach while waiting, and I learned how to swim. Aisha had learned too, and that was a small victory before our great journey. However, as soon as we finally boarded the ship that would take us to the central continent, I discovered something I utterly hated: boats. The constant rocking was unbearable, and I barely lasted 5 minutes before being overwhelmed by a crushing wave of nausea. All she remembered were blurry flashes of Rigger holding her hair while she vomited on the deck, his rough voice letting out laughter as he teased her, and the momentary relief that came every time he used healing magic. Suddenly, Eris opened her eyes. The wind hit her face, cool and damp, carrying the strong scent of the sea. Her red hair was wildly tousled by the breeze, and salty droplets sprayed against her skin. Confused, she blinked a few times and looked around. What she saw left her stunned. The vast, endless ocean stretched out in every direction like an infinite blue abyss. The ship was continuing its course in the distance, gradually moving away, and then she realized she was no longer on the ship. She was in Rigger's arms. He held her firmly, carrying her like a princess, leaping periodically over the surface of the sea. With each jump, he created ice platforms beneath his feet, which shattered the moment he propelled himself forward again. Her heart pounded when she noticed something even more embarrassing. Rigger was now shirtless. The warmth of his body contrasted with the cool sea breeze, and Eris became acutely aware of how close they were, his heated skin pressing intimately against hers. Rigger smiled as he noticed she had awakened. "Feeling better now?" he asked, his tone slightly amused. Eris blinked in surprise. It was only then that she realized, yes, the discomfort had faded. The unbearable nausea that had tormented her aboard the ship felt like a distant memory. The rocking of the ocean no longer affected her while she was in Rigger's arms. But before she could respond, she became fully aware of their position and turned bright red. Her face burned, heat rising from her neck to her ears. Unable to look at him directly, she murmured softly, "Why, yes, it's a little better now." Rigger's smile widened. "Good. Running all the way across the sea isn't exactly practical, and we don't know what kind of monsters might be lurking here, but we can walk for a bit so you don't have to suffer the entire time. This way, you can at least enjoy the view. Don't you think it's beautiful?" Eris lifted her eyes and followed his gaze, taking in the scene around them. The turbulent waves crashed against each other, forming swirling white foam. Lightning streaked through the dark clouds, illuminating the stormy chaos of the ocean for brief moments. The fury of nature unfolded before them, a violent yet grand spectacle. When Eris looked back at Rigger, she saw his golden eyes glowing intensely, reflecting the flashes of lightning above. His silver hair billowed in the wind, his tail swayed eagerly, and his expression was serene, almost mesmerized by the scene. "It may be a natural disaster," he said, still gazing upward, "but there's a certain beauty in the violence of nature, isn't there?" Eris didn't respond immediately. In fact, she realized she couldn't take her eyes off him. Her heart pounded in a different way, a new and unfamiliar sensation filling her chest. When she finally noticed that she had been staring at him for too long, she quickly turned her head, trying to hide the deep blush on her face. Yes, it's very beautiful. If someone were to ask Eris in the future when exactly she had truly fallen in love with Rigger, she would always describe this moment. POV. Rigger Dedoldia. After running across the stormy sea for a while, Rigger felt his instincts flare. Something dangerous was nearby. His gaze shifted toward the depths of the ocean, far ahead of the ship's path. He could sense the presence of a creature powerful enough to pose a real threat. A fierce smile spread across his face. It had been a long time since he had a real fight, aside from Ghislaine, but their battles weren't meant to be lethal. The last true battle had been at the Joylor estate. He had developed some new techniques he wanted to test, but never had the chance. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. Excitement built up inside him as his mind worked quickly. The monster probably wouldn't cross paths with the ship, so if he wanted to fight it, he would have to go to it. However, when he turned to inform Eris about his plans, he noticed something unexpected. She was fast asleep in his arms, her head resting against his chest. Even with him leaping across the water, she had managed to fall asleep. She really was exhausted, he thought, observing her peaceful expression. The seasickness had drained her over the past few days, and without proper rest, her body had finally given in. With agile movements, he returned to the ship's deck. As he landed smoothly, he noticed that many passengers and merchants were staring at him in shock, their mouths agape. Some whispered among themselves, as if unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Ignoring their stares, he walked straight toward Ghislaine, who remained fixed on the ocean. Her eye patch was lifted, meaning she was also paying attention to something. "You're going to fight that thing?" she asked, without turning around. Rigger raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Yes. You were watching." "Of course. You were carrying Eris, so I decided to keep an eye on you." "Be careful, Rigger. I can't gauge its exact strength. My senses don't reach that deep. But judging by the amount of mana I can detect, it must be dangerous." Rigger nodded with an eager grin. "I'll be careful." That's when little Aisha approached, her eyes shining with excitement. "Master, take me to the water later." Rigger glanced at Lilia, who already had a disapproving look on her face. He chuckled softly and said, "Maybe when the sea is calmer." He then carefully handed the sleeping Eris to Lilia and added, "Let her sleep as much as possible. She's exhausted." Lilia held the girl securely and nodded. "Where's Idar?" "He said he'd stay in the cabin with Skoll to keep him company," Lilia replied. "All right, let the captain and the crew know that there might be some noise, but the ship won't be affected. The creature is a bit far from here." Lilia acknowledged his request with a nod, and Aisha grinned. "Good luck, master." Rigger ruffled her hair playfully, making the girl giggle with delight. Then, without hesitation, he leaped back into the sea, racing toward the location where he had sensed the monster's presence. The stormy ocean opened before him, welcoming his next challenge. The stormy sea roared around Rigger as he ran across its surface, creating ice platforms. It looked simple from the outside, but he had to use ice magic at the exact moment his foot touched the water, and with his speed, this required refined control. The wind howled in his ears, rain lashed against his face, waves crashed violently, and the salty scent of the ocean mixed with the electricity crackling around him. But he did not waver. His eyes were locked onto the abyss below, the impenetrable darkness where he sensed the monstrous presence, seemingly motionless. The feeling of danger grew with every step. When he finally reached the exact point where the threat lay hidden, Rigger leapt, tearing through the air before diving straight into the deep sea. The water wrapped around him like a cold mantle, muffling the sounds of the storm above. Immediately, he began gathering mana in his throat, howling magic vibrating like a suppressed thunderclap, and lightning flickered along the blade of Tsukikage, casting a blue glow into the black ocean. The blade roared silently, thirsting for battle. Normally, Rigger would not be able to breathe underwater, but he had prepared. A thin oxygen pocket, formed with wind and water magic, surrounded him, unstable and fragile, sustained by the magic he had learned to control on the shores of Westport. He had experimented with several types of magic to find a way to breathe underwater. Barrier magic was one of them, but it blocked air and oxygen, preventing him from breathing even on the surface. Now, with his recent advancements, he had discovered how to let certain things pass through while blocking others. Eventually, he might find an efficient way to breathe underwater, but for now, it was unfeasible. Allowing only oxygen molecules to pass required control at a molecular level, something he had yet to master with barrier magic. As for this thin barrier of wind and water, he knew any major impact or shockwave could dissipate it. Still, it was a success, at least for exploration. If combat was not involved, he could navigate the seas this way. But right now, he wasn't worried about that. He wasn't planning to fight underwater. He just needed to lure the monster out. His focus was on the depths. And then he saw it. Emerging from the darkness like a living mountain, the Kraken slowly revealed its colossal form. It wasn't just big, it was overwhelming. Its shapeless mass moved hypnotically, impossible to measure precisely, but Rigger was certain it was at least 3 or 4 times larger than an adult blue dragon. Its skin was a deep, dark blue, rough and textured like volcanic crust from the ocean floor. Tentacles as thick as fortress pillars extended into the void, sliding lazily. But each one was capable of crushing ships with a single movement. Its eyes, until now closed, were immense circles of pale, milky light, reflecting the glow of Tsukikage as the blade illuminated the depths. A vortex of bubbles and currents churned around the beast, and the water pressure seemed to double, crushing everything nearby. Rigger's body screamed in warning. Every instinct told him this monster was no ordinary creature. But the adrenaline coursing through his veins only made him smile. He didn't hesitate. With a muffled roar through the water, he opened his mouth and unleashed his magic. The howling magic exploded in waves, reverberating through the ocean like underwater thunder. The force of his roar spread through the sea, displacing massive volumes of water, sending violent vibrations directly at the Kraken, stunning it. For a moment, there was silence. And then, the creature responded. A deep, monstrous sound tore through the depths. It wasn't just a roar of fury. It was something more primal, something that made the very ocean vibrate with a spectral echo. The Kraken's cry wasn't just heard. It was felt as if every molecule of water trembled with its wrath. Rigger charged forward without hesitation, raising Tsukikage. The blade crackled with concentrated electricity as he swung, shouting. Lightning! A massive bolt shot through the ocean like divine judgment, slicing through the depths with a blinding flash of blue and white. The current traveled straight into the Kraken, exploding against its massive body. The shock reverberated violently, sending electric arcs throughout the water, momentarily illuminating every grotesque detail of the creature. Twisting tentacles moved erratically as electricity danced across its rough skin. The entire ocean convulsed from the impact. Submerged rocks shifted, smaller creatures fled in a frenzy, and even the water pressure itself seemed to change. But then, as the light faded, Rigger saw it. The Kraken was still there. Its colossal body merely undulated slowly, its dark skin now covered in scorched burns, but still intact. And then, like a nightmare emerging from the abyss, it began to move. Massive tentacles rose, their movements appearing slow and heavy due to their sheer size. But Rigger knew, if he was caught, he would be crushed instantly. The smile returned to his face. Rigger manipulated the water around him and began ascending rapidly, propelling himself toward the surface like an arrow shot from the depths. Behind him, the enraged Kraken pursued, displacing millions of liters of water in its relentless chase. With every passing second, Rigger analyzed the fight. It wasn't really affected by a lightning strike that powerful. He climbed higher, feeling the water pressure decrease as he neared the stormy sky. The beast still chased him, its overwhelming presence filling the ocean below. How am I going to kill this thing? His body soared at high speed, slicing through the water like a razor. His mind focused on tactics. The Kraken was far too resilient, or maybe the scale of his attacks wasn't affecting its enormous body as much. The lightning strike had left a major wound, but it hadn't paralyzed or severely harmed it. His howling magic, despite its overwhelming power, had only made the creature roar in anger. It hadn't dealt real damage. Rigger realized he couldn't rely on a single attack to defeat it. He would need to gather almost all of his mana into a final strike to ensure its death, but he didn't have time for that in a prolonged battle. He needed to find another way, something that would lead him to victory. This is exactly what I expected, Rigger thought as his fierce grin widened. He recalled the stories from his previous world, told as legends in the mythologies of various religions. The Kraken, a legend of the depths, a monster capable of sinking even the largest ships, controlling storms, and consuming the sea with its fury. He remembered how mythology was full of exaggerations and distortions, but at that moment, he knew that the monster before him was no mere invention. As the creature approached, its immense body seeming to stretch endlessly in the black water, Rigger felt an almost supernatural suction force, as if the entire sea were being pulled into the abyss. The Kraken, its tentacles shifting, extended one toward him, attempting to drag him into its deadly maw. The pull of the suction was overwhelming, forcing Rigger to struggle against the water, which seemed to have a will of its own. His survival instinct flared in his mind. "What is this? Some kind of magic?" he growled, focusing his mana with the full force of his will. A flash of light, and with an explosive motion, Rigger shot out of the water, using his burst step as propulsion. The impact of the water was enough to throw him slightly off course, but he didn't stop. He kept running across the surface, the wind slicing against his face and the roar of the storm filling his ears. He launched several freezing novas in different places, ensuring he had platforms to step on next. Suddenly, a massive shadow rose from the water, a tentacle towering like a mountain, surging toward him. With sharp reflexes, Rigger used Flash Step, throwing himself to the side, but the tentacle passed just inches from him, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Now outside the water, he could finally see the true extent of the monster. The creature was over 300 meters long, its grotesque skin marked by a massive burn scar from lightning. But the Kraken was regenerating at an alarming speed, the muscles in its tentacles contracting with indescribable power. "It regenerates?" Rigger thought, surprised, but he knew what he had to do. The Kraken lunged forward again, furious. Its tentacles slashed through the sea like sharp blades. Rigger roared in defiance and readied his sword, Tsukikage, igniting it with violent flames. He positioned himself atop a floating iceberg he had created, his stance precise, his intent to cut the beast to pieces forged through the perfection of his training. As the tentacle closed in, he launched himself forward at incredible speed, slicing through the air with uncontrollable fury. The long sword of light cleaved through the tentacle with a force that defied human limits, a metallic clang echoing as the creature's flesh was severed. Normally, a long sword of this level wouldn't be enough to cut through the tentacle, but his raw physical strength, combined with the additional sharpness generated by Tsukikage's heat, made it possible. The Kraken howled, an unimaginable pain resonating through its cry as it rapidly retreated to the ocean depths. The severed tentacle crashed into the sea with a thunderous splash, sending water spraying in all directions. The sheer weight of the massive limb was immense. In a frenzied attack, the Kraken hurled its severed tentacle back into the ocean, creating a colossal wave that forced Rigger to leap back into the water. He plunged in, feeling the crushing pressure surround him, but when he looked down, his blood ran cold. Down in the depths, the Kraken's eyes were locked onto him, a luminous and electric fury beginning to pulse from the creature's tentacles. It was as if the sea itself was its ally. Suddenly, the ocean exploded with electricity. Lightning arced and concentrated, shooting toward him like a web of destruction. Rigger's instinct screamed as he threw up a magical barrier with all his might. The magic flared brightly, but the speed of the lightning was unparalleled. The impact was brutal. The barrier shattered like glass, and he was launched out of the water, his body paralyzed as the electricity surged through his nerves. The pain was immense, but his mind remained sharp. He could feel his body rapidly recovering as his healing magic activated. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, focusing to clear the haze of dizziness, his senses disoriented and water flooding his ears. When he opened them, he was floating in the raging sea, the Kraken looming just ahead, a tentacle rising, ready to crush him. Without hesitation, Rigger froze the sea beneath him and used Flash Step to evade, gaining distance and narrowly avoiding the devastating strike. He could see the beast regenerating, its tentacles moving with the speed and ferocity of storm. But he wasn't intimidated. He felt the adrenaline surging through his veins, his muscles primed for battle, his spirit unbreakable. He let out a fierce laugh, a mix of madness and sheer will to win. The Kraken came for him, but Rigger wouldn't retreat. He charged forward, his dual swords glowing, and the sea itself seemed to shrink before his resolve. The Kraken's roar and the howling wind merged into a symphony of chaos as the warrior prepared to face the Titan of the depths, without fear, without hesitation. It was time to test one of his new barrier techniques, but Rigger had to stay alert. He still didn't fully understand how the Kraken had unleashed lightning, but one thing was certain. If he let his guard down again, it could be the end. The danger this monster posed was immense, and Rigger was starting to believe that this wasn't just an S-class beast. This was something beyond that. Without hesitation, Rigger charged forward with ferocious speed toward the creature, his determination burning as fiercely as the magic he was beginning to channel. He poured his fire mana to the absolute limit into his blade, feeling the sword vibrate with accumulated heat, the flames crackling wildly along its edge, shifting into hues of blue and violet. The Kraken did not lag behind, surging forward with the overwhelming force of the waves, its presence dominating the ocean as it prepared another attack. In the instant the Titan launched one of its tentacles to crush him, Rigger leaped, dodging with precision. The Kraken, cunning, noticed the warrior's momentary vulnerability in the air and struck with another massive blow. But that was when Rigger did something incredible, something that defied common logic and gravity. He stepped on the air. For a brief moment, his silhouette remained suspended, defying natural laws, and then he took another step and another. His feet touched invisible barriers, platforms created instantly through barrier magic. The Kraken tried to follow his movement, retreating as it did, but Rigger had already understood the beast's attack pattern. He continued walking through the air, dodging with impressive lightness, his body advancing toward the colossal creature's head. When he reached the perfect spot, Rigger locked eyes with the monster, his breath steadying for a moment before he pronounced the name of his technique in a firm, cutting voice. Hellish Slash. A roaring flame exploded from his blade, and a wave of purple fire was unleashed like a voracious blade. The magic tore through the air with a thunderous sound and struck the Kraken's flesh with terrifying impact. The creature howled in agony, a monstrous cry that reverberated across the ocean. Its massive body writhed as the purple flame spread, consuming its skin and continuing to burn despite the sea's moisture. In a desperate instinct, the Kraken submerged, trying to extinguish the hellish fire eating away at its body. But the flames would not go out so easily. Instead, they spread across the water's surface like a flaming tsunami, turning the ocean into a chaotic, overwhelming spectacle of purple and orange. The waves burned as if the sea itself had caught fire. Rigger felt the adrenaline pumping through his veins. The more he used the technique, the more he felt it becoming a part of him. It still took time to charge the necessary energy to execute it fully, but with his practice advancing and the drastic reduction in mana cost, 9 times lower than at the beginning, it was finally becoming usable in real combat, especially against a colossal monster like this that did not attack quickly. He landed lightly on the ocean's surface, hopping onto small magical barrier platforms. Reaching this level of control over barrier magic had not been easy. Among all magic types, his aptitude for barriers was the second weakest, surpassed only by divine attack, and executing this technique without a chant required absurd concentration. Moreover, it was still imperfect. Rigor constantly needed to adjust his direction using wind magic and compensate for unexpected deviations with burst step. He would never attempt aerial combat against an agile opponent, as his mobility was still vulnerable. But against the Kraken, a predominantly aquatic creature, its attacks above water were much easier to predict. This gave him the opportunity to test his new abilities without as much risk. His predatory eyes searched for the creature, now diving into the water in agony, sinking into the depths. But he did not hesitate. With a single burst of speed, Rigor shot after it, pursuing with supersonic velocity. His body sliced through the water like a projectile, and as he closed in, he prepared his other new technique. He gripped his short sword, Night Hunter, firmly, positioning it in front of him as the heat of his earth mana condensed around the blade. The Kraken, still burning, thrashed wildly in the depths, trying to escape the pain consuming it. But Rigor would not allow it. Rigor did not hesitate. With an explosive push that shattered the barrier he was using as a foothold in the sky, he dove after the Kraken. The monstrous creature, its tentacles dragging through the depths, was diving to escape further attacks, trying to buy time to regenerate from the wounds inflicted by the brutal battle. The Kraken, aware of its vulnerability, descended faster and faster, its massive form fading into the dark abyss. But Rigor was not so easily deterred. Using his burst step magic, he accelerated his descent, mimicking the speed of a projectile. The ocean around him seemed like it wanted to swallow him whole, but he didn't care. He wouldn't let the Kraken escape so easily. As the Kraken submerged rapidly, creating a whirlpool that threatened to engulf anything nearby, Rigor simply tore through it with the speed and brutality of a wild beast. Reaching the monster, in one fluid motion, he pierced the creature's tentacle with Night Hunter, and in the next instant, the magic he had accumulated in the blade was unleashed. The Kraken's pain was immediate. Within the tentacle, the earth trembled, and numerous spiked spheres began to grow, shredding the creature's limb in a spectacle of destruction. The magic used was earth thorns, but on a completely different scale. Moreover, the slow petrification poison from Night Hunter seeped into the Kraken and started taking effect, making the beast let out a guttural roar of agony, its powerful tentacles thrashing violently in the depths. But then, something strange happened when the monster looked at Rigor. The Kraken's gigantic eyes glowed with an incandescent red, and at that moment, Rigor felt reality disintegrating around him. He didn't understand what was happening. He vanished. Suddenly, he found himself on a boat, calm and peaceful, floating on a small lake in the great forest. The soft sunlight illuminated everything around him, and the sound of the flowing water was soothing. His mother, Celine, was frying fish at the edge of the boat, and Verdia was beside him, telling him about one of her many adventures. His mind was in utter confusion. It was as if he had been asleep for a long time. He felt safe, at peace, but something wasn't right. With a puzzled smile, he looked at Verdia. "Master, I had a really strange dream." He sat on the edge of the boat, the words barely leaving his lips. His body was relaxed, as if he had just woken up from a long sleep, and the sounds of the forest enveloped him. His master looked at him, and suddenly, her expression turned serious. "Wake up, Rigor!" As he heard those words, reality shattered into pieces, and an overwhelming headache assaulted him. The Kraken's guttural roar echoed in his mind, and suddenly he was back in the depths. The Kraken's giant tentacle was wrapped around him, now with monstrous strength. He was violently pulled through the waters and hurled with inhuman force, his body crashing against a coral formation at the bottom of the sea. The impact was brutal, shattering part of the coral structure. Even underwater, if Rigor hadn't awakened and used his Tuki, he might have been in a near-death state. Even with his naturally strong physical body, the force was overwhelming. But he wasn't in much better shape. He couldn't breathe. Water forced its way into his lungs with terrifying pressure, and he felt like he was about to drown right then and there. Exhaustion overwhelmed him, his bones were broken, lacerations and cuts covered his entire body, and he could barely move his muscles, let alone use magic. Every attempt to manipulate the water and expel the liquid from his lungs failed due to the disorientation and pain. He was covered in wounds and bruises. The dark waters around him felt like a prison, and he was barely holding on to consciousness. His entire body was in a deplorable state. When he finally managed to hold his breath as best as he could, he noticed something. The sea was glowing, but the light was not from a normal source. His instincts screamed at him, warning of an imminent and certain death. It was as if the very ocean was alive and watching him with fury. With no other options, he opened a hole in the seabed and, in a frantic motion, swam clumsily into it, sealing it shut as best as he could, his high level of control over earth magic being the only reason for his success. At the bottom of the ocean, lightning controlled by the Kraken began bombarding the coral formations and everything around, illuminating the sea in a dance of light and darkness. Rigger could barely comprehend what was happening. He didn't know if he was still dreaming, if he had been caught in an illusion, or if he was truly in mortal danger. Everything was being destroyed around him, and his disorientation was immense. He was out of control, his senses in shambles. The regeneration magic he barely kept active was the only reason he was still conscious. And even so, he felt like his mind was about to break under the pressure. He swallowed more salt water. Again, for a moment, he didn't know where he was. His perception was completely distorted. He saw the coral formations around him and felt the electricity in the water, but everything was a whirlwind. He couldn't think, couldn't process anything. He just acted, driven by instinct, fighting to survive. He looked in one direction and saw a massive tentacle falling toward him, but behind the monster's limb, he saw the lightning raging in the distant sky. He didn't question it. Finding his escape route, he simply acted. He took a gamble, using a technique he had only theorized about and never tested due to the dangers involved. Without fully understanding what he was doing, he gathered wind, fire, and lightning magic, making the energy flow exactly along the path he used for flash step and burst step. Lightning step. In the next second, in an explosion of lightning and fire, he shot upward at an unimaginable speed, his feet barely touching the ocean floor. The Kraken was left behind, but Rigger had no control over the situation. He lost consciousness the moment he used the technique due to the lightning affecting his body. When he opened his eyes, he coughed up a mouthful of water and hurriedly used healing magic to mend his injuries, both those inflicted by the Kraken and those he had caused of himself. He looked around. He was in free fall, his speed so great that his body spun uncontrollably in the air. The storm, rain, lightning, and winds roared around him. He was falling back into the sea at high speed. And he laughed. He could see the ship far away, Ghislaine and the other ship, so small and distant. The water below him looked like an endless abyss, and the Kraken's roar echoed in his mind as if the beast were calling him to his death. But Rigger didn't have time to think. He was moving too fast, in every direction, without understanding what was happening. First, he used wind magic to stabilize his fall, stopping his uncontrolled spinning. The Kraken was right below, a colossal black mass in the raging waters, its immense body writhing as its tentacles crackled with electricity, turning the sea into a field of liquid death. Rigger clenched his teeth, trying to catch his breath. His body still ached from the blows he had taken. The pressure of the water and the impact against the corals had left his ribs shattered, but his healing magic kept him functional. This technique is dangerous. He thought about the lightning step he had used, his golden eyes narrowing as the wind whipped against his face. If I had used it on solid ground and crashed into a mountain, I'd be in pieces right now. The resistance of the sea delayed the acceleration, and even so, I ended up flying this high. I need to improve my reaction time to an almost divine level if I want to use this properly. I don't even know if that's possible. He looked down, seeing the Kraken pulsating like a living shadow in the ocean. His heart pounded. But, putting that aside, what the hell is this monster? It was colossal, nearly immortal. It manipulated lightning, controlled minds, and had absurd regeneration. This is insane. How did such a broken monster even come to exist? It was like fighting a nightmare given flesh, a creature seemingly designed to make survival impossible. Rigger frowned. There had to be a limit. While still falling, his mind returned to something more immediate. Tsukikage and Night Hunter. He had lost both weapons when he was thrown against the corals. He couldn't fight properly without them. But if retrieving them wasn't an immediate option, he needed another plan. Rigger took a deep breath, and flames began to swirl around him, resisting the cutting wind as he descended. He gathered an absurd amount of mana into a single compact sphere of fire before him. The fireball wasn't just hot, it was intense. Its color gradually shifted to a bluish-purple hue, incandescent like the heart of a volcano itself. This magic, he felt the raw power vibrating between his fingers. He had created it after witnessing the fire breath of the blue dragons in the dwarven territory. His mastery of the fire element was the highest among the basic elements, and just seeing that technique once was enough for him to attempt something similar. And now he would use it. Down below, the Kraken roared, its red eyes pulsing. It saw Rigger, sensed the danger. Its tentacles began to move furiously, electrifying the water around it, preparing another attack. But Rigger noticed something. He keeps his tentacles in the water to generate electricity. It was only a fraction of a second, but it was enough. The Kraken began to move backward, trying to submerge before Rigger could unleash his magic. Too late. Rigger was falling in a straight line, at a speed breaking the sound barrier, and he thought. Dragon's breath. The sphere of compressed fire suddenly expanded, releasing a massive beam of flames in a concentrated blast. The air around it vibrated with the extreme heat. The shot was like a flaming spear, ripping through the skies and striking the Kraken before it could react. The impact was devastating, and the fiery beam didn't stop, generating an enormous amount of steam. The flames consumed the creature's skin, charring its flesh and leaving blackened scars across its colossal body. The Kraken let out a guttural roar of fury, so intense that the ocean itself shook violently in response. The sea around it became completely electrified, creating a spectacle of lightning that illuminated the depths as if a storm had exploded underwater. Rigger, still in the air, didn't wait to see the full result. He directed the wind around him, controlling the magic to slow his descent. The heat from the attack still radiated from his body as he finally landed on the ocean's surface, solidifying an ice platform beneath his feet. He took a deep breath. His wounds were almost completely healed, his ever-active regeneration keeping him intact enough to continue fighting. But he couldn't relax. Activating his magic eye, Rigger looked into the depths and saw the beast. The Kraken was still writhing, its burns visible even from afar. But now there was something different. The monster's regeneration was slower. Just a little, but definitely slower. Rigger grinned. So even that has a limit. The first real advantage. He stood firm on the ice, feeling the mana still surging through his body. He had expended a great deal of mana, but he knew he still had much more to give. He hadn't even used half of it. In fact, he was far from reaching his limit. He could sustain himself for much longer. If this was a battle of endurance, then he could win, but something was bothering him. His mind control. The memory of the illusion was still fresh. The time spent trapped in it had been short, but the psychological impact was intense. If the Kraken managed to ensnare him again, it could become a real problem. He clenched his fists. I need to be careful with that, and I need to come up with something to counter it, fast. The battle was far from over. The sky was as dark as pitch, heavy clouds swirling violently, occasionally illuminated by lightning that tore through the darkness with a blue-white glow. The ocean raged, colossal waves rising and crashing like liquid mountains, shaking everything around them. It was absolute chaos. Despite the accumulating wounds, the Kraken remained indomitable in the depths of the sea. Electricity radiated from its flesh, crackling violently, and Rigger could smell the ozone mixed with the salty sea air every time he narrowly evaded the deadly discharges. Placing his hands on the surface of the sea, Rigger thought gleefully, "I've always wanted to do this." Ice Age. The magic spread like an invisible wave, and the ocean around the Kraken began to solidify instantly. Gigantic ice crystals surged up, forming a prison that attempted to entrap the beast. But the monster roared defiantly, and with an explosion of electrical power, it shattered the frozen chains, breaking the ice blocks into thousands of fragments. Rigger retreated in a flash step, dodging the destruction with instinctive precision and sharp analysis. His magic-enhanced eyes caught the Kraken's movements, revealing the flow of mana gathering around the beast, warning him of incoming attacks. Minutes turned into hours. The battle raged on without respite. Rigger dove at one point during the battle and suffered from lightning raining down on his body, but found his swords eventually. When the Kraken went into a frenzy, its tentacles descended like divine hammers, crushing everything in their path, generating monstrous waves that nearly swallowed Rigger whole. Thunder and winds howled, creating an apocalyptic scene where fire, water, and electricity clashed. The entire ocean had become a battlefield, with columns of steam rising whenever Rigger's flames collided with the sea's surface. The Kraken's illusion never caught him again. Rigger avoided its glowing red eyes at all costs. The monster tried to deceive him whenever possible, keeping his mind under constant threat, but Rigger was quick, instinctive, and relentless. Lightning roared from both the heavens and the depths, crackling all around, scorching the air with raw energy. From time to time, Rigger felt the shocks burning his skin, his muscles convulsing painfully with each electric burst escaping from the Kraken. Other times, the tentacles struck with brutal force, slamming him into the turbulent waters or shattering any ice formation he tried to use as support. Yet, he fought on with supernatural resilience. His swords, Tsukikage and Night Hunter, were his fangs. Tsukikage burned with flames and lightning, cutting through flesh and searing it simultaneously, while Night Hunter injected its lethal venom, spreading petrification through the beast's body. Each slash, each spell, slowed the Kraken's regeneration bit by bit. Rigger didn't realize it in the heat of combat, but something inside him was changing. His mastery of Tuki was evolving in real time. His flow became more precise, allowing for lethal counterattacks. His longsword of light found natural openings in the Kraken's defenses, landing deep, devastating strikes. The North God techniques became second nature, letting him deceive and strike with effortless precision. His ferocity grew. His body responded faster. His strength and endurance sharpened as his will to hunt this monster burned brighter. The battle had become a test of endurance. The Kraken, an ancient beast, had faced countless foes over its existence. Creatures of its caliber possessed some intelligence and understood their enemies. Humanoids, no matter how powerful, always had limits to their stamina. The Kraken had devoured thousands of warriors who thought they could defeat it, mages who relied too much on their magic, swordsmen who underestimated its regenerative abilities. It just had to wait. Its monstrous vitality and healing factor had always ensured its victory. But this time, something was wrong. As the fight dragged on, this little being only became fiercer, wilder. His stamina seemed boundless. On the other hand, the Kraken's regeneration was slowing. Its wounds, which once sealed rapidly, now took longer to heal. Its flesh hardened in places where Night Hunter's venom had spread. And worst of all, Rigger was still standing, still fighting viciously. The Kraken's eyes gleamed again, but not to hypnotize. This time, they shone with something else, something it had only felt once before. Fear. Long ago, it had battled another terrifying opponent, a human warrior clad in golden armor, wielding a blade of radiant light. A man who could cleave the ocean and split mountains. Now, it felt that same dread again. It was staring death in the face. Rigger grinned savagely. His victory was becoming inevitable. The monster began to retreat, sinking into the depths, trying to escape. But Rigger wouldn't allow it. This battle of endurance. I won. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with air, as he charged Tsukikage with roaring lightning. His entire body radiated power, his mana boiling around him. Night Hunter was already buried inside the Kraken's eye, pulsing with venomous magic. Now it was time to end this. This is your end. And with that, he dove into the stormy waters, ready to finish the fight once and for all. Rigor dove into the sea, holding his breath, with Tsukikage wrapped in lightning as he pursued the Kraken. The ocean was a dark and relentless abyss, but he cut through it like a bolt of lightning slicing through a stormy sky. As he neared the colossal creature, Rigor attempted to mimic one of the monster's techniques. He raised his sword and slashed at the empty space, concentrating. Chain lightning. The electricity did not travel in a straight line, but spread through the water like a web of shimmering threads, multiplying and covering the ocean in a deadly flash. The Kraken roared, its body electrocuted from all sides. Although Rigor's attack was weaker than the monster's, it was enough. Its wounds were worsening, its regeneration hindered by the petrifying poison that slowly stiffened its movements. Normally, the Kraken would resist such a poison without difficulty, but with the grievous wounds Rigor had inflicted, its body was giving in. Rigor then halted his pursuit, watching as the Kraken swam toward the depths, the vastness of the ocean seeming to tremble with its movements. He realized that if he blindly chased the Kraken, he wouldn't land a fatal blow. But now he still had an opportunity. He channeled his power to manipulate the water around him. Controlling so much water under the sea's pressure was complicated, but he had the advantage of knowing how ocean currents worked. Ocean currents can form due to three factors: tides, winds, and differences in temperature and salinity. I can control all three with magic. Rigor grinned. He didn't need to part the sea like Moses in the Bible. He would do better. Below them, a deep-sea trench stretched like the gaping maw of a ravenous titan. He manipulated the tides, conjuring a violent whirlpool of currents that spiraled in furious torrents. Underwater tunnels of increasing pressure formed, all converging into a single path, directly toward the Kraken. The colossal being was sucked in by the brutal force of the current, dragged deeper and deeper. Rigor watched the magnificent scene unfold, thoroughly impressed. This spell deserves a name. Let's keep it simple: Ocean Current. Then, Tsukikage exploded into flames underwater, its fiery aura protected by a barrier to prevent the water from extinguishing it and to add even more pressure. Rigor gathered an absurd amount of energy, focusing extreme heat at the tip of his sword, a technique he had used once before against the Black Troll. Under the ocean's crushing pressure, reaching enough speed for a fatal strike was nearly impossible, as water resistance was far stronger than air resistance. But he had a solution. Rigor launched himself into the ocean current, using the sheer force of the water to propel him at ridiculous speeds. To withstand the pressure, he created a barrier around himself, and, at the same time, used burst step consecutively, each explosion of fire and wind launching him even faster. Then, something even more astonishing happened. The water around him momentarily parted as he accelerated, creating a gas bubble around him using wind magic. It was the phenomenon of supercavitation, a hydrodynamic effect that occurs when an object moves at extreme speed in a fluid, drastically reducing water drag and allowing him to reach previously impossible speeds underwater. Blazing through the ocean like a comet of purple fire, he illuminated the abyssal depths. The Kraken finally noticed him and roared, its voice making the entire sea tremble. Its tentacles glowed with pure electricity, unleashing a massive chain lightning attack. But Rigor did not hesitate. He tore through the electrical discharges, ignoring the pain and using his healing magic as much as possible. With his barrier reinforcing him, he endured the lightning and, finally, he collided with the Kraken. The tip of Tsukikage pierced one of the monster's open wounds to the hilt. Rigor grinned. A purple explosion of flames burst from the tip of the azure sword, illuminating the ocean once more. The impact sent him flying, but he was prepared. His barrier magic protected his body, but his right arm was completely burned, flames devouring his flesh. He clenched his teeth, enduring the pain as he searched for the monster. The dense steam and raging currents distorted his vision, but he activated his magic eye. And he saw the Kraken, still alive. Almost half of its body had disappeared, obliterated by the impact. Yet it still roared, its colossal mouth opening as it lunged at Rigger. He didn't think twice. He conjured the strongest lightning bolt he could. Thunder exploded across the ocean. The creature howled in pure agony, its body trembling violently as it crashed against the abyssal wall. Rocks crumbled around it. The ocean boiled with the electric discharge. The Kraken pushed its resistance to the limit, its glowing, rage-filled eyes locking onto Rigger. By instinct, the warrior averted his gaze, avoiding the monster's hypnosis, and continued firing lightning for several seconds that felt endless. The Kraken sank deeper and deeper into the abyssal wall, shattering the rocks around it, but still roaring, until finally its colossal cry grew weaker and weaker. And then it ceased. The sea fell silent. Rigger held his breath for a few seconds, just to be sure. The monster lay there, lifeless, crushed into the ocean trench. Only then did he allow the tension in his shoulders to ease. But he couldn't relax. His breathing was at its limit. He turned and shot toward the surface, his body burned and exhausted. He had survived, and the Kraken was dead. Rigger propelled himself toward the surface in a frantic burst. His body was spent. This time, he had truly come close to exhausting his mana, especially after that continuous lightning barrage. Every muscle ached, begging for rest. But he ignored the pain and continued his ascent, cutting through the vast blue expanse with speed. As he broke the surface, a great jet of water rose around him, and he gasped, filling his lungs with much-needed oxygen. A searing pain burned his chest as he inhaled deeply, the extreme effort taking its toll. His body was a mess of wounds, covered in cuts, bruises, and burns, but he was still standing, still alive, and victorious. A laugh escaped his lips, a rough, exhausted chuckle that soon turned into triumphant laughter. The taste of victory was intense, intoxicating. He lifted his head toward the stormy skies surrounding him, watching the dark clouds swirl chaotically, lightning flashing like enraged beasts. It was as if the ocean itself was mourning the fall of its ancient sovereign. Rigger glanced around with his magic eye just to be cautious, and after seeing no immediate danger that would force him to conserve mana, he decided to change the mood of this landscape. With a decisive motion, he raised his hand to the sky and concentrated his mana. The wind around him roared in response to his call, swirling and intensifying until it formed a colossal hurricane. The air currents intertwined, growing in power, and with a single command, Rigger sent the cyclone surging against the clouds, tearing through them violently. The darkness that shrouded the sky was ripped apart, and like an explosion, the clouds were hurled in all directions. The sun pierced through the celestial breach like a divine triumph, its golden rays bathing the now calming ocean. The light reflected off the water, creating a spectacle of golden shimmer over the deep blue sea. Rigger hovered in the air, propelled by his barrier and wind magic, feeling every beam of sunlight warm his battered skin. A smile of pure delight spread across his face. There was something indescribable about this moment, an absolute sense of freedom filling every fiber of his being. The wind howled around him, the remnants of the storm now reduced to a wild breeze that only amplified the grandeur of the scene. He looked at his hands and noticed something strange. His control over Tuki felt different, more natural, stronger. What happened? He wondered, intrigued. The battle had pushed his body to the limit, forcing him into a state where his life energy reacted instinctively. Had he, without realizing it, advanced even further in mastering Tuki? But this was not the time for introspection. He began to fall, gravity pulling him back toward the ocean. Amid the fresh air and the comforting sunlight, another realization crossed his mind. The loot. His gaze turned to the depths below, where the colossal corpse of the Kraken lay, lodged in the abyssal wall. The legendary monster was dead. Its era ended. But within that titan, there might still be something of value. Rigger closed his eyes for a moment and murmured a silent prayer, trusting in his luck. I hope the magic stone is still intact, though it's unlikely. Then, he gathered his energy, activating wind and water magic to allow him to breathe underwater and dove once more, returning to the depths to claim his reward. The water was still warm, and random currents formed, stirred by the lingering aftermath of the battle. Now calmer, Rigger swam through the waves smoothly, easily maneuvering past the whirlpools that appeared suddenly. Some parts of the water still carried electricity and heat, causing steam to rise from the depths. Blocks of ice floated, solidified by thermal shock, while fragments of rock and coral littered the ocean floor, clear signs of the destruction caused by the fight. He swam down to the abyss and once again reached the immense corpse of the Kraken. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed something astonishing. The body was still regenerating. Yet, without a doubt, it was dead. Its mutilated skin trembled slightly, trying to mend itself at an incredibly slow pace. Rigger frowned. Given enough time, could the monster revive? With his magic eye activated, he analyzed the remains of the abyssal titan. In his old world, he knew that octopuses had 3 hearts, but this Kraken had 9. 5 had been completely destroyed by fire and electricity, while the remaining ones lay inert. Its body hid secrets Rigger could hardly begin to comprehend. After pondering this discovery, he returned to his primary objective, the Kraken's magic stone. Digging through the creature's innards, he finally found the mana core. The orb was massive, about 70 centimeters in diameter, and a deep, dark blue. But it was in pieces. Shards of crystal gleamed in Rigger's hands, revealing that they had likely been shattered by the very lightning bolt that helped him defeat the monster. He sighed, resigned, but still gathered the precious fragments. His next goal was to retrieve Night Hunter. Rigger swam toward one of the Kraken's eyes and pulled out the dagger, still coated in petrifying venom. He truly hadn't expected the effect to work so well on a creature like this. The venom was slow-acting, but when it took effect, it was absolutely lethal. Finally, he looked at the Kraken's immense body and realized the incalculable value before him. The eyes, blood, flesh, hearts, tentacles, ink sac. Everything was incredibly valuable. If he left it here, other sea beasts would soon feast on the carcass, wasting his fortune. He pondered for a moment and made a decision. He would seal the body and return to retrieve it later. First, he used ice magic to completely freeze the Kraken and the water around it. It took some time, but before long, the body had transformed into a colossal ice sculpture in the depths. Next, he activated his earth magic, sealing the abyss around it and hardening the rock to the maximum. The underground sealing would ensure that no hungry beast would dig its way to the body. As a final precaution, he drew magic circles around the aquatic tomb, isolating any scent and placing an invisible barrier around it. Perhaps it was excessive, but Rigger knew this corpse was an invaluable treasure, and his ship had no way of transporting it now. After all, the Kraken was 5 times larger than the boat. Finishing his work, he took one last look at the abyss, then at the vast ocean. The sea hid unbelievable secrets, and Rigger could barely wait to uncover them all. He smiled. I will eventually discover all of them. Rigger emerged from the water in a whirlwind of energy, the ocean's surface reflecting the last remnants of the storms that had now almost dissipated. Rigger thought as he looked at the clearing skies. Of course, the hurricane must have helped, but the storm had already calmed after it died. Could its mere presence have been evoking storms? How would that work? He brushed those thoughts aside and focused on finding the ship. He rose into the air, propelled by wind and the barriers he created beneath his feet. From above, he took a deep breath, allowing his beast-like senses to pick up the lingering scent trail left by the boat. Time had passed. He had fought for hours, and in that period, the ship had certainly moved on without him. However, that wasn't a problem. He landed gently on the water and, without hesitation, dashed forward, running across the ocean at high speed. His strides were precise and rapid, creating a fleeting trail of ice that dissipated shortly after his touch. He couldn't help but smile, noticing the similarity to a character from his past life, Akiji. All he was missing was a bicycle to complete the scene. As he ran, his eyes and ears remained sharp, alert for any threats from the sea. After all, this ocean had just proven it harbored unimaginable monsters. Yet, even amidst his vigilance, his mind was occupied with reflections on his own combat power. The strength of warriors in this world fluctuated strangely. For example, he was convinced that a sword emperor could kill him quickly in direct combat, not giving him any time to use magic. Even with all his strength and endurance, he would hardly match such a warrior in speed and refined technique. However, he also couldn't imagine a sword emperor defeating that Kraken. That was because the battle against the sea monster had not been an ordinary fight. He had been free to use large-scale magic, exploit the environment to his advantage, and fully unleash his creativity. Against a fast and technical opponent, he wouldn't have that luxury. His jump barriers, his lightning attacks, the hellish slash, many of his techniques were still not refined enough to be instantly executed. In a speed duel, every fraction of a second was crucial. But against the Kraken, he had been able to use all of them without hesitation. But a king-level warrior shouldn't be my match now. His advancement in Tuki was the reason. After that fight, he realized that few king-level warriors could truly threaten him now, unless they attacked by surprise. Since he started regaining his control over Tuki 2 weeks ago, he had been eliminating possibilities for the issue. He didn't fully understand what the real problem was, but he knew he was getting closer to an answer. The more he tried to control and dominate his beastly side, the more his body refused to obey. It was almost as if he was creating a conflict between what he was and what he thought he was. After his incident at the Joylore Mansion, he had tried to suppress this savagery as much as possible. But during the fight against the Kraken, he had completely surrendered to the instinctive sensation of a predator hunting its prey. He let his instincts guide him in battle, and for the first time in a long while, he felt truly free. It wasn't that he needed to behave fiercely all the time, but he began to think that maybe he had been trying to deny an essential part of himself, something that had been part of him since coming to this world, something he had ignored and treated as a problem when it didn't have to be. Lost in these thoughts, he continued his run across the ocean, creating ice platforms to leap from time to time, drawing ever closer to the ship. Rigger ran across the sea, creating ice platforms as support. He followed the trail left by the ship, focusing on the scent left by the passengers. Upon spotting in the distance, he increased his speed, charging into a final sprint before powerfully leaping onto the deck. As he landed, the dull thud of his impact echoed through the ship, drawing the crew's attention. The men stared at him in astonishment, some widening their eyes, others exchanging incredulous glances. The short captain hurried toward him, breathing heavily, his expression a mix of shock and relief. "Sir, I thought you were dead," he exclaimed, panting. "We got caught in the aftermath of a battle between superpowered monsters. The waves were colossal. I was terrified when I heard you were in the sea. Where have you been? Did you see which creatures were fighting?" Rigger reflected for a moment, replaying the battle in his mind. The waters boiled with lightning. The ocean erupted in fiery explosions, and he recalled the sheer magnitude of the Kraken and its absurd abilities. Taking a deep breath, he answered naturally. It was a massive Kraken, dark-toned, covered in a tough crust. It controlled lightning and had red eyes. The other beast. Rigger paused briefly, observing the captain's reaction before continuing, was a creature that spewed fire and lightning and leapt through the sky. The captain's face turned pale with every word. His lips parted in a reflex of contained terror, and as understanding dawned in his mind, cold sweat began to form on his forehead. "My God, we're doomed." The man ran a trembling hand through his hair. "Zeroth, the Lord of Storms has awakened." Rigger furrowed his brow. The name meant nothing to him. Who is this Zeroth? He had learned much from his master about the world, But it wasn't as if he knew everything she did. After all, it was the accumulated knowledge of 500 years. The captain turned his gaze to the horizon, his breathing uneven. Zeroth is an octopus-like beast that fought countless heroes in the past. None ever managed to kill him. There are stories that say that, many years ago, even St. Mealy's himself couldn't defeat him, only drive him away. He's a legendary creature that has brought destruction for thousands of years. Whenever he awakens, storms ravage the seas, and beaches are swallowed wherever he appears. The captain seemed genuinely frightened. In fact, even today, some coastal tribes worship him as a sea god. Rigger remained silent for a moment. Was this monster really that famous? If he told the captain that he had killed it, he'd probably be seen as either a liar or a lunatic. "Don't worry," he said simply. "The beast that spewed fire and lightning won the battle. The octopus is dead." The captain froze, staring at Rigger with wide eyes, unable to form a coherent response. His lips moved, but no words came out, just a hesitant murmur. "Zeroth is dead." Ignoring the impact of the revelation, Rigger made his way to the ship's quarters. As he walked through the corridors, the scent of damp wood and salty air filled the space. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by a serene scene. Eris slept soundly in Lilia's lap, her chest rising and falling rhythmically, exhausted. Beside her, Aisha sat with a book in her hands, tracing the words with her finger while murmuring softly. When she noticed his presence, her eyes lit up, and she prepared to shout with joy. But upon remembering that Eris was sleeping, she simply smiled and whispered, "Welcome back, Master." Next to Aisha, Ghislaine was sitting, helping her learn to read and write. Rigger had told her that teaching others was an efficient way to learn faster. When she lifted her gaze to Rigger, her tail began to sway slightly. "Did you succeed?" she asked, her voice firm but tinged with curiosity. Rigger smiled and dropped the large sack he was carrying. As it opened, it revealed the magic stone he had collected, only now in pieces, their massive sizes gleaming under the dim light of the room. Silence fell over them. Lilia widened her eyes, her mouth slightly open in absolute shock. Aisha, on the other hand, looked at it with curiosity. Ghislaine narrowed her eyes and crouched down to inspect the stones, her fingers gliding over their rough surfaces. "I've never seen magic stones this big. Not even dragons have something like this," she murmured, impressed. Her lupin eyes turned to Rigger, her voice firm and inquisitive. "I could feel the mana fluctuations from the battle. I saw time and mana surge like never before." "What kind of monster did you fight?" Rigger crossed his arms, thoughtful. "I'll tell the story when Eris and Idar are here to listen too." He then turned to Lilia, who was still staring at the stones. "Has she woken up at all?" he asked, referring to Eris. Lilia blinked a few times before composing herself. "No, she's been completely exhausted since we returned." Rigger nodded. "All right, I'll go see Idar and Skull." Aisha waved energetically, a bright smile on her face, while Ghislaine simply observed him with a watchful gaze. Rigger cast one last glance at Eris, then at the magic stones he had brought, before leaving the room to meet his other companions. Rigger walked through the ship until he reached the place where Skoll and Idar were staying. The room was spacious, with an entrance that led directly to the deck, offering a wide view of the ocean. He approached and knocked twice before stepping inside. As he opened the door, the scene before him was unexpected. Skoll was holding Idar's head between his teeth. The moment he saw Rigger, he quickly let go, wagging his tail and feigning innocence. Rigger raised an eyebrow, suspicious, while Idar stood up, flustered, adjusting his clothes. Trying to divert attention from the embarrassing situation, Idar asked, "How was the battle?" "I could feel the tremors, even from here." Rigger noticed the attempted distraction, but decided to spare him from awkward questions. "It was a pretty big one this time," he replied casually. He then walked over to Skoll and started stroking his soft fur. The large wolf took the opportunity to try licking his face in every possible way, but Rigger skillfully dodged. "What do they feed Skoll?" he asked, still laughing at Skoll's frustrated attempts. Idar thought for a moment before answering. Lots of fish. He doesn't have to worry about bones, so he ate them without any trouble. Rigger settled beside Skoll, who lay down, turning into a warm, fluffy couch. Idar sat in a nearby chair, watching Rigger with a thoughtful expression. Do you know what path you'll follow for the rest of your life, Idar? Rigger asked, looking straight at him. Idar chuckled before responding. I think I do, but it keeps changing all the time. Rigger continued stroking Skoll and said, Sounds easy. You can change whenever you want. Idar responded casually. I really believe that things happen for a reason. Meeting you and the others in the Great Forest was a turning point for me. Idar began, his voice carrying a mix of emotion and conviction. I can have as many doubts as I want. I can make mistakes, but even so, I can keep moving forward. It's actually easy, but that's because I don't really have anyone depending on me besides my grandmother and my brother, and they're already safe. I've always believed in my own talent. Even after meeting you all, and in the future, I still want to become a powerful warrior and leave my mark on the world. He looked directly at Rigger. You're different. You carry a lot on your shoulders, including my own expectations. It might seem silly or idealistic in your eyes, but as long as I follow you, I feel like I can accomplish anything. And you've been proving that to be true ever since we left the Great Forest. I've noticed you've been more fierce lately, but honestly, I don't mind. I decided to follow you, and that's what I'll do, as long as you keep protecting my family and don't change who you really are. Rigger crossed his arms and pondered for a moment before letting out a light sigh. He wasn't too worried about his change, and had only asked casually, but it was good to know that his shift wouldn't drive his friend away. Isn't that kind of fanatical? He teased. Idar shrugged and laughed. What are you complaining about? Just keep moving forward. You're already on a path you can't turn back from now. I can simply believe that you can do anything and pray. And you have to be able to do anything. Ha ha ha. Rigger laughed along, relaxing for a moment. And then, a sudden flash shone. His hand crackled with electricity. The hairs on his arms stood on end. A grin spread across his face as he looked at Idar. But what? Idar started to say, but there was no time. He tried to draw his sword and step back, but it was too late. A loud bang echoed, and Idar's screams filled the room. On the deck, the crew stopped what they were doing and looked fearfully in the direction of the cabin. The rest of the journey went by without major issues. The sea remained calm, and Rigger spent the day's training. Many times, he cast healing magic on Eris, and he noticed she had become calmer around him. Whenever possible, he froze the surface of the water so he and Ghislaine could spar without damaging the ship. However, no matter how much he tried to focus, he felt his instincts sharpening more and more with the mating season. It was a strange, almost frustrating feeling. His body craved something, and every time he looked at Ghislaine, he got excited without even realizing it. But fortunately, they were still at sea, and he had plenty of distractions to keep his mind occupied. His Tuki training, magic practice, sparring with Idar, and teaching Eris and Aisha. Even so, Ghislaine seemed to notice that he was avoiding her. However, instead of confronting him, she simply said nothing. But what was even more confusing was that every time Rigger looked at her, she would subtly seduce him, provoking him in small ways. Yet she never spoke directly, maybe because she never had to before. These thoughts kept hammering in Rigger's mind. Should he just go for it? He started weighing the pros and cons. The pros were that Ghislaine was incredibly hot, totally his type, strong, hardworking, determined, fierce, loyal. He was 95% sure he could beat her in a direct fight now. But honestly, she probably wouldn't even want to fight in the first place. If he was direct, she'd agree easily. The cons, well, little Rigger was only 13 centimeters, which was actually pretty good for his age, honestly. But did that matter? Things could get weird after the mating season. He was only 11 years old, but then again, in this world, that was much more normal. Besides, his mind had over 30 years of experience. So, in the end, did it really matter? He kept weighing the points as he looked out at the sea, feeling the salty wind against his face. His tail swayed from side to side, reflecting his indecision. But after a while, he made his decision. The pros outweighed the cons. I was thinking about embracing my wild nature more, wasn't I? This is what my body wants, he murmured to himself, firm in his choice. Before he could think further, he heard a voice calling his name. Rigger. It was Ghislaine. He quickly turned around. As always, she had that expressionless face, but her gaze seemed more intense than usual. Ghislaine, he responded, trying to sound natural. She spoke before he could continue. I'm sorry. And then, to his surprise, she bowed slightly. Rigger was confused. Huh? Why are you apologizing? Ghislaine lifted her gaze and continued. In the past few weeks of the mating season, I noticed your looks and thought you wanted to sleep with me. But you always avoided it at the last moment, and I didn't know why. I've never been good at understanding people, so I decided to talk to Lilia just now. And she explained the reason to me. Rigger blinked a few times, not understanding. Explain what? I didn't consider your side as a warrior and as a man. Lilia reminded me about the beast race's tradition of challenging their intended partner to a duel and winning. When I said you could probably beat me now if you tried seriously, she told me you probably wanted to win against me only with the sword. The shock hit Rigger like a punch. Wait, what? He froze. How did Lilia come to that conclusion? Thinking about it, for the natives of this world, it actually made sense. But he didn't even have time to formulate a response. Before he could finish his sentence, Ghislaine continued, serious. With your current progress, you should reach the Sword King level in less than 3 or 6 months. I won't bother you about this anymore until then. Her voice was firm, as if she was absolutely sure of this truth. Rigger opened his mouth to protest, but nothing came out. What could he even say now? Yeah, all right. He tried to sound confident, but it came out hesitant and awkward. Trying to regain his composure, he swallowed hard and spoke with more firmness. When I reach the Sword King level, I will challenge you. Ghislaine smiled slightly. Her tail swayed, seeming pleased. I'll be waiting, she said, then turned and walked back to the cabins. Rigger stood there, still processing everything. His gaze slowly lifted to the sky, and he let out a long, exasperated sigh. Why? He murmured to himself, frustrated. Just when he had finally made up his mind, he was forced to wait again. His ears drooped to the sides, utterly disheartened. Rigger looked at the horizon and could see Eastport in the distance. After the storm and the battle against the Kraken, the journey had proceeded without further obstacles, and the seas had calmed. He took a deep breath, feeling the sea breeze and the salty wind hitting his face. With each passing day, he felt his strength growing steadily. At the same time, he felt his sexual excitement increasing more and more, but Ghislaine was now keeping a certain distance, which stressed him out. Fortunately, he was only 11 years old, and his libido wasn't that strong, so although he was aroused every time he saw Ghislaine, or even Lilia, it was still manageable. His training never stopped. His mastery of the longsword of light and flow was increasing. His physical strength was expanding rapidly, and the feeling of moving toward the level of Sword King was becoming more and more real. Aisha was also standing out. She absorbed knowledge like a sponge, not just about magic or swordsmanship, but about the world. Rigger taught her about kingdoms, morality, history, wanting to shape her as his disciple in every way. He wanted her to be, at the very least, like him, a warrior not only strong but insightful. The little one was exceptionally talented. At almost 3 years old, she already understood nuances in conversations, something that most adults couldn't even grasp. Her magical growth was also impressive. Estimating based on his own progress, Rigger believed that, if nothing went wrong, her mana capacity would reach the god level. Maybe not at the same level as his, but still, it would be something rare and powerful. Aisha was ahead of him in one aspect. She started training her mana even younger than he did, though only by a few months, since her mana started being spent when he activated his magic eyes for the first time. Eris, on the other hand, had been in a great mood lately. She seemed more radiant, full of energy. She even tried to learn to cook with Lilia, but as soon as Rigger casually mentioned that he didn't care much about the taste of food, Eris simply abandoned the learning and refocused on the sword. Her progress was noticeable. She was getting faster, more precise, more lethal. And above all, she was determined. Ghislaine seemed to be getting back to serious training, not just as an instructor, but really try to improve. Rigger didn't know exactly what Lilia had said to her, but it was clear that Ghislaine wanted to get better, trying to break her own limits. He felt the need to speed up his own pace and catch up with her. Idar, in turn, was exhausted. 3 practitioners of the sword god style surrounded him constantly, demanding that he train with them without rest. After all, he was a water saint and an excellent sparring partner to counter their style. When they finally disembarked, the arrival was anything but discreet. Skull, as always, attracted looks of fear and admiration. The enormous black-furred beast with fierce eyes intimidated the inhabitants of the port city. Murmurs and exclamations spread through the streets as the city guards approached, concerned about the presence of such an imposing wolf among the crowd. Before any incident could happen, the ship's captain stepped forward to speak with them, explaining the situation and assuring that Skull did not pose a threat. Rigger simply observed everything without caring much. He was already used to this kind of reception, and if anyone attacked Skull, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Skull, in turn, snorted and walked beside his master, ignoring the wary looks he received. Now, with his feet firmly on the ground of Eastport, Rigger walked through the city market, analyzing the available carriage options while talking with Idar. Skull, ever vigilant, followed closely, his eyes scanning for any suspicious movement. The rest of the group, Lilia, Aisha, Eris, and Ghislaine, were at the Adventurers Guild, leaving information about their safety and searching for clues about their relatives who had gone missing in the teleportation incident. One surprise he encountered was that there already seemed to be a small Iron Legion outpost here, searching for the missing and spreading the Legion's name. It was a group of adventurers. In fact, it made sense. They had stayed there for a few months, even after returning to Tinaver, but the Legion was already dispatching travelers by that time. These Legion adventurers had found some missing people and were now completing missions one after another to reach S rank. The most talented among them had traveled to the capital of the Dragon King Kingdom to train at the headquarters of the North God style and see how far his strength could go. They seemed to be doing quite well, with 5 of them already reaching A rank as adventurers, an impressive feat in just about 10 months. So, Rigger gave them Erathium, the metal he produced with earth magic, to forge new weapons, and also handed them magic stones from the monsters he had slain along the way to enchant them. And then, he bid them farewell, but made sure to remember the name of that group, Northern Winds. The next destination is the capital of the Dragon King Kingdom, right? Idar asked, crossing his arms while watching Rigger assess the structure of a sturdy carriage. Rigger nodded, examining the wheels and the vehicle's durability. That's right. The North God-style headquarters is there. I want to learn some techniques from them, if possible. I don't know exactly where I rank in terms of my skills, but this isn't an opportunity to waste. Idar frowned, thoughtful. Is there a North King there? Rigger hesitated for a moment, considering the question. There should be. After all, it's their headquarters. My master told me that the North God style has the most rankings, kings, emperors, and even gods. So, there's likely at least 1 or 2 kings there. Before they could continue their conversation, the sound of hooves drew their attention. A knight approached, clad in the armor of the Dragon King Kingdom's guards. As soon as Skull sensed the soldier's presence, he let out a low growl, his fur bristling slightly. The guard halted his horse at a respectful distance, maintaining his composure but clearly wary of the giant wolf. Red Wolf, leader of the Iron Legion, I extend my greetings on behalf of His Royal Majesty and the Dragon King Kingdom. I have been awaiting your arrival. The guard's voice was firm but polished. Rigger raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms. What do you want with me? The soldier lifted his chin, adopting an even more rigid posture. 3 generations ago, your master, Vertius Solarion, greatly aided the Regent King of the Dragon King Kingdom at the time in repelling a monster invasion. That debt was never repaid. His Majesty invites you to the palace for tea and a meeting at the royal court, as well as to offer you gifts in your master's name, thus settling this debt and restoring ties that have weakened due to generational change. Rigger pondered. The tea and the meeting with the king itself didn't particularly interest him, but the potential rewards were another matter. And he also suspected they were using this as an opportunity to establish a connection. An alliance with the Dragon King Kingdom could be beneficial for the Iron Legion's future entry into the Central Continent. "What is the reward?" he asked bluntly, his expression sharp. The guard furrowed his brow, clearly displeased by Rigger's lack of formality in dealing with a representative of the king. Hesitant, he responded, "Weapons, exclusive spells from the Dragon King Kingdom, lands." Rigger raised a hand, cutting him off. "That's enough. I will meet with your king." The soldier nodded, pulling a scroll from within his armor and extending it to Rigger. "Here are the details of the meeting." Rigger took the letter and tucked it away without ceremony. The guard then pulled on his horse's reins and rode off, casting a final glance at Skull before departing. Idar let out a sigh as he watched the scene. "Well, that was unexpected, but it seems promising." Rigger merely gave a small smirk. "Let's finish buying what we need and head back to the inn. We need to prepare for the journey." With that, they acquired the necessary supplies, along with spices, tools, and other essential provisions. Once their purchases were complete, they returned to the inn they had rented, where they reunited with the rest of the group. The next steps of their journey were becoming increasingly clear. Rigger and the others returned to the inn, where the girls were already waiting for them. They went up to their room, where Lilia sat with Aisha at her side, while Eris and Ghislaine were practicing magic chants to avoid forgetting them. As soon as Rigger entered, Lilia looked up, noticing the thoughtful expression on his face. "Did something happen?" Rigger got straight to the point. "I was invited to a meeting with the king of the Dragon King Kingdom because my master helped them in the past." Shock spread across Lilia's face. She never stopped being surprised while traveling with this group. "What? How did that happen?" Aisha, on the other hand, beamed, her eyes sparkling. "Master is amazing. Even a king wants to meet him." Eris and Ghislaine didn't show much reaction. Eris remained focused on her healing magic, while Ghislaine merely raised an eyebrow, but didn't seem particularly impressed. Rigger crossed his arms, thoughtful. He had monitored the guard's heartbeat when he delivered the message and hadn't noticed any obvious signs of lying or hesitation. However, that didn't mean it wasn't a trap, nor did it mean hostility. Even a messenger could be deceived. Still, he had two good reasons to accept the invitation: the possible connection with the Legion and the high-level magic the Dragon King Kingdom might offer, which could greatly enhance his combat abilities. When in doubt, it's always good to be cautious, Rigger thought to himself. If I can't get the spells I want through peaceful means, well, there are always more aggressive methods. Ghislaine asked, "What exactly did your master do for them?" Rigger sighed, recalling the stories he had heard. "I don't know for sure. My master helped a lot of people over the years. She traveled through many lands and often helped individuals simply because they were her friends, without caring much about the kingdom or political alliances. It might have been something simple to her, but had major consequences for this king." Aisha, curious, tilted her head. "Is the great master also a king-level mage?" A faint smile appeared on Rigger's lips. "She is, but her knowledge and experience go far beyond that." Lilia observed Rigger for a moment before saying, "You seem to respect her a lot." Before Rigger could respond, Idar let out a mocking laugh. "Oh yes, he respects his master a lot." Without hesitation, Rigger raised a finger and shot a small bolt of lightning at Idar, who barely had time to dodge. The shock ran through his body, sending him tumbling backward in his chair. Aisha let out a muffled giggle. Eris didn't even spare a second glance, while Ghislaine remained expressionless. Lilia sighed, but a small smile played on her lips. In the end, despite the unexpected invitation and the uncertainty surrounding it, the night continued in a relaxed atmosphere. The remaining journey passed without incident, and soon the group was approaching the majestic capital of the Dragon King's kingdom. The city, visible in the distance, displayed its imposing walls and grand architecture. The Dragon King's kingdom was ancient and had a long history. It was the third strongest kingdom in the world, behind Mealy's and Azura, and was also home to the headquarters of the North God style. Inside the carriage, Rigger patiently explained the technical advantages and disadvantages of each sword style to Aisha, detailing their peculiarities. He gestured as he spoke, mentally illustrating the movements of each school to himself. Aisha, sitting beside Lilia with eyes shining with curiosity, interrupted with a question. Master, from what you're saying, is it recommended that practitioners focus on only one style, like the older sisters Ghislaine and Eris? Rigger nodded slightly. Yes, that's generally true. Focusing on the one you're most talented at is more advantageous, but it also limits your combat style. Aisha tilted her head, thoughtful, before asking another question. Then why does Master practice all three styles? This time, Rigger smirked, crossing his arms as he patiently explained. Because I'm creating my own style. And for that, I need as many references as I can absorb. The little girl widened her eyes in surprise before leaning forward with excitement. I want to learn Master's style. Rigger let out a light laugh, reaching out to ruffle her hair. We'll see. First, you'll test all the styles and discover which one suits you best. You'll also try different types of weapons. He looked at her. But only when you're older. Aisha puffed out her cheeks, crossing her arms in an adorably angry expression. Lilia chuckled softly at the scene, placing a hand over her mouth to hide her smile. Rigger simply shook his head, amused, before turning his attention to the two women beside him. Did you find any information about your relatives? He asked, his tone turning more serious. Lilia hesitated for a moment before replying. We didn't find any information about Zenith, Paul, or Rudius, only about other residents of Fitoa. Ghislaine, who had remained silent until then, seemed tense. Her visible red eye gleamed with an emotion difficult to define before she finally spoke. It seems that Lord Soros was placed on the list of survivors. He returned to Fitoa from the Bihyrule Kingdom, but there's no concrete information about his current whereabouts. Rigger fell into thought. The old Soros Boreas Greyrat, the patriarch of the Boreas family, had been a pillar for Eris and Ghislaine. If he was alive, there might be hope for rebuilding Fitoa. And Eris's parents? He asked. Ghislaine clenched her fists before answering. Lord Philip was teleported along with a guard, but they were found dead in a dungeon near Chiron. A group of adventurers found their bodies and recognized Lord Philip's noble crest. Lady Hilda is still missing. Rigger remained silent for a long moment, digesting the information. He raised his eyes to the top of the carriage, where Eris was training her balance, completely unaware of the conversation. Eventually, she would learn the truth. He sighed, leaning against the side of the carriage. Let's hope her grandfather is safe and that Hilda is still alive. Ghislaine nodded, but her eyes reflected a restless ferocity. She was thinking about Rigger's words back in Teenaver. Soros should take responsibility for the teleportation incident, so if his political enemies took advantage of the opportunity. Silence settled in the carriage for a while, broken only by the sound of the wheels against the stone road. Rigger shifted his thoughts away from the past and focused on his training. He maintained his rigorous practice of magical control across all schools of magic, but with a special focus on lightning, barrier, and divine attack. Each day, he felt his control refining little by little, his connection to the flow of mana becoming clearer. At the same time, he deepened his mastery over Tuki. He was beginning to understand the subtle variations that Tuki could have in each sword school. A more flexible touch for evasions, a sharper one for explosive strikes, and another more resilient for absorbing impacts. He was certain that this would be one of the keys to creating his own style in the future. And so, amid conversations, reflections, and relentless training, the journey continued. Soon, the capital of the Dragon King's kingdom rose before them, a journey that would forever mark the lives of the entire group, though they did not yet know it. The imposing walls of the capital of the Dragon King's kingdom rose before Rigger's group, a true fortress that stood out against the horizon. Named as Black Dragon, the Dragon King's city exuded an air of power and grandeur. Even before they fully approached, The massive iron gates were already being opened to allow Skull's passage. Currently, Skull had reached about 3.5 meters in height, making him even more imposing. His fur, which had already begun to transform due to his species' natural ability, was the reason behind the name given to his lineage. This gradual transformation allowed his coat to change from soft, smooth texture to something rigid and resistant, capable of withstanding blade cuts and impact spells. Combined with his strength, speed, and natural sharp weapons, this trait earned him an A-rank monster classification. His fur, which resembled the bark of an ebony tree in both texture and dark color, led to his species being known as ebony wolves. The official meeting with the king was scheduled for 4 days later. Thus, after settling in, Rigger planned to visit the headquarters of the North God Style to test his skills. Many months had passed since they had left Tinavur, and it was about to be a full year of journeying. Rigger himself was also close to turning 12. The mating season was finally nearing its end, which was both a great relief and a disappointment for him. One of the main reasons he wanted to visit the North God-style headquarters was a growing feeling that he was on the verge of reaching a new level in the Long Sword of Light. If he continued evolving gradually, he would likely reach this milestone in time. However, if he could be pushed through an intense challenge, wouldn't that be even better? As they passed through the gates, they were welcomed by a noble-looking man. He had long dark brown hair, piercing blue eyes, and a remarkably handsome face. His attire was a refined combination of aristocratic garments and those of a seasoned warrior. He carried an adorned sword, a sign of his prestige as a swordsman. Mounted on his horse, he addressed the group, calling them by name in a firm tone. Lord Rigger Dedoldia, Ghislaine Dedoldia, Eris Boreas Greyrat, Idar, and the 2 young ladies whom I regret not knowing. His gaze shifted toward Lilia and Aisha. Before anyone could ask, Aisha responded confidently, "I'm Aisha." The man smiled at the energetic response of the young girl and, in a warm tone, said, "All right, little Aisha. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Jerton Grovewood, North Saint and heir to House Grovewood. I have the honor of being assigned as your escort and guide through the Dragon King's capital. Welcome to the city." He beamed widely, exuding a vibrant and welcoming energy. Rigger, observing his posture and expression, got the impression that Jerton had a radiant personality. His enthusiasm in greeting them seemed genuine. Despite his apparent youth, seemingly no older than 20, his position and title indicated he was a remarkably skilled warrior. The man then addressed the group. "The king has already arranged accommodations for you at the residence designated for emissaries from other kingdoms. However, if you prefer, you may choose another place to stay." Rigger stepped down from the carriage without hesitation and firmly replied, "There is no need." At the same time, Jerton dismounted from his horse. Rigger approached him and, in a respectful gesture, extended his hand. "Thank you for the reception. In fact, I have a few questions I'd like to ask." The two began walking together, followed by the rest of the group. As they walked, and Rigger asked several questions about the royal family, Idar asked, "How old are you?" Jerton promptly replied, "I'm 20 years old." Lilia, impressed, commented, "It's truly remarkable to have achieved such a level of skill at such a young age." Jerton offered a humble response. "It's nothing compared to what we have here. A sword saint at 8 years old, a water saint at 17, a sword king, and a girl who became an advanced ranked sword god-style practitioner at 10. Idar laughed, shaking his head. "Ha, it's not quite like that. You're also the heir to a noble house, aren't you? Surely, you don't have as much time to train as we do." Jerton let out a sincere laugh. The group continued conversing in a light-hearted and harmonious manner. Meanwhile, Rigger analyzed the young man in front of him. Besides being talented, he seemed incredibly friendly. Even though they had just met, Jerton already demonstrated an ability to engage in captivating conversations with each of them. Furthermore, Rigger sensed no malice or ulterior motives in his words. Was he truly like this all the time? Or was he simply trying to befriend them from the very start? While the others spoke, Ghislaine remained expressionless and watchful, always observing. Deciding to change the subject, Rigger asked, Is there currently a North King at the North God-style headquarters? Jerton thought for a moment before answering. Yes, we currently have 2 rank kings and 1 emperor at the headquarters. In fact, a new North Emperor has recently emerged. Rigger slightly furrowed his brows, intrigued. A new emperor? He repeated. Jerton nodded, crossing his arms as he walked alongside the group. Yes, he arrived about a month ago and easily defeated all of us. His voice carried a mixture of admiration and frustration. After that, he challenged my master, the North Emperor Ornthorn, the Dragon Hunter. It was a long and intense battle, but in the end, my master was defeated. The group listened attentively. Jerton continued. Even after facing all of us beforehand, he still had enough strength to defeat a North Emperor. It was unbelievable. In the end, my master officially recognized him as a North Emperor, as did our entire school. There was respect in his voice, but also a hint of disappointment. Remembering his master's defeat was not easy. Jerton took a deep breath before continuing. His fighting style was truly deadly and relentless. He used various types of weapons, but his main one was a scimitar. His expression darkened for a moment. A scimitar that cut my master's sword in half. Idar was shocked. He cut down his master's sword. His voice carried genuine surprise. Jerton nodded. Yes, it was an unbelievable scene. I've never seen a warrior like him. The group exchanged glances. Idar, curious, broke the silence. And what was he like? Jerton ran a hand through his hair, trying to recall the details. Dark skin, desert clothing, and he laughed. All the time, even in the middle of battle. Rigger narrowed his eyes. A ruthless warrior, wielding a terrifying weapon, laughing as he fought. Who was this man? Did he say his name? Rigger asked. Jerton shook his head. No, he only said that, eventually, we would hear about him. He was alone. My master seemed to know him, but respected his choice to remain unknown, perhaps because his life had been spared. Before leaving, that man said my master was a true man. There was a moment of silence as everyone processed the information. Rigger felt his curiosity grow. He wanted to fight the warriors at the dojo, test his progress. But this mysterious Northern Emperor intrigued him even more. It was something he needed to experience for himself. However, at the very moment that thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down his spine. Something instinctive. What was that? Why did I suddenly get this feeling? He subtly glanced around but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Still, the sensation bothered him. The group continued their conversation, unaware of Rigger's brief unease as they made their way to their designated residence. Jerton was eager to learn more about the Iron Legion, showing great interest in their efforts to unite the beast races and liberate slaves. Rigger noticed that the young warrior not only had talent, but also possessed a genuinely curious and empathetic spirit. Upon arriving at the house, they were greeted by a grand structure. The building was made of fine wood and expertly crafted stone, with a broad roof and large windows that allowed the late afternoon sunlight to stream in. A vast courtyard surrounded the house, adorned with well-maintained gardens, towering trees, and an open space for training. While Eris, Lilia, and Aisha went inside to organize their belongings, Jerton stopped and turned to Ghislaine. His previously cheerful expression turned serious as he called her name. Now that the children are not around, I have something to tell you, Lady Ghislaine. The woman lifted her gaze upon hearing her name, her expression unreadable. I assume you are returning to Fatoa to find the lord you once served, correct? The atmosphere around them shifted instantly. Rigger, Idar, and even Ghislaine herself grew serious, tension thick in the air. The news hasn't yet spread here among the people, but the king asked me to inform you ahead of time. The lord you served, Soros Boreas Greyrat, was executed, beheaded, after being held responsible for the Fatoa teleportation incident. The entire courtyard seemed to fall silent. A murderous aura surged from Ghislaine like an invisible blade cutting through the air. Ghislaine, Rigger called her name in a low, firm tone. The warrior realized the bloodlust she was unleashing and withdrew it, though her sharp gaze still burned with fury. Who was responsible? Her voice was heavy, carrying the promise of death. According to information gathered by the Grovewood family, the main perpetrators were the head of the Nodo's Greyrat house, Philemon Nodo's Greyrat, and Minister Darius Silvaganius. Ghislaine's lips barely moved as she muttered their names under her breath, engraving them into her memory, ensuring she would never forget. A silent vow of vengeance. Jurton provided further details about the events, explaining that the Dragon King Kingdom would not interfere in the affairs of the Azura Kingdom, but that this information was shared as a gesture of friendship toward the Iron Legion. After storing their belongings, and with night already falling, they decided to postpone their visit to the North God Dojo until the following day. Instead, Idar challenged Jurton to a spar, which he readily accepted. Eris, excited, joined in as well, while Skoll, Aisha, and Lilia stayed to watch. Meanwhile, Ghislaine sat atop the house, gazing at the horizon. The moon had begun to rise, its silver glow illuminating the night. Rigger approached in silence. Ghislaine didn't turn to face him, but glanced at him briefly before returning her gaze to the sky. Ghislaine, she remained silent. I'm not going to tell you to give up on your revenge. He began, his tone serious. But you must understand that you can't kill those two alone. Even as a sword king, Ghislaine remained silent. Maybe if you were a sword god, you could, but you're not. The warrior took a deep breath, her expression hardening. I still have to train Eris until she can fend for herself. After that, I need to find Lady Hilda. I won't attack them yet, she declared, eyes fixed on the moon. Rigger nodded. But after Eris grows up, I don't want you to simply charge into the Azura Kingdom and throw your life away. Silence deepened between them. As I said, I'm not asking you to give up your revenge. Rigger sighed, looking up at the stars. I want you to join the Iron Legion. I want you to be the first lady of the Iron Legion, as my wife. Ghislaine hesitated, her eyes finally turning to him fully. I was supposed to serve Lady Hilda after this. Rigger held her gaze firmly. Ghislaine, you are far too extraordinary to resign yourself to serving the Lord for the rest of your life. No matter how many debts you have, they will all be repaid when you avenge his death. You have far more talent than you realize. You are determined, powerful. He paused, his gaze intense, and one of the most stunning women I've ever seen. Ghislaine's eyes widened slightly before returning to normal. Her heart beat faster, but her mind was still filled with conflict. And Eris, she asked after a long silence. You must know she likes you. Lilia told me. Rigger glanced toward where the others were still sparring. She's still a child. She doesn't truly know what she wants yet. If her feelings remain, when she grows up, I'll answer her then. He turned his gaze back to Ghislaine, watching as her hesitation slowly faded. At last, Ghislaine took a deep breath and said, I accept. She smiled faintly before adding, but you have to defeat me first. Rigger smiled back. Of course. I will make you my first wife. She watched him for a moment, a small smile playing on her lips. Then, she murmured. There was a saying Paul used to repeat in his adventure days. Extraordinary men never settle for just one woman. POV, Ghislaine Dedoldia. You could say I wasn't really an ambitious person. I had no grand purpose in life, no great goal to achieve. For a good part of my childhood, my existence revolved around three things: eating, sleeping, and intimidating others, especially my brother, since I was much stronger. A small beast whose only desire was to fight and run wild, completely given to her instincts without any real worries. My special green eye, the one I was born with that allowed me to see mana, constantly bothered me. That, of course, made everyone in my tribe avoid me. It didn't matter that I was the chief's daughter. Disgusted and fearful glances always surrounded me. I was never very smart, but I could easily understand those looks filled with rejection and resentment. In the end, no one wanted me around. One day, a wandering swordsman arrived in the tribe in the middle of his journey. He observed me with sharp eyes and said I had talent. He said he wanted to take me away. At first, I resisted, but no one in the tribe tried to stop him. On the contrary, they encouraged him. My own tribe, the only people I knew in the world, the place where I was born and belonged, wanted me gone. Today, I no longer care about it, but back then, a strange feeling took hold of me. something I didn't understand, but it was a bad feeling. However, my curiosity about the swordsman grew just as much. He covered my magic power eye with an eye patch and told me that if I learned to control it, I could remove it. He didn't bother teaching me how to properly speak the human language. He simply told me to observe conversations and learn on my own. But with the sword, he dedicated himself entirely to teaching me. We traveled to places I couldn't even name, immense mountains, turbulent seas, cities of stone and wood. Every sight fascinated me, but I restrained my excitement because the swordsman always told me to stay in control. My master, as he ordered me to call him, was strong. So strong that, despite crossing continents and facing countless enemies, he never found an equal match. Even so, he was never satisfied. He always said he was still far from the true pinnacle, that he was not the strongest yet. I admired him. With each passing day, my respect for him grew. He became the most important person to me, the one I owed absolute respect to. The more I trained, the more satisfied my master seemed, and the more he told me I was talented. My master highly valued the code of conduct between master and disciple. He demanded unwavering discipline. I had to kneel whenever I wished to speak to him, and never address him without calling him master. I obeyed without question. Unlike the others, who simply rejected me when I reacted with violence, he made me understand my place by reacting with even greater violence. If I tried to fight him, he would simply retaliate with even more brutality. That taught me something valuable. Just as you can intimidate others, others can intimidate you. In every place we visited, my master always looked for special swords, ones that seemed to be made from the body of a powerful dragon. He found many of these swords and enjoyed collecting them. We traveled through melees and the central continent. We crossed cities and fortresses, defeated swordsmen, warriors, monsters, and anyone who dared to stand in our way. Then, one day, my master, Gulfarion, made a decision. We would return to the sword sanctuary. My heart raced. I was excited, but I didn't show it. My master always said I was too instinctive, that I needed to control my impulses if I wanted to become even stronger. So, we continued our journey. And finally, we arrived at the sword sanctuary. That was where my true training began. My master, Gulfarion, wasted no time after our arrival. The moment we stepped onto the sacred ground of the sanctuary, he challenged the current sword god to a duel. I had seen him fight many times before. I had witnessed his overwhelming strength countless times. But nothing could have prepared me for that moment. The challenge was accepted without hesitation. The sword god was an imposing man, a veteran at the peak of his strength, confident in his position. The duel lasted only an instant. My master moved, or at least that's what I concluded after it was all over. Because at the moment, I didn't even see what had happened. I only realized it when the sound of flesh being torn apart echoed through the training grounds, and the sword god's head rolled across the floor, his eyes wide open, unable to comprehend how he had been defeated. None of the disciples could follow the movement, not even the veterans, not even the sword god himself. It was the first time I saw my master move with everything he had. A single strike, a clean cut, a new sword god was crowned, the sixth ranked among the 7 great world powers. The following years were turbulent. Many who had served the former sword god sought revenge. My master defeated them one by one, with the same coldness as always, while accepting new students. Among them, 2 stood out, Timothy Britz and C.L. Wynty Lurel. Both were talented and disciplined, growing rapidly under Gulfarion's guidance. Timothy was from the same generation as Gulfarion, and had already been training for a long time, but he still accepted Gulfarion as his master. The sword sanctuary was buzzing with energy at that time. My master's strength wasn't just an empty title. He elevated everyone around him. The training became more and more intense. The sanctuary's reputation grew. Even the water god came to challenge him. And like all the others, she lost. My master was strong. We, who trained under his supervision, also became strong. But I didn't care about any of that. He often told me that I wasn't very intelligent, that my mind was simple, but my determination was real. And I believed him. While the world around me changed, while alliances were formed, marriages took place, and bloodlines continued, I simply followed my master's teachings and grew stronger. My master got married. Timothy got married. Clint got married. Almost everyone had children. I trained. Over time, a discomfort began to settle in my mind, a doubt that had never troubled me before. What was my purpose? To become stronger? But for what? To defeat and kill my master, as he did with his own? No, certainly not. Everyone seemed to have a purpose or found one along the way. A family, children, revenge, love, hatred, something that drove them forward. What did I have? My master always said that I should train until I could control my body instead of being controlled by it. But I had already achieved that. I had become strong. No one saw me as a savage anymore. In the sanctuary, I was respected, serious, controlled. But somewhere along the way, I lost sight of my goal. Then, that day arrived. My master gathered me and his other fastest student in the sanctuary for a duel. The two best. The two who always won against any opponent. And the winner between us would earn the title of Sword King. I won. It was a quick fight. My strikes were faster. My strength, superior. I defeated my opponent. And, for that achievement, my master gifted me Hiramian, one of the 7 swords in his collection, which he had traveled the world to obtain. But on that same day, he also told me something he had never said before. Ghislaine, you've lost your fangs. You've lost sight of your goal. You won't improve until you find it again. Go out and seek it. I did not question him. I never questioned my master. He recommended that I become an adventurer. And that's exactly what I did. As soon as I arrived in a city, I registered at the Adventurers Guild and joined the first party I found. That was how my journey outside the Sword Sanctuary began. There was no grand plan. I simply followed my master's advice. The beginning was turbulent. I climbed the ranks as I completed quests, but no party stayed with me for long. I was just a swordswoman, someone who could fight, but had no other useful skills for an adventurer's party. I wasn't a strategist. I didn't know how to negotiate, cook, or even count money properly. I knew nothing about the world, and I could barely communicate. I fought and followed orders, and so, when it was time to split the rewards, I received mere scraps because I didn't know how to count. This routine repeated until I found a different party. Paul, Elinalize, and Tallhand were forming a new team and needed fighters. This time I fit in. They used to say we were a band of misfits. Elinalize was promiscuous, Tallhand had peculiar tastes in men, and Paul was a shameless womanizer. Our party would have descended into chaos if not for Geese, who joined shortly after. Geese knew everything. He had contacts, could negotiate, and find profitable jobs. With him, our team took shape, evolving from a group of disorganized mercenaries into a respected adventuring party. Our formation became even stronger when we found a healer, Zenith Latria. With Fawn of the Black Wolf, I learned much about the world. My swordsmanship, cultivated over years in the sanctuary, was put to the test against real monsters and enemies. I began to think that maybe this was my purpose, to live as an adventurer, facing challenges alongside my comrades. It was a strange feeling, a sense of belonging I had never experienced, not even in the Sword Sanctuary. Over time, I realized that all of us had something in common. None of us truly belonged anywhere. Each of us had been cast out or had abandoned our homes. Geese, Elinalize, Tallhand, Zenith, and Paul, all without roots, but together we formed a strange kind of family. And as unexpected as it was, I was part of it. But even that didn't last. Paul got Zenith pregnant and promised to marry her, swearing he would never be with another woman again. So, Paul and Zenith left the party to start a family. We tried to continue without them, but it was impossible. Paul was our leader, Zenith was our healer. Without those two pillars, Fawn of the Black Wolf slowly fell apart. One by one, each member went their own way. From that point on, the years were difficult. I was deceived, robbed, and at one point, even sold as a slave. To survive, I ate whatever I needed to, but I never stole from anyone. That would have been an insult to my master's teachings. Even so, I realized that the sword could not solve all my problems. It took more than strength to survive in this world. When I was on the brink of death, Lord Sorrows saved me. He saw me being sold as a slave and decided to buy me. By his side stood a little girl with fiery red hair, fierce and full of energy. Sorrows granted me freedom after learning I was a sword king, but I did not leave. Instead, I accepted his offer to serve as the bodyguard of the young lady of the Boreas Grerat family, Eris. It was the first time someone had extended a hand to me without asking for anything in return. They saved me and gave me a second chance. It was a debt I could never repay, so I served the Boreas family with all my dedication. Teaching Eris, protecting the mansion, and finding stability, I started to believe that perhaps this was my purpose, to serve House Boreas Grerat. But then, the teleportation incident happened. I believe there were 3 major moments when my life changed completely. When I left the Great Forest with my master, when I left the Sword Sanctuary and became an adventurer, and when I became House Boreas' bodyguard. The teleportation incident was the 4th, and it was when I met him, Rigor Dedoldia. At first, I saw him as just an extremely talented young man, so talented that I could hardly begin to describe him. He wielded magic better than anyone I had ever known. Some spells he had even invented himself. His swordsmanship was so exceptional, it was hard to believe. At 8 years old, he was already a sword saint, something even my master had only achieved at 15. And he was so intelligent and mature. Even before we left the Blue Dragon's cavern, I already knew I had met someone extraordinary, someone to whom I owed a nearly impossible debt to repay. He was my second savior. But not only that, he had also saved Eris, the one I was supposed to protect. I could see from the beginning that he had an interest in me. He didn't need Eris, nor did he care about her noble status like others did. With his strength and how weak I was at the time, he could have done whatever he wanted, but he didn't. Instead, he kept her close and even saw in her the same thing I did beneath her aggressive nature, talent. Time proved to me that he wasn't just a young boy. He might have looked like a teenager, but he didn't speak like one, didn't act like one, and certainly didn't think like one. He showed an interest in me like no one ever had before. Until then, everyone only saw my skill as a warrior. My master, the Fawn of the Black Wolf, even House Boreas. But not him. He admired my strength, but he was interested in things no one else had ever cared about. He asked many questions, seeking to learn everything about me with absolute attention. He pointed out things about me that I hadn't even realized myself. He admired my loyalty, my discipline, my determination and willpower, my righteousness, my ferocity, my focus, my beauty, and many other things I might not even know how to pronounce or explain. I began to admire him. And, of course, I should mention, he had already built a massive organization by the age of 10. Oh, and he had tamed an A-rank monster as his pet. I started to wonder if he might be some kind of deity, seriously. Even though he said he had made many mistakes, I didn't believe it. He claimed he was like me in childhood, wild and unrestrained, but I didn't believe it. But when we arrived in Tinaver, I could see with my own eyes that his words were no exaggeration. He was truly like a beast and had really invaded a noble house of Mealy's on his own. That day, I was finally able to repay a small part of my debt. I was able to help him, and I was happy for it. That day, even though they were at a disadvantage, surrounded and weakened, he did not retreat. He was missing an arm, yet his momentum was as strong, if not stronger, than the 10 powerful enemies gathered before him. I think it was at that moment, unconsciously, that I no longer saw him as a youth, but as an equal, as a man. He was still better than me at almost everything, but he was not perfect and did make mistakes. From that day on, Eris and I came to rely completely on Rigor. The boy had so many things to do. When I think back to what I was doing 11 years old, I realize I was doing nothing. But he continued teaching Eris and me, and we both became mages under his guidance. I could use fire, water, and healing, something I never thought possible for me. Magic always seemed like something so intellectual. I also learned to read and write, and my respect for Rigor only grew day after day. After the Iron Legion searched for Lord Sorrows, Philip, and Hilda and failed to find them in Mealy's, we finally departed for the central continent. Rigger was heading to the Sword Sanctuary, while Eris and I were returning to Fitoa. Geese found us before we left, and due to his usefulness, I recommended bringing him along. Besides him, a young man named Idar was also traveling with us. His destination was ours, where he would join the Water God-style dojo. The journey proceeded smoothly. Rigger never stopped training, and I was almost certain he could already defeat me easily using his magic. Eris was also progressing quickly. Our group was already an unusual gathering of people, but it became even more so when Lilia and little Aisha unexpectedly joined us. Lilia, Paul's second wife, was returning to Fitoa and decided to travel with us after also being caught in the teleportation disaster. Rigger was struggling with his Tuki since the mansion attack, but I never took it too seriously. He would surely recover quickly. And indeed, upon reaching Westport, he finally started to recover. Geese left us there and set out for the Begarit continent to search for Paul and Zenith. It was around this time that I began to notice something different about Rigger. He was looking at me much more than before and with more lust. And soon, I remembered the mating season. To be honest, I expected him to take the initiative. Every time I noticed his gaze on me, I responded actively, openly, seducing him. I was not only willing, I wanted it. My body and mind craved him. I had never slept with someone stronger than me before. Maybe it was that strength, or maybe the fact that he also belonged to the beast race. Perhaps it was simply because I admired him deeply. I knew he wanted me. His eyes betrayed his suppressed desire. But for some reason, he kept avoiding me. Frustrated, I decided to ask Lilia, and she clarified all my doubts. Rigger didn't want me for just one night. He didn't just want to sleep with me. Lilia reminded me of the beast folk tradition. A true warrior challenges his intended in combat before taking her as his wife. She believed that was the reason for his hesitation. But then, why wait? If he was already stronger than me, why not challenge me immediately? Lilia pondered for a moment before sharing her theory. He wanted to defeat me using only the sword. No magic, just his strength and skill against mine. Because in swordsmanship I was better. Hearing that, an involuntary smile appeared on my face. But soon, my thoughts returned to my debt to the Boreas family. I was their bodyguard. How could I continue serving them if Rigger took me as his wife? Even so, I went to him and told him I would wait for his challenge. But that uncertainty remained in my mind. I liked Rigger, but my loyalty to Soros and the Boreas family still bound me. And knowing Rigger as I did, if I refused him for that reason, he might very well go and threaten Soros directly. The thought made me laugh. In the end, I couldn't find a clear answer. So I did what I knew best, training. If I defeated him, he couldn't ask for anything. And I wouldn't need to find a solution to my dilemma. It was a stupid solution, but I was never smart. And solving my problems with strength had always been the simplest path. At least until we arrived in the Dragon King Kingdom and later in its capital. In Eastport, I discovered that Lord Philip was dead. In the capital, a knight told me that Lord Soros, the one who had saved my life and given me a chance to become who I was, had been beheaded, killed to take the blame for the teleportation incident. I was furious. I would have my revenge. I would go to Azura and kill everyone in my path until I found those responsible. But that revelation also brought another change. My debt was to Soros, and in part to Eris. Philip had also helped me while I served House Boreas, and I would have served him if he were alive. But Hilda? She had never spoken much to me. She had always kept her distance. Lilia had also told me that Eris liked Rigger, but I could see that Rigger didn't see her that way. He seemed to prefer taller women. As I reflected, Rigger appeared before me. He was as perceptive as ever, likely guessing all my thoughts. And when he directly asked me to be his wife, I found myself unable to suppress a smile. I was happy, and after hesitating, I fell easily for his words. Now, all that remained was for him to defeat me, and I certainly wouldn't make it easy for him. I looked up at the sky, reflecting on everything that had brought me here, everything I'd lived through. Could this be my purpose? The moonlight was bright, illuminating a perched structure where a man stood leaning, the light faintly reflecting off the matte metal of his red armor. The man rested against a stone pillar, arms crossed, his head slightly tilted forward, allowing his hood to conceal most of his face. Only his long blonde hair escaped the shadow, falling gently over his shoulders. At his waist rested a rapier, a finely and elegantly forged blade, whose black sheath contrasted with the faint glow of its ornate hilt. It was then that he sensed a presence. His sharp senses picked up the approach even before the voice echoed through the silence of the night. A man emerged from the darkness with a mischievous smile, his dark skin highlighted by the sparse glow of distant torches. His long, curly hair was partially tied back, leaving some loose strands framing his sharp face, and at his waist hung an ornate scimitar. The visitor stopped a few steps away, tilting his head slightly to the side, as if analyzing his interlocutor with amusement. Hiding from someone, he asked in a teasing tone, his white teeth gleaming in a predatory smile. The man in red armor lifted his gaze without changing his posture. "Aren't you afraid that he'll find you wandering so freely?" The visitor chuckled, a hoarse sound filled with disdain. The warrior furrowed his brow and continued. "You're the one who warned me repeatedly about the target's instincts, weren't you?" The warrior, dressed in common desert garb, waved his hand dismissively. "Forget about that. Use whatever disguise you want. I came to tell you one thing. Don't stay in his presence. Don't even meet with him." The statement made the red-cloaked swordsman raise an eyebrow beneath his hood. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice firm but tinged with slight hesitation. The desert warrior let out a sigh and stepped forward, his expression growing even more animated, with a touch of madness. "Ha ha ha. I was watching him from several miles away with a clairvoyant eye. I followed every step he took. But then, while that guy, Jerton, was talking about me, I managed to read his lips." He paused, his eyes narrowing. "And I reacted with a faint killing intent. Very faint, almost imperceptible." Silence settled for a moment, dense as the night itself. "And yet," he continued, his eyes gleaming intensely, "the boy sensed something. As soon as I reacted, he seemed to feel it. His instincts are dangerous. If you so much as interact with him, he might sense your intentions." The certainty in his words made the man in red armor thoughtful. He lowered his gaze for a moment, his fingers instinctively sliding over the hilt of his rapier. Then he sighed. "All right, I'll come up with an excuse to leave. But I wonder if you're not being overly cautious." The desert warrior let out a loud laugh, echoing between the alley walls. "I just don't underestimate the brat." His eyes shone with amusement, his posture remaining relaxed. "I've never failed a job, and this time I was sure I would, but I was lucky enough to get information about him from one of his former traveling companions." The hooded man's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" The other's grin widened. "Ah, it was a monkey," he laughed again. "We didn't find him directly, but he boasted about the red wolf endlessly in a bar in Begaret. And when I went looking for information, the mage in my group pointed directly to the person who had been drinking and partying with the monkey. That guy knew a lot about the boy. It was truly lucky, or maybe it was fate." "Ha ha ha." Only the warrior's laughter echoed. The cold wind blew through the alley, lightly rustling the garments of both fighters. "That boy is quite abnormal. He was unlucky. If he were just 2 years younger, I wouldn't act against him. You know, I don't kill children," the desert warrior said after stopping his laughter, looking up at the sky as if recalling something. "But don't worry, the plan will work. Just don't meet with him and do your part." He waved his hand carelessly before spinning on his heels and leaping, his feet lightly touching the wall before propelling him onto the rooftops above. In seconds, he disappeared among the buildings, like a shadow sculpted by the wind. The man in red armor remained still for a few moments, merely watching the empty space where the other had stood. Then, he let out a long sigh and turned, leaving the alley with firm steps. "That guy," he murmured to himself, his tone laden with exasperation. "He really doesn't act like an emperor." And then, without looking back, he walked into the darkness. Rigger, Idar, and Eris walked through the bustling streets of the capital, accompanied by Jerton, the North Saint assigned as their group's guide. The city was brimming with energy as they made their way toward the headquarters of the North God style. Ghislaine, Lilia, Aisha, and Skoll had stayed at the mansion. Ghislaine had mentioned that she had fought a North King before and wasn't interested, choosing to stay and take care of the others. Perhaps that wasn't the only reason. Rigger knew she was still affected by Soro's death, so only the four of them continued forward. Jurton was strong. The previous day, he had defeated Idar. His techniques were peculiar, using his sword as the core of his combat. The blade could alternate between soft and rigid, granting extraordinary unpredictability that disrupted the opponent's flow, making any attempt at maintaining a consistent rhythm useless. Against Eris, he had also emerged victorious, but there the difference lay in pure strength and speed. Eris had put up a decent fight, but in the end, she was overpowered. However, when he faced Rigger and Ghislaine, Jurton was defeated instantly. Just a single longsword of light from Rigger was enough to end the fight. As they walked, they chatted animatedly, and Jurton told them about the North God-style headquarters. In the past, our dojo housed a North God and 3 emperors. They were the second North God and his 3 subordinates. But that was 2 generations ago, and it's assumed they have all passed away. However, there is no confirmation since they left the headquarters while still young. Finally, they arrived at the headquarters. It was a peculiar place. Built from raw stone, it rose around a small hill, like a fortress sculpted by nature and refined by the hands of the warriors who trained there. Stone platforms had been erected around the hill, forming a structure that seemed to challenge the sky. Jurton guided them. The first floor is accessible to all practitioners, regardless of their strength. The second floor is restricted to advanced-level warriors or higher. The third floor allows entry only to saint-level warriors. And finally, the fourth floor is exclusive to those who have reached the level of king or higher. I myself don't know what's up there, haha. The platforms were filled with warriors training. The sound of clashing swords echoed through the air, blending with the shouts of instructors and the impact of strikes against stone dummies. Some warriors were performing individual exercises, refining their posture and breath control, while others dueled intensely, their blades sparking as they clashed. There was a vibrant energy in the place, an atmosphere saturated with the spirit of battle. Jurton led them to a large platform on the ground floor. "This is the challenge platform," he explained, pointing to the center. "Just go there and declare the name of the one you wish to challenge." Rigger looked around and noticed the number of warriors gathered. There was a certain tension and anticipation in the air. The structure resembled a coliseum, where only the strongest stood out. He then turned to Eris and, with a slight smile and an expectant look, said, "Eris, go there and challenge as many advanced-level warriors as you can in a row. I want to test your progress." Eris did not hesitate. Her gaze ignited with determination. Rigger knew how much she had been training. She was incredibly talented, and now, equipped with high-quality armor, a cape that increased her agility, and a sword with the same effect, personally crafted by the god of, or, he believed she was close to the saint level. But there was still a long way to go. After all, she was only nearly 11 years old. Idar watched in silence, his eyes keenly observing the unfolding events. Jurton, on the other hand, let out an excited laugh. "This is going to be interesting," he said, crossing his arms. "Their pride is going to be shattered." "Ha ha ha." Eris stepped forward, her posture exuding confidence. She entered the platform and, crossing her arms with a challenging gaze, firmly declared, "I challenge any warrior here ranked at the advanced level, in any style." Her arrogant tone and confident stance provoked mixed reactions. Some warriors laughed, while others were irritated by her boldness. A muscular swordsman, with disheveled hair and scars scattered across his body, leaped forward, laughing. "Girl, do you think we're all just playing around here?" Before he could finish his sentence, Eris had already moved. Her body propelled forward with astonishing speed. The warrior barely had time to draw his sword before a clean slash cut across his chest, sending him flying backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, groaning in pain, while Eris remained firm, pointing her sword at the next opponent. "Next!" The laughter stopped. The healer ran to tend to the first defeated warrior, while the other swordsman now looked at the girl with seriousness. A new challenger stepped into the arena. Okay, little girl, looks like you're something after all. He drew 2 swords and took an aggressive stance. Eris charged forward with unstoppable momentum. This opponent was more prepared and managed to react better, exchanging blows with her. However, Eris's brutal and direct style forced him to retreat until he, too, fell defeated. His scattered fighting style couldn't withstand the young warrior's rapid and relentless attacks. The succession of battles continued. The third opponent lasted longer. The fourth even more. With each battle, Eris felt her body growing tired, but her fury and determination kept her devastating pace. Sweat dripped down her face, but her eyes shone with challenge. By the time she reached her 8th opponent, both were panting and wounded. The exchanges of blows were fierce, sparks flying with each clash of swords. Eris pushed her energy to the limit and, with one final burst of speed, struck. Her opponent was caught off guard, stumbled, and failed to react to the swift attack. But before Eris's blade could cleave him in half, Rigor intervened, stopping the strike with his own sword. He stepped forward and healed the wounded warrior before holding Eris, healing her as well. She looked at him, breathing heavily, and he smiled. You defeated 3 more than I expected. Your fighting spirit is truly impressive. You did well, but you've already lost quite a bit of blood. It's best to stop here. Eris's eyes gleamed at the praise. She seemed to regain her energy instantly, standing up with a determined expression and saying, "Yes, I will keep improving and catch up to you." There was something more in her gaze, something Rigor didn't notice. The sun was high in the sky. Rigor looked at Jerton, who confirmed with a nod, and then shouted, "I challenge the North King, has Julian, the Red Death, to a duel." The entire dojo fell silent for a moment. Then a warrior shouted, "Hey, Brad, just because you kids are a little strong, you think you've gone crazy? He's a North King." The man drew his curved sword and leaped into the arena. He was a North Saint, but as soon as he landed, a bolt of lightning pulsed from Rigor's hand, illuminating the platform and striking his body directly. He was hurled against the wall, breaking part of the structure and ending up buried in the rubble. Silence fell once more. What was that? What kind of magic is this? And it was chantless magic. Was that lightning? People murmured in shock. The healer was also stunned until he felt a hand on his shoulder. A deep, firm voice spoke. "Don't worry. Go and heal him. This will serve as a lesson." The man who had spoken was immense, nearly 2 meters tall. His skin was dark, his hair and beard were gray, and he carried a colossal sword on his back. His armor, made of leather and blue dragon scales, reflected the sunlight. He walked toward Rigor, who still had sparks flickering from his hand, and observed him with interest. "It's a pleasure to meet you, leader of the Iron Legion, the Flaming Beast, the Red Wolf. And recently, you've gained another title." Rigor furrowed his brows. The man smiled and continued. "So you don't know? The Lightning Emperor. That's what those who were on the ship with you called you." Rigor was surprised. That title existed? The man crossed his arms and declared, "Allow me to take the place of the opponent you challenged earlier. Has Julian is indisposed today. It seems he contracted a serious illness and went to the palace for treatment." Rigor narrowed his eyes and asked, "And who are you?" The man smiled confidently and replied, "I am Wis Navarro. In case you're curious, I'm a half-blood of the human and demonic races. I'm also a North King, known as the Immortal Warrior."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.